until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो?
रोंडो?
अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
It's the last day of the round one, and for a lot of them, their fates will be decided today. Some will be eliminated, and some will directly move on towards the semifinals of this realme BMPS 2025. I'm going to be a host of Cast on Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be IC Baby 1-2. And as I mentioned, today is the last day. Final 2 groups are going to be over here, and final 3 chances will be given to them to make their mark.
Well, today is going to be a very, very important one here for all these teams playing today itself, because it's the last 2 groups, as Necro mentioned as well, because why? We are going to be finalizing who is going to be in the top 8 and who is going to be in the top 16. So that means who is going to be starting things off from the first week of semifinals, and who's going to be in round 3 is going to be decided after the end of today. And of course, which of the 16 teams that are going to be eliminated as well, because right now we have approximately 5 confirmed teams that is going to be guaranteed to be eliminated from BMPS.
Exactly. A lot of names still on the hit list, and now they need to make sure that they're performing if they are a part of these final 2 groups. And for the teams that are already done with their games, it's time to pray. And if you're someone who is already around the bottom 16, good luck to you, because you need to hope that these teams today, they do not perform, and you will stay in the safety cushion, at least for now. But something that's going to give you the safety cushion in your games is also going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and since the device is already out, I would recommend you guys to buy it. If you're considering to buy a new device, this is one of those devices that you would want to get your hands on. That stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours will help your gameplay quite a bit.
Well, of course, be sure to buy it right here, right now, because like you said, 120 FPS is a lot of FPS here, because personally, if you're playing FPS games, 60 FPS is not acceptable.
Of course, you need that 120 FPS. Makes a lot of difference as well. And we personally have experienced the difference between 60 and 120 FPS. Trust me when I say this. It's buttery smooth. But back towards the conversation of the teams once again. We're going to have Group E and F now joining inside of the fray. And let's not forget, inside of these two groups, we've got some heavy hitters. But let's speak about Group E particularly. We've got some massive names like 8-Bit. We've also got True Rippers pretty much going to be showcasing themselves. Even Team Forever. We've seen a little bit of that dip in the performance from Team Forever. And since we're speaking so much about the performance, let's have a look at the overall standings.
Now, speaking of the overall standings here, FS is going to be currently in the borderline for the top 8. Obviously, OG and SOGO as well as TWOB is pretty much in the top 3, and they are in a very, very comfortable position in the top 8 itself. However, for God's Rate, unfortunately to say, they were kicked down all the way towards the next position.
Yeah.
Because they are lacking in terms of overall position points. So that's a little bit unfortunate for them here, as they were tied in with FS. Meanwhile, on towards the second half, so Raven is going to be the ones that is going to be gatekeeping on that borderline. So that is going to be something that we have to worry about later on. Hyderabad Hydras could possibly overtake them. Very, very possible as well. They are very, very close. So they are a strong contender for the top 16 alongside with True Reapers Jelly.
And there's a big chance that Hero Extreme Godlike will be kicked outside of the top 8 because there's still 2 more teams in the bottom 16 who needs to play the remaining 3 games. As you mentioned, Hyderabad Hydras right there on the 17th spot. You've also got True Rippers sitting right underneath them. And even for True Rippers, there's a massive chance that they can breach inside of the top 8 directly.
Exactly. So when it comes to the top 16 as well, the current cutoff is somewhere around 98 points. So teams in the bottom here, especially coming from all the way to Team Forever in particular, they are a team that has one of the strongest, highest chance to actually break past into that. So as that goes on, the gap is going to go significantly higher as well. Teams like TEMZ, Medal, if they want to stand a chance, in order for them to actually break past that, they need to at least reach the 98 points threshold, which is, in this case, Medal with 38 points. They need to at least get 38 points to even stand a chance.
Of course, Metal Esports is going to be aiming for that top 16. Why would you not? Metal Esports is not too far back as well. They've also got that comfort cushion, so you might as well just try to go all guns blazing in these upcoming games. And also speaking about a few more teams like DOD, you've also got another team in the name of Team Eggy as well. Even they stand a chance to directly breach inside of the top 16. But as you mentioned, they need a lot of points each game. Next page pops up on the screen as well. Of course, a lot of teams have already been done with their game. But a team like Shockwave, how much chance do they really stand?
They need 40 over points to actually make it to the top 16 here, so the chances are pretty much dim to none. But in terms of practice, I still believe in Team Shockwave's performance because of the fact that they haven't exactly showcased what they're capable of since BGIS itself. So it seems like there are a lot of things that needs to be ironed out coming from Shockwave there. So I would say that these 3 games here, it's a very, very important match for them to actually start practicing and training for the next round.
Hey, but the second last page pops up on the screen as well. We've got a lot of teams like Forever Esports, even ASSAM Tiger Esports currently sitting on the cusp of being eliminated from this tournament. Even Tribe Hirdmen, and we never thought that Tribe Hirdmen will be a part of pretty much the second last page over here. The same thing can be said for Forever Esports as well.
Yeah, at the same time as well, coming from WELT OMG, or formerly known as OMG, I feel like WELT is in a very awkward position just because of how they did so well towards BGIS. Their roster hasn't really changed as well. And we saw a 1 versus 3 coming from Justy in particular against Rever the Next Bro. That was a very, very insane clutch moment. But for them into the borderline here, it seems that they do need to step it up a little bit more as well. But here, in the bottom 16 here, to see Rider Esports barely scraping by here, risk being eliminated, they need to get some big points here today.
Yeah, the teams that have already played all their 12 games have been eliminated on this page. For example, teams like Halo, you also do see UC right there, and even Acrobats Esports. Unfortunately, a team like Acrobats Esports, we had a lot of expectations from this banner, but still unfortunately not been able to perform up to the mark. That's costed them the slot inside of this BMPS. We've also got Deadly Gaming. We saw them perform yesterday. Performance was not up to the mark. And let's not forget, GenXFM and even Fearless 4 are not going to be a part of the upcoming action.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very awkward for them as well because they are pretty much done and dusted as well for those who's played 12 matches in the bottom. 16 itself. But to see INTX, to see GenXFM just go out like that is just very, very unfortunate. INTX is not exactly out yet. They still have a fighting chance, but they're still almost dead last in this current standing.
Yeah, pretty much. For them, they need a lot of points in the upcoming games, and if they do not really score those, we pretty much know they will also be joining the same bandwagon of GenXFM and Fearless 4. And yeah, speaking of GenXFM, we have had a full-blown conversation about this team, right? It's such one of those lineups that you really do expect a lot from, but still that performance was missing from GenXFM, and it's not just the only team that's not doing good, right? Even a team like U7, generally speaking, when they were back inside of this BMPS, I had a lot of expectations myself. We've got today's schedule on the screen. Of course, Group F is going to be the one to kick things off in the first 3 games, and then later on, we're of course going to have another group as well join in.
Well, this is going to be very, very important here. This final 6 maps for all these 2 groups is going to be very, very important here. 3 groups coming in, 3 maps for each group is going to be very, very important for them in order to try and secure their spots in towards the respective ones they want to be. In Group E, obviously, 8-bit is going to be eyeing for the top 16, maybe even the top 8. Same can be said for True Reaper's Jelly as well as Team Forever. H4K still stands a very, very okay chance to actually fight for it here. We have EMZ a little bit too far for the top 16 here, but again, today, if 3 games for them does well, they are in a possible spot to actually go for it as well. We've got Duo Dive, we've got Shockwave, Team Tamilas, also going to be Frey as well. These are all teams that has been playing in the pro circuit for the longest of time, and this is something that they have to adapt over time. Some may be looking for training, some may be looking for experience. We know there is a lot of roster shuffle as well, especially coming from teams like Team Tamilas and Troy Tamlin, especially coming from the English podcast.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there have been a lot of roster shuffles, as you mentioned, right? And as I mentioned as well, Group B is going to be playing the first 3 games, and then Group F is going to be joining the remaining 3. At the start of the day, we made our predictions as well. I personally went with Team Tamilas. I generally think the players do have the caliber, and they can definitely pack a lot of punch as well.
Yeah, I went for 8-bit just because I know for a fact that VST, or in this case 8-bit now, has a little bit of roster shuffle here. Earlier on, they did have a little bit of struggles when it comes to adapting to their usual playstyle, but over time, after that, you know, especially when S-Power kind of left the equation, they found their momentum back again. So I wouldn't be surprised for them to actually make the top 16, to be honest. Top 16, pretty much very easy. But I'm a little bit more concerned on whether or not can they make it in the top 8. That's the one I'm worried about.
Generally speaking, look, for 8-bit, moving inside of the top 16 is not even going to be a challenge. Let's be honest. They can easily breach inside of the top 16 without any sort of problems. But breaching inside of the top 8 is definitely going to be extremely tough. And the moment 8-bit does breach inside of the top 8, we pretty much know. Yeah, FS, Hero Extreme, Godlike as well will be kicked out, because there's also Team Aryan still going to be playing their upcoming games. So one thing is for sure, Hero Extreme, Godlike won't be a part of the top 8. And if you're a Godlike fan, you better start praying right now.
Hey, all things considered here, it is going to be very, very close. Anything can happen as well. We've seen the mites of coming in from True Reaper's Jelly as well. Because if you're talking about familiar names that is always popping off in the top, especially coming from BGIS, True Reaper's Jelly, 8-bit, OG, Hero Extreme Godlike. All these are very, very familiar names that kind of did really, really well. And the only team that kind of fell out a little bit short here is Revenant X-Pac, which ironically, they had a very, very big roster change. And this is I don't know, it felt like they just didn't do too well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Revenant X-Pac, considering the caliber they've got and considering the standards they've set for themselves, the performance that we saw yesterday was not even close. We know they can do much better, and we don't exactly know what the main problem is inside of the core itself of the roster. Hopefully in the future, though, hopefully inside of the round 2, they will fix all of those things, and we might just see a new and revamped Revenant X-Pac once again inside of the round 2, where they just start dominating the way we expected them to. But without wasting any more time, we straight up just jump inside of the upcoming game, which is going to be the map of Wrangle, as the map boots up on the screen, and even the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Milta Power towards the opposite side, which is going to be Zarki.
Yep. Now, let's pick off the map itself here. This is going to be a very, very balanced one coming from all these teams in the map in Erangel itself, so I don't think we are going to be seeing a lot of drop clashes as well. This is going to be teams that has played with each other before, especially coming in from last BGIS itself. So here in BMPS, these are all the teams that have pretty much played before, but I'm a little bit curious to see how Team LOLZZZ and INTX is going to adapt to this year. LOLZZZ, ever since LOLZZZ himself was not playing during BGIS, things has not been going well for them.
And let's not forget, there's also another name like Rider Esports inside of this entire group. And even Rider Esports, in the final few games that they played last time when we saw them on the screen, they did pull off a bit of that comeback. And that's one of the main reasons why they're not currently sitting in the bottom 16 as well. So Rider Esports, since they're currently in the middle pack, even they can go for a lot of risky plays.
Yeah, I think this is where things got a little bit interesting, especially for Rider Esports, right? Like Fame, he pulled off one of the most impossible games against multiple teams in bootcamp before. He's single-handedly just dismantling. I think one of them was also including in Heroic Ship Godlight, and then also in the map of Miramar during BGIS, they were the ones that had on the most amount of points just because of how their macro positioning has been very, very spot on. But ever since they were just 1 point away from qualifying towards the LAN itself, nothing just went well for them. And even here in the past 9 matches, I don't know. Like, I'm really hoping that Ryder Esports is going to be able to pick themselves up, because right now, if they don't do well at all in this game, or in these 3 games, they are going to be eliminated.
I'm not exactly sure about Ryder Esports, but the circle shifting down south is definitely not going to be good news for a lot of these teams. You do see 8-bit dropping towards Pochinki, so one thing is for sure, for them it's going to be smooth sailing. A few more teams dropping on towards the left side. You also do see EMZ dropping around that Gatka region. And off the rip, H4K as well on a move. H4K, they will now need to try and reposition themselves in a better spot. Mize are also going to be pinned on a team like 7 Habits, because 7 Habits as well has been a part of the competitive circuit for the longest, but they've always failed to make a mark.
You know, it's interesting to see 7 Habits do this at this level, considering that they do have a lot of achievements on third-party events itself, right? So for them and an official, it seems like they're just struggling to actually adapt, just because of the fact that the Pro Series does put you at a testing grounds where flexibility and versatility, especially in early stages, is going to be the most important factor, because every single game you're playing, you're literally playing into the unknown. Number one, yes, you're playing with the same groups, but after this, you have the data, you finish the game, your next shuffle comes through, well, you have to re-scrap your entire homework because of the fact that the other next group comes in. It's going to be a separate drop coming from everyone inside the game itself.
And that's the best part, right? As a professional player, you also need to be extremely adaptive. You need to be pretty much quick on the adaptation factor as well. As a team, you need to be quick. And that's one of the main reasons why we've got teams like OG performing exceptionally well, even learn from past, a new name on the block, a new roster that was formed, and still those guys are just popping off on a different level.
I think a lot of people don't realize is that when they're playing a game right now, let's say, oh, this is just one game, right? People think it's just one game playing normally as well, but for the Pro Series, it's a little bit different. It's more like, if they are playing multiple games, let's say I'm just going to be dropping Pochinki every single game, do people respect your drop? That's going to be the one that is going to set the tone itself.
But hey, if you guys want people to respect your own drop, that's going to be the Realme GT7. If you get your hands on this device, one thing is for sure, you will be a beast inside of the games. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prize up to 2 lakhs as well.
Yep. Now, speaking of screen as well, we do see 7 Habits actually going for one of the earliest rotation here from the shorelines from military base. So they are going to be expecting the circle to be coming in from the south side itself. And now an early hovercraft will give them some sort of a mobility. And fortunately for them, in this circle itself, guess what? Because nobody actually went for Novo and military base. So that means there is a huge congestion of teams in the north side. So this is going to be a very, very awkward one here. But for 7 Habits, they have got to be counting their lucky stars, because no one is in the military island itself, so they can loot out whatever they want. They've got a lot of flexibility to work with, and they can do whatever they want at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, but still for the teams, there's a bit of that confusion. They don't exactly know if the zone's going to be shifting completely down south, or if it's still going to be taking another shift. We have seen these type of circles pop up in the past as well, and the circle actually does end up shifting all the way up north.
This feels like an FS circle, but without FS actually playing in this game. We've seen it happen before, where the circle actually shifts directly where MAVERICKS Esports is, down towards the shorelines in that vicinity. We've seen it multiple times, actually. I think we saw it once in this entire BMPS. I think 3 or 4 times during BGIS as well, especially towards the semifinals week. But all things considered, are we going to see it again? It's going to be a completely separate matter. 8-bit going to be playing Pochinki. Obviously, no contention so far. No contest, no nothing. And I'm curious to see if another team is going to be clashing against them in the near future when the new shuffle comes through.
So far, still quite the early stage. Teams trying to get used to the play, positioning themselves in a better spot on the southern side. It's going to be an easy one. Not a problem yet, since one of the bridges wall is not being camped yet. The Fairpier Bridge is completely open. The teams can move up and contest that. But the teams on the other side as well, they're not really making a lot of moves. They don't really seem desperate, because they still think that the circle might just shift up north at the last moment itself.
We've seen it happen before. I would say like a kind of like a scam circle all the way through. But you know what doesn't scam you right now on screen.
Yeah, exactly. The real Kia Ceros we're speaking of. One of the best vehicles that you can get your hands on. In my opinion, just check them out as well. And speaking of the design itself, right? Quite the bold and modern design. Streamlined door handles, Kia's signature digital tiger face, star map LED DRLs, star map LED tail lamps. What else do you want in your vehicle? It's a stylish looking car.
Exactly. It doesn't lie to you. It guarantees your safety with a 5-star BNCAP rating for your peace of mind as well. So be sure to check it out. Meanwhile, as the game progresses as well, we do see teams like Ruins going to be in a very, very awkward position here because they are going to be expecting a lot of company, especially rotating from that direction. WELT is going to be passing to as well. Pachinki, we've got Team Forever, also a team that kind of wowed us in the earlier 3 games, but so far they have kind of fumbled down in terms of the overall ranking because they are currently sitting on the 28th spot in the overall ranking, and that means they need to actually get a lot of points here because they currently have about 74 points, so that is briefly about 30 over points they need by the end of the day to stand a chance of making it to the top 16.
Yeah, sounds a lot of points, right? And just to be on the safety side of the spectrum, let's just say they need 35 points, right?
Yeah, minimum.
Minimum. And just in the span of 3 games, getting 35 points, honestly speaking, that sounds like a lot. I'm not exactly sure what's going on all the way back in the blue there, but someone's boat definitely does seem like it was malfunctioning for a bit. Now, once again, back on the same track. It's all looking good.
Did new version actually go maxed out on the horizon itself? It seems like they just are rotating in a... Okay, so I'm not personally a fan of what new version is doing, but it does guarantee your safety net just because you go outside of the map itself. Yes, it is very, very far away from shorelines. It's more than 400 meters away, so people don't really spot you. It does give you that flexibility of a leeway where, like, hey, you're keeping hidden. Nobody knows you're going to be coming from the ocean. But traveling from there into the zone, very, very far away.
And one of the main concerns as well that new version's going to be having is how do they actually make it around that military base island? I'm speaking of the vehicles because they would need to move on towards the military base island, get their hands on the vehicle, and then only they can be extremely mobile. The next zone's going to be important as well. Stage 2 is always supposed to be curveballic shift. Everyone's still waiting. Where is it going to be shifting? And yes, it does prank everyone. New version. Welcome, my friends. The circle has shifted on the northern side. And new version's plan to rotate all the way down south is now down the drain.
Yeah, new version has one of the worst possible outcomes they could have asked for right now. The furthest away from next phase's zone. And it's going to be a scam as well. Oh my goodness, that is a terrible, terrible decision there. But all things considered here, we do see a little bit running here from the pros. Team Forever and as well as 8-bit. Very, very early rotations down towards the shoreline. They are going to be playing the 12 houses. 6-4 8-bit, 6-4 Team Forever. Both going to be not going to be contesting against each other. I don't think they should just because they are going to be out in open. But they do have a lot of leeway of just shutting down teams trying to drive by, especially from the north side of this compound.
Yeah, now we understand why the teams on the north weren't really looking that desperate to position themselves in a better spot inside of the circle. They saw this coming. They knew that the zone's going to be shifting up north no matter what. And that's why the patience paying off. Even for 8-bit, even for Team Forever, it's looking quite good and dandy. But what about the teams that already made it down south towards North? No, I'm speaking of 7-Habit. Now for them, once again, they need to figure out a way to make it up north towards the zone.
I think 7-Habit is fine, considering that they do have a little bit more space to work with because they're one of the first to actually reach military base. So looting up, stocking up is not that bad for them. But for new version, this is bad because they're still in Lipovka. They just arrived in Lipovka and they are going to be looting up a little bit more. And look at this, Mets all-time low. Don't really have a lot to work with. Guns not exactly great. Just found an M4 from Shoot, which is a little bit of a small victory. But again, priority Mets right now for new version.
Of course, they've only got bandages, and that's not going to be helping them for too long. They just need to make sure that before the stage closes, they better make it inside of the zone before the stage 3 itself. And now Shockwave, even they're on the move, wanting to repositioning themselves towards a better spot. Shockwave is probably going to move towards the Centric. 7-Habit still on the move. Finally, at least making it up north around that safety marker.
I'm curious to see how 7-Habit actually approach this as well. They're playing from the east side, right? Like, they have made one of the earliest rotations. We give them the upper hand into circle comes down south, but now all that advantage could pretty much swung away. So how do they play from the outskirts is going to be very, very important in 7 Habits as well. So every single team, every single pro team, they have to adapt to 3 different play styles. Advantage, disadvantage, and also going for a rush kind of gameplay. So this tree is very, very important on giving you one of the best outcome for every possible scenario possible in team fights.
At this moment on, though, it seems like these boys have definitely found themselves quite a good spot. Next zone shift is also on the way, and it's actually going to shift a little bit towards the left side. 8-Bit still in quite a comfy spot. The same thing can be said even for the likes of Team Forever. A few teams on the other side as well are now going to start to make that move. Even New Version still all the way back in the blue. For them, it's a little bit too late. And as we did see the last time, they did not even have a lot of meds to back themselves up. A few shots taken from Kill them out. Connection's not going to be found yet. 7 Habits still looking pretty okay.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very okay for them because the hovercraft is going to give them that safety net. They still have some sort of shorelines down the bottom south to actually work with as well. But on screen, there is going to be first strike coming in, and that's going to be Rider Esports to actually lose the advantage in the knock towards H4K. Is they going for the hunt? Do they go for the confirmation? It's going to be the question here, but it seems like H4K, they're just going to completely ignore this. So Rider Esports just might be able to go in for the reset.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Rider Esports, as you mentioned, might just be able to go for that Fallen Man. Get him back up on his feet. The elimination feed as well starting to pop off once again. A few stragglers getting caught. Individual blows here and there are definitely expected. It's not looking too good for the boys.
Uh-oh.
At speak of the individual blows this time around, H4K, they make a big blunder, and Blaster will blast him off without any problems.
That is a mistake coming in as well. Blaster just sit still, stood, and wait for them to come, and just like that, they wipe off all of them. And just like that, H4K leaving only 1 player left, pretty much to fend for himself. A mistake made there by H4K. They just wasn't expecting someone to inside. And just like that, Blaster gets himself a decent amount of loot on the ground. 3 finishes in the bag from the side of EMZX TCW.
Yeah, EMZ's looking good now. They're also going to be restocking up though on the meds, on the utilities as well. It's all looking good in the hood, at least for now. But still, the future lines though filled up with a lot of foes. The upcoming zones as well, they're no one's friend. 7 Habits on the move once again. They have been on the move for the longest. 7 Habits getting rid of that hovercraft now, once again getting their hands on better vehicles. And they want to pull off a quick rotation all the way towards Pochinki. They're taking more shots upon themselves.
Oh boy, here comes the fight happens as well. 7 Habits, they're going to be crashing onto his Team Lows, and now True Ripper Jelly going to be in the third party action as well. As Simpin now pretty much stuck inside the vehicle here. He sees one of the members from True Ripper Jelly, but he's going to be stuck out. As Jelly going to be leading charge, Kill Lamau going to be with the push as well. 7 Habits, they may have gotten themselves in a lot of pain, as True Rippers will be the victors in this fight. But as the circle closes in, there is going to be a potential third party, and that's going to be Team Lows, which one of the worst possible outcomes to have as well. Sam narrowly escapes. He loses his tire, and now Sam is going to be stranded as Team Lows continues their pressure. They were the first one that actually lost a player, but this time, because of this skirmish, they will be able to retaliate.
It's quite unfortunate that True Rippers actually found themselves in a bit of that sandwich. Luckily enough, though, they were able to eliminate the foe that they were trying to take a fight against. And now Team LOLZZZ constantly applying that pressure from the back. Keep this thing in mind, they're still all the way back in the blue. And even that blue is now starting to take out chunks of HP, which is not a good thing for Team LOLZZZ. They do have decent bit of mid, so they can tank it up for as long as possible. And luckily enough, the zone's actually going to shift on the right side as well. For Team LOLZZZ, they do not need to move that far away.
Yeah, they definitely don't as well. Welt in the middle, having a very, very strong compound inside the north side. Team Forever from the 6 houses is going to give them a little bit of a better advantage, but it's not going to give them a lot of vision. So Welt definitely one of the prime position to take this fight. Meanwhile, Team Jelly losing a majority of his teammates and pretty much stranded as well. Jelly going to be all by himself. Here comes the rush coming from Team Lows. What were you thinking? Jelly was waiting for it. And that's going to be skillful, done and dusted.
A massive blunder. And True Rippers just ripping things off for the opponents, which is a good thing as well. But unfortunately for True Rippers, they're just taken down with 2-man squad.
Oh boy, this fight coming in from Do or Die versus INTX. It's gonna be very awkward as well. The nade comes through from INTX. Balu first to get knocked, do or die, still circling around the vehicles as they want to try and take this fight. But INTX, what happened? He ran him over. Rajput actually knocked his teammates, and now Cryonics has to fend for himself. He's surrounded, but the sprays comes through. They somehow hold on. They lost Ronnie, but they are able to eliminate do or die.
Yeah, just bamming the S12K in the end to save the day, and just like that, INTX, they still survive to see another day. They're currently playing all the way from the other side of the circle as well, but now even they need to find a better breaching point. Just playing on the edge is not going to cut it. You need to be around the off-centric part, but there's so many teams already around them as well. They cannot move freely just yet, but eliminating a team like DOD is just going to be eliminating even their hopes and dreams. INTX, a lot of bullets now shot against him. Hovercraft is there to provide him that cover as well, and INTX just wants to loot up those death crates, get the loot up once again.
This is a very, very important comeback for INTxFURIOUS, to be honest. Like, the only way they actually stand a chance to actually qualify is they get themselves a total of at least 30 to 40 points by the end of the day, and just maybe, they should be able to qualify to round 2. And that's going to be very, very important for them. But now on screen we have Shockwave with 5 finishes in the bag. And it seems like they are back in their usual action.
Yeah, Shockwave's looking pretty good. But still for Shockwave, the breaching point they've found isn't looking that great. Well, even they're still just driving around, trying to get the lay of the land, trying to get the feel of the field. As you do see Team Tamilas as well now starting to chime inside of the action of themselves. And Manty's got a lot on his plate at this point, getting rushed on as well by the foes. But luckily not for Manty. The cover fire was still there, and he will be alive.
Nicely done here from the teammates, but wow, the cover fire is being provided. WELT Esports actually creeping up on them, and guess what? They themselves looking very weak. Johnny with the nades, looking for a couple of frags himself, and finds the straggler, gets a couple taps in, but no confirmation as Team Tamilas has to fight back. And just like that, Johnny, this man, just an absolute nuisance towards Team Tamilas right now.
Could have actually taken down as well. But luckily enough, Johnny just backs away at the nick of time. So he's going to be safe at least for now. Team Tamilas, since they know they've got the man advantage as well. But for WELT too, they're not really playing this one as a team. Johnny's in the front lines, the remaining players still in the back. Team Tamilas, all the 4 players up alive. They've got a nice split going on for themselves. 1 man in the shack on the opposite side of the road, while the remaining 3, they've got the hill control. But unfortunately for the man inside of the shack, even he needs to reunite soon. The zone is not favoring him.
That's indeed, but the circle 8-bit, they have to push through as well. They're letting a lot of teams try, and ASSAM Tigers, they are going to drive by onto the shorelines, and they almost get away with Luffy, but Mafia is able to pick them out, and just like that, they lose their lives. And Team Forever and 8-bit just giving no chance at all. However, Team Forever, they are the ones that reap up all those points, while 8-bit has gotten absolutely nothing from that fight.
Oh, look at this though. This time around, new version. They've got different plans in their mind, and they straight up just collide against the Blessed Team Tamilas. Not a fight that the Blessed new version wanted to take, but within a blink of an eye, the entirety of new version, they're now an old version.
Wow, Team Tamilas, they were in a lot of pain, but seems like they are back in action. But once again, Johnny, look at this. He's still gonna try and third party this. He knows he's right beside here. He's gonna try and make a run for it. Yes, he does find one.
God.
Johnny, the nuisance, the pain, the annoyance, the mosquito for Team Tamilas now has gone in towards a world of pain as Johnny continues to find the stragglers of Team Tamilas, but they are getting completely shut down. Oh my goodness, Team Tamilas, and now Manty's still inside the shack. He pretty much all by himself out in open, and now Johnny, oh no, he missed his first shot just because he wasn't out of bullets as well. He needed to reload, so Manty is gonna be so lucky, but he's stuck. Smoke comes through. Justy finishes Rika. Manty gonna get scouted out as well. Look at him, Johnny just driving around again. He's baiting Manty out of position, but when the nades comes through, WELT OMG. They're going to clean him up. They know he's inside the zone, getting sprayed from the sides. Manty, there's only so much you can do, but as soon as this happens here, guess what? Overextension from WELT. They get picked up from the sides themselves, and that's going to be 7 habits that gets a knock, so that's going to be the opening for Manty.
Yeah, it's quite a major blow. But as you mentioned, the opening for Manty, yes, but does Manty know what happened? That's the main question as well. Manty's just going to be backing away because he does not know what's going on in the front. He does not even have a proper intel. His team just got dismantled around that same vicinity, but still, in the end, Manty does get wrapped up by the players of WELT.
Well, that is going to be very, very unfortunate here. A big round here coming from WELT with 5 finishes, but at the same time, now as the game progresses, well, Team Ryder making a little bit of bounce back. They've lost the advantage rather early, but they themselves have 5 finishes in the bag right now. 3 for Fragger, and they are going to be playing the shorelines here, as they do see a lot of players here. Rajput from the side of INTX pretty much pinned by multiple teams, pretty much stranded out and open with no way out.
Tapping away, hoping to find at least some sort of connection. Was able to find the first, though. Maddie's still quite desperate. Wants to put that vehicle out of commission as well, which he has done already. Just wait for the foe to actually shift out in the open as well, which is highly unlikely.
He's going to go for the tap as well. He's trying to find him. Rajput still staying put. He's got no way out. Meanwhile, WELT from the north side, they have to push into zone. They've got a very decent cover in terms of high ground, but they need to start picking picks here. Maddie not giving up yet, going for a couple of sprays, but doesn't seem to be able to find any sort of opening. But Ryder from the sides, they do want to fight against True Ripper's Jelly here. Jelly and Sam has been there for the longest of time. They've just been laying low, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But guess what? Somraj, he himself gets knocked.
Not a good thing. Luckily enough, still the man can be recovered. Team Forever from the back as well. Now it's starting to be a real pain. 8-bit taken down with 2-man squad, but what just happened here?
Oh my goodness, Ryder going for the push, and True Rippers, they defend against this. Both Fame and Fragger going down. Sam so low, and he's going to be able to get the reset while Jelly defends against this. And True Rippers, Jelly, they hold on. Ryder, they made a blunder. And just like that, there's so much vehicles, there's so much cover here for True Rippers, Jelly. But WELT, they're finally circling their way through. They've heard all these commotions, but they don't really want to risk the gamble to fight against this. Because once you go in, there's no way out. Meanwhile, Exist left all in the outside here to play as a safety cushion. But that safety cushion means that he will be left alone here.
Yeah, and speak of being left alone, unfortunately, Somraj was left alone from 8-bit. It's fine, though. They've still got 2 more players standing, so they can try and squeeze as many points as possible. Just get double digits out of this game. That's all you need. But looking at the elimination count, it's not looking too good either.
Yeah, Team Forever, they themselves get 2 finishes despite being very, very annoying here. But WELT finally makes the mark here. AimGone going to try and challenge against Exist, and Exist comes up on top. He keeps things alive for Ryder Esports here, as Ryder needs a big game today. And it seems like it took them a while, and finally, with this performance, it should give them enough points to keep things going. But it's not truly over yet, because as of now, Exist is going to try and make a way inside the zone while Team Forever has to collide against 8-bit. And Gamla Boy, pretty much hearing all this commotion, the Knicks being cooked up, does cap on towards Aways. But Team Forever, they're still at the edge of the zone, so they have all the time in the world. Another day comes through, but it actually clips Cheyenne by the edge.
Yeah, that was a beautiful knock. 8-bit once again keeping themselves on the pedestal, bringing the numbers down to even Steven for Team Forever. Not the exact outcome they hoped, but it is something now they need to deal with. 8-bit's starting to be a real pain. Team Forever stuck around these rocks. This edge is not something that's providing the players of Team Forever the best possible cover, but they need to get rid of 8-bit no matter what. And right now is going to be the time. Behind 8-bit, there's also True Rippers. So there's a lot of these teams just stacked behind each other.
Oh boy, this is so scary here for Exist. True Rippers, they want to clean him up. They can't really push out. Well, they do have the numbers advantage. But the problem is, zone is not exactly in their favor, because look at this. Based on the terrain of Justy, there's not a lot of cover, because once they go out in the open, they are going to get shot by everyone. Team Forever, 8-bit, Jelly, everybody's going to spot them out. As well, the esports, they have to make a call. They have to crash into someone.
Yeah.
But it seems like they are going to take advantage of this high ground. And you can see why every single team is just laying low, because they're waiting for WELT to be out of position before they take those fights.
Those taps are really starting to hurt now. WELT, they have been a constant nuisance. They're pretty much having the most amount of information in these final few moments. But the main issue for WELT is that the surrounding grounds are extremely exposed. How can WELT position themselves in a better spot inside of the zone? That's the main question even the players of WELT are wondering.
Ryder Esports still so afraid. He's spotted out by WELT. And Exist pretty much on the furthest edge as well. Team Forever. And spotted out, Justy going for a couple spray, but again, nobody is making a move because WELT is pressuring everyone. And because of this, this is eventually gonna hurt them even more. But Exist now forced to make a mark here. A great nade comes through. Seems like Sam might be in a little bit of trouble here to try and deny information. Exist is trying to find space to push through. Jelly now gonna go for the counter nade, so deny him. Exist getting clipped off here from the sides, and off angle comes through. I don't think True Ripper Jelly, he knows that he is gonna be for outskirts here, and now WELT with the push. Jelly wasn't prepared with this fight, and now it is going to be a two-way showdown. Jelly and Sam Baron surrounded, but the nade from Exist connects on him. Jelly left all by himself, but it's Johnny that secures the finish.
Exactly, poor Nox, and just like that in the end, True Rippers, they get eliminated from this game. Exist going huge against the players of True Rippers, and Exist is still not going to be stopped yet. Now he needs to deal with the players of WELT, which are up close and personal. A man pushing up straight to the face, pulls out the S12K, needs to get rid of the man in the front, and this shot will be connected. Johnny taken down and dusted, but even the Blues on the moves, so Exist, he does not really have a lot of time left.
Oh, the solo warrior Exist, he's doing it now. Maddie gets spotted out, he cleans them out. Exist, the solo warrior, the savior for Rider Esports, but no, he won't go out on third place, but 11 finishes for Rider Esports. What a comeback for them in this round.
Just blows to get taken down in such a way, but guess who's on the second spot now? It's Crimson from Team LOLZZZ. Somehow the man's managed to keep his team and the flag alive up till now. And Team Forever is one of the players was spotted out in the open as well. But Crimson too exposed to go for that confirmation. And in the end, it will be Team Forever to get that chicken dinner. What a way to close things off for Team Forever. 8-Bit could have been in real pain, but luckily enough, they managed to eliminate Somraj quite early, and that's why they got the advantage.
Well, a big win for Team Forever, but a big comeback for the teams at the bottom. I'm talking about Team LOLZZZ. I'm talking about Rider Esports. This is going to be the beginning of the comeback for the teams at the bottom, and guess what? With this game coming in play here, they are set for a potential chance to maybe qualify to round 2 here. So it is going to be very, very close in these next 2 matches.
Yeah, still not a lot of points from the side of Team Forever, but still something that they need to work with, right? Just 6 finish points. They've managed to acquire 16 points in total out of that game, which is decent. And speaking of Rider Esports, luckily enough for them, they were not in the bottom 16 at the start of the day. So Rider Esports just needed a few points to keep themselves on that safety side of the spectrum, and this game is definitely going to do the job. Now, speaking of a few more teams like Team LOLZZZ, yes, this game was desperately needed, and Team LOLZZZ is now going to be around that safety marker as well.
Yeah, Team LOLZZZ will have a little bit of recovery, but it's not exactly safe yet, so they need 2 more games, at least a good one here, to try and pull away from the rest of the pack. Because as of now, let's take a look at the highlights on how things happen as well. We saw Team LOLZZZ initially having a little bit of run in here with both 7 Habits as well as True Ripper Jelly, which resulted in Kunal being the first player to get taken out. But eventually, as time goes on, because of this small little skirmish, forced both 7 Habit and True Rippers to take each other out, which resulted in, of course, Team LOLZZZ able to support them and forcing them in one of the most awkward positions possible.
Even True Rippers was able to squeeze out a lot of points, right? The way they were just holding down that bridge, they were able to get a lot of elimination points to themselves. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate later on. We did see True Rippers get eliminated from the game itself. And even Team Tamilas, let's not forget, this balance was quite unorthodox from the side of New Version. And for Team Tamilas, it felt like the points were just gifted to them. Later on, of course, just one man from the side of WELT, which was Johnny. He was being a constant nuisance to the players of Team Tamilas.
I think from all the teams at the bottom as well, especially even for WELT and also Team Tamilas, they know for a fact that they might be able to get kicked down to the bottom 16. But to be safe, that is obviously going to be pulled a couple of points here and there. So getting a couple of good games like today, this game, or game 2 itself, pretty much puts them in on the safety spectrum confirmed into round 2 itself. But for teams like Team LOLZZZ, teams like Rider Esports, they're still very, very much in the danger zone. Yes, this is a great game coming from Rider Esports, but you must understand that they are in the borderline of the bottom 16. So that means if the teams in the next group start performing well, there is a potential shot that they actually get kicked out.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Team Forever's entire team stats, right? Of course, we know they did not really squeeze in a lot of elimination points, but still something that they can work with, and still it's going to be keeping Team Forever in the race for that top 16. Managing to get 6 finish points and also 16 points in total since they got the chicken dinner. And even speaking of 8-Bit, how many points did they have?
8-Bit got, I think, 1 or 2 points. They didn't really do too much here, do too well here. They've got a decent amount of placement points, but again, Team Forever and 8-Bit, I think in this scenario, obviously, when it comes to 8-Bit, it's easy for them to break through into the top 16, for sure, because they're currently in an 11th position. But for the top 8, they need a couple of big games. And this game, I would say they've got some placement points, but this next two games, they need a big one if they want to actually stand a chance to his top 8 here.
Yeah.
But forever, with this game coming through, it does give him a decent shot to break past into his top 16 now.
So I generally think if 8-Bit just gets a double pointer in the upcoming one, even 8-Bit can easily just breach inside of the top 8, right? And just to keep that spot pinned down, though, 8-Bit needs around, let's say, more than 20 points.
Yeah,
just to
about
keep
20,
themselves
30
pinned down to the
points.
top
Yeah.
8, right? So it's going to be looking pretty good for them. The MVP of the match, 7 finishes racked up, 7 knockouts. It's going to be Exist from the side of Ryder Esports, and 1147 damage dished out as well with the survival time of 25-24. Solid stats for Ryder. Looking at the top 5 players as well. You also do see Jelly from True Rippers. There's also Fragger right there from Ryder Esports.
That was a huge solo warrior moment coming from Exist as well, because he was able to frag out True Rippers Jelly as well as WELT, because he was the reason why WELT could not do anything from that. So the biggest winner is going to be Exist from that fight. But 5 players on this MVP list is pretty much in part of that big skirmish onto the east side, which resulted in them in one of the most awkward spots to begin with. So obviously the biggest winners here is going to be Team Forever with the chicken dinner with 16 total points, but Ryder Esports also gets themselves 16 points, WELT with 11 points, True Rippers with 9 points, Team Tamilas with 8 points, Team LOLZZZ with 7 points because of that placement points.
That's a lot of points from WELT and Ryder Esports. A good thing for those two teams. And speaking of True Rippers, yeah, even a decent amount of points. True Rippers is just trying to focus on the consistency at this point. Team Tamilas as well, they need a lot of points, but since Team Tamilas have always been on that mid-pack, they're not going to move on towards the top 16, but they're also not going to be eliminated. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. But True Rippers is in this awkward situation where they do have a little bit points here and there, but is it enough to be in the top 16? It's going to be an issue for them, number one. Number two, is it enough to retain against the next group looking to try and take them out? So you want to get as many points as you can, especially coming from True Rippers. So I would say this performance from True Rippers is a little bit awkward, knowing that what they initially started was they wanted to farm as many finishes as they can to get into the final zone. But that finish against Team LOLZZZ and that clash against 7 Habits resulted in them unable to do so.
I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams just got messed up by the circle itself, right? For a moment, we thought that the circle is going to move down south. Then the stage 2 pops up with quite a curveball shift, just moves up north. And that's one of the main reasons why teams like 7 Habits were struggling. Even New Version, they needed to come with a strategy on the fly. They moved on towards Lipovka, got their hands on those 2 vehicles, then moved on and directly clashed against Team Tamilas. I don't exactly know why Team New Version did that, but it just felt like they were desperate at that point. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere, because on the other side of the game, break will be the map of Miramar.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बड़े कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, speaking of that previous game, first of all, the MVP has to be the circle itself, right? Everyone thought that the circle is going to be moving down south, but then the stage 2 comes in, and a curveballic shift all the way up north.
Yeah, I was looking at the game back in the studio, and I was like, all right, I also thought the same thing that, yeah, we're going to have a southern circle, it's going to be a slow game, but then out of nowhere, that northern shift just made sure that everyone was in such a state of panic that it took 15 minutes for the first quad wipe to happen.
Yeah, I mean, especially for teams like 7 Habits, a new version, right? 7 Habits, they dropped in towards Milta, got their hands on a hovercraft, moved all the way down south towards No Reply, got their loot as well, and the moment the stage 2 popped up, new version was all the way in the water lines, by the way, rotating from the right side of the map. They were taking that longer route. But then the stage 2 comes in, new version's like, oh no, let's move on towards Lipovka, get whatever we can, and start scooting up towards the zone.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, desperate times call for desperate measures. Sometimes you're stuck in such an awkward situation that you don't have time to think. You just have to trust your instincts and go with whatever is the first option available. And I think that was the case for new version.
But hey, speaking of trust, you guys can also trust on the Realme GT7, especially when it comes to the performance. That stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, 7,000 mAh battery as well, which means you're going to be gaming for hours. And speaking of the Realme GT7, move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just be standing a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. Back towards the conversation, though, as we were speaking of a few more names like True Rippers as well. And yeah, speaking of True Rippers, they did quite decent for themselves, but even LOLZZZ managing to survive in the final 2 was insane.
I mean, it was insane. Team LOLZZZ, for them, the situation is quite dire. They're playing from that bottom 16 bracket, and their journey today is all about survival, right? Best thing for them right now is that after them, there's only one group. So if they do their level best, if they're able to secure like 25 to 30 points, they can be safe. But talking about True Rippers, now, True Rippers, they have a different concern. They've had an opportunity where top 8 actually was a viable option, but this game, again, I think they need a chicken dinner today to secure a spot into that top 8. Otherwise, they will have to settle for a top 16.
So I guess in the remaining 2 games, they need around 25 points or 20 points to keep themselves pinned down to the top 8 as well. And the moment that happens, FS Esports will be kicked out, which is quite unfortunate. But without wasting any more time, we straight up just move on towards the deserty lands of Miramar to figure out, will True Rippers get a chicken dinner, or will they get a banger performance, or will it be someone else from the bottom 16 to pull themselves out? Still, a lot of teams like 7 Habits are looking extremely desperate, and even Team Tamilas, as a team with a lot of fans, even they want to make a mark for themselves. Without wasting any time, let's just move on directly towards the game.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar on our screens. And of course, I mean, Necro, you would agree with me on this, that this realme BMPS 2025, I mean, especially in terms of Miramar and Sanok, has been very forgiving with the flight paths itself. Once again, we have a diagonal flight path on Miramar starting from Campo Militar going all the way towards Minas del Sur. This opens up the entire map for all of these teams right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a few plane flat paths on the extremities, right? Especially that southern plane flat path started all the way from Primorx, ended all the way towards Milta Power. So that was one of those plane flat paths, which was quite interesting.
That's why I did not say Wrangle. Wrangle has been the only map where the circles have been standard, but the flight paths have been extremely skewed to the extremities.
Yeah, I mean, at this moment on, now for this map of Miramar, look, it's probably going to be an extremely slow map without a doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
8-Bit's also moving out from that plane flat path, probably looking to drop in towards El Pozo. That's been their main drop location for the longest. For teams like New Version now, this is going to be another chance given to them to try and prove a mark and make all the way outside of that bottom 16. New Version is still stuck in the bottom 16, by the way.
I mean, they're still doing better than Team LOLZZZ, I guess, a little bit further ahead when they start off the day. But let's see. Again, I think the only thing that can save these teams like New Version, 7 Habit, LOLZZZ, INTxFURIOUS, is going to be those performances where they get like 7 to 8 finishes. And after that, the placement won't even matter. They need those 7 to 8 finishes, or 7 to 8 points, in fact, every single game. But let's see how this game is going to turn out. As you can guess from Necro's reaction, he's just surprised that, again, we have a circle between El Pozo and Picado.
At this point, 8-Bit is just lucky. It feels like the gods themselves just want 8-Bit to have a solid game. And they just want 8-Bit to crack inside of the top 8 as well. For 8-Bit, it's not tough. For True Rippers as well, let's just say it's not tough considering their caliber. They have been an incredible team. So for both these teams, the moment they move up in the top 8, FS Esports and Hero Extreme Godlike gets kicked out.
Yeah.
That means, Hero Extreme Godlike fans, you better start praying right now.
I mean, okay, kicked out of the bracket of the semifinals. They'll still be in the top 16. Yeah. They still get to move to round 3. And I think for godlike fans, they would love to see their team in action more. They would love to see their team more games.
Yeah,
play more games, yeah.
that also means that their emotions will be played as well at the same time, right? There are definitely going to be ups and downs in the journey that they play.
True.
As a fan, I'm pretty sure the players just want, and everyone wants their team to just directly move on towards the semifinals. That's the best possible bet. What's after semifinals? Grand finals. The tournament pretty much just comes to an end.
Unless you fail to qualify from semifinals week 1, because semifinals is also split into 2 weeks, right?
True that. In the semifinals week 1, we'll have 32 teams, then later on 24. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Extremely interesting. And speaking of something interesting, we've already got a fight brewing up. Forever Esports find themselves in a bit of that scuffle.
Oh, and with the Mini 14, he finds the first frag of the game, Lucifer.
Oh
and
my
the second
God.
as well. A nasty shot onto Delhi. The first shot connection was on his head. Jelly dropped like a jelly, and Lucifer with the 2 picks. A 1v2, if you can call it.
That is disgusting. Why would you need an M4 and a 6X if you can do that with a Mini 14?
For sure, man. That was nasty. Like the first shot right on his noggin. Gave him a headache.
Oh my God, I'm pretty sure Jelly at this point, he's heated up. Because True Rippers, they desperately needed this game as well if they want to move in the top 8.
I think one chicken dinner, even if they can secure a chicken dinner on Sanok, get that 25 bomb, I think that should get the job done. But of course, I get it. It's going to be much difficult to pull sort of that that sort of a match
Oh my
in
God,
one
this
game.
is disgusting.
But Forever Esports Phoenix, an unorthodox position at the top of the hill very early, but whiffs the spray onto Gamla
Oh no.
with the Thompson, and now the leap comes through. But this is not looking good for Phoenix, because the players of 8-bit will have a direct line of fire to this position, and his teammates are all the way towards Power Grid.
That elimination point could have literally been gifted on a silver platter, but
Yeah.
that man just messed up big time. Whiffing all those shots, Phoenix, he should have waited a bit longer. He should have waited a bit more. Waited for the man to drive all the way up.
I mean, to be fair, at that range, you aren't supposed to whiff, so I don't want to say this, but skill issue?
Yeah, I guess maybe it's one of the main reasons why Forever Esports is currently sitting on the second last page.
Yeah. That was very awkward. I mean, at this level, you would expect these players hit precise sprays at 150, 200 meters.
I mean, he should learn something from his own teammate. His teammate was tapping away the skulls with just a Mini 14, and then you see another man from that same team, and he's just whiffing an entire magazine.
At like 20 meters.
Yeah, up close and personal, too.
Yeah, Lucifer got to take his teammates back to the training ground for a bit. Guys, warm up before your matches. Warm up before your matches, not during the game.
I know, right? But honestly, Johnny, sometimes some players, they're just gifted. They don't even warm up, and they're still really good.
Stop talking about yourself, Necro.
We've got WELT on the screen. Especially this team in that previous game was extremely annoying. WELT, they were taking fights after fights. They had the info as well. They were taking shots on all across the board. And since WELT knew they've also got the high ground, they were just punishing anyone that they could spot in the open. But hey, something that's really important to you guys as well, it should be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prize up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device also comes in with 120 FPS stable up till 6 hours, tested by the realme and the crafting guys themselves.
I have to say, I was really liking the skin for the bus over there.
Party bus.
Party bus reminds me of a movie.
Also reminds me of the Hirdmen Carden 8-speaker sound system.
The Kia Ceros.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that in a bit. For now, I want to see what Knight is up to. Spots out 2 players from the side of Forever Esports. And he's just stalking them. Has the M4, 6X. So, and the distance is not a lot. It is 150, around 170 meters. He can definitely go for the spray down, but just needs to get them out into the open. Finally, the trigger is pulled. Spray committed. Lands a few shots, but the knock. That is something that he misses.
Honestly, cannot even blame that person, right?
Oh, but Sujil is right there, so they have an opportunity to strike again.
Man, it's really far away, too. I mean, look, guys, I broke my glasses this morning, and I myself cannot even see that guy.
I think I would love to know what the viewers think of your new look now without glasses.
Yeah, I don't
For
know
sure,
either.
you can't see anything right now, right?
I mean, I do see it, but kind of blurry, but it's still enough for me to understand that, yeah, one of the players have been eliminated by the players of H4K.
Yeah, that was beast. Forever Esports losing out on a key man. But Lucifer, look at him now. He moves to a different hill, looking for a fight against Knight himself. Now this is going to be tricky. The buggy spotted out. Knight looking to escape. Just makes a run for his life, realizing that he is going to be outnumbered over here. And he does manage to escape as well. Oh no, Lucifer needs to be careful. Shot fired in his direction from the flank. Sujal providing perfect cover fire for his teammate.
Yeah. Lucifer did try his best to at least squeeze in a few more shots on that man. But those connections still missing. Forever Esports started things off in a great manner. They had 2 elimination points to kick things off with, but then we just saw one man get eliminated from the players of H4K, and that's now quite a bad start, if you think about it. Stage 2 hasn't even commenced. And Forever Esports, looking at their stance in the overall standings, they need these points too.
Right now, looking at the zone itself, it is going to be a fight for the hills just west of Picardo. We do see a few of these teams take early control. Forever Esports, it is H4K, WELT as well taking control of the hills just south of Craterfield. Now these teams will hold the upper hand if we have a central shift inside of the game, but no! As you said at the start of the game, Necro, the players from 8-bit are going to be happy, and the shift of the zone is just going to make them happier even more. Because the circle is now centered towards El Pozo. This northwestern shift has just thrown a curveball right off the bat for all of these teams.
Important thing for 8-bit. You've also got H4K on the southern side. Forever Esports still on the right side of the map. WELT on the north side, which is quite a good spot, honestly. For WELT, all they need to do is just keep on moving up in that same direction, move down south a little bit, and they won't be in this maximum around El Pozo.
Yeah. Again, I mean, well, they are moving from the northern periphery of the city. Looks like they're going to try and breach from the western side. And 8-bit, I think their game plan is clear. Every single time we have seen a circle like this, Somraj will make sure that his team is going to end up with double-digit finishes. They're going to try and keep El Pozo as clean as possible. In the meanwhile, though, do or die of Nish spotted out. Kunal did try to... Well, an attempt was made to secure a knock over there, but didn't really succeed in doing so. In fact, ends up giving away his position, and this is going to be critical for Team LOLZZZ moving forward, considering they are outside the zone. There's going to be 4 teams around them, so they can be surrounded. Priority right now should be to move towards the circle and find a safe haven.
A massive wave of vehicles are also going to start a movement from that other side. WELT will have a lot of teams wanting to fend off. Team Shockwave as well. They've got a bit of that problem brewing up themselves. Shockwave is around that northern side as well, and as I mentioned, a massive wave of vehicles is on the move towards the circle from that northern side. And Shockwave now, they find themselves up close and personal against another team.
Oh man, this is going to be intense. It's INTxFURIOUS after all. Both the teams, they were struggling to survive. Shockwave had a few good games and they made a bounce back, and I guess they are going to keep the Shockwaves going as the opening is going to be found. Looking for the finish conversion. There we go. And that just completely takes away the opportunity from INTxFURIOUS to re-engage into this fight, considering they had evaded earlier. Rajput left behind. Escape is going to be dire, but away Hades H4K, and it's Draxi all alone, surrounded by the players of Team Forever. He still finds the opener as Oasis is going to be knocked and finished.
Draxi wants to get his hands on that death crate, restock up on the meds, get a bit more of those utilities as well, those frag grenades. H4K looking good for now, since they've got all the 4 players standing as well, so Draxi will be provided some cover fire. He will be backed up soon. And now looking at what's going on here, INTxFURIOUS, for them the problems are not going to be stopping anytime soon.
2 more players done and dusted. And as you said, INTxFURIOUS, the problems just keep on getting bigger and bigger, and this time around, there's just one last man surviving. Chronix, he made a run for his life, but now he's going to be stuck in the blue, and Team Shockwave have an option. If they spot him out, they can go for the hunt, but the circle is extremely far away from these 2 sides. Again, they got to make the move. They got to try and find a breaching point for the stage 2 zone. Otherwise, things are just going to get more and more dire moving forward. But look at the cluster of teams that's there in El Pozo now, Necro.
Yeah.
And now we know when all of these teams take control of those safe havens, they aren't going to be willing to fight. So it seems like we might be heading into a slower phase of this map of Miramar.
Yeah, one of those slothy times, right? Everyone's going to be extremely comfortable. They will be in their comfort zone in their houses, feeling really good, enjoying the time of their lives, but also gathering a bit of that intel at the same time as well. Shockwave taking the shots, and those shots are, of course, finding a bit of that connections, but just little scratches won't be doing anything. And in the end, the final man as well gets snuffed out.
4 finishes on the board right off the bat for Team Shockwave. Can they get a few more? I mean, the start of the journey for Shockwave in this realme BMPS wasn't the greatest, but as you mentioned, it was the third set of the 3 matches that they were supposed to play where they made a bounce back, impressive performances back to back. They now hold a pretty decent position in the overall leaderboard, at least a safe haven. But 8-bit, as we have been talking about it from the start of the match, early control of the city of El Pozo. They are making full use of it, although for now they have just kept themselves hidden. Do not really want to engage in any of these fights. It makes sense. Things could have been a disaster if Gamla Boy got shut down very early.
True that. We've also got True Rippers on the screen, currently repositioning themselves. These micro adjustments can definitely help them quite a bit. Even Shockwave pretty much trying to move around that same terrain. Luckily enough for Shockwave, now the future lines, they definitely do seem quite secure. A few shots taken against Shockwave by the team at the front, and that's going to be the players of WELT. Those shots not really finding any proper connection, so Shockwave's going to be safe for now.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at 4 now as well. Because we don't know. I mean, I don't see any other options for them to move in if the circle takes a shift towards the west or the city of El Pozo. Imagine if they move down towards the northern side, then WELT and Team LOLZZZ can actually sandwich them from the right and the left. They move down south. Forever Esports is going to be waiting for them along with the players of EMZ. I mean, they are looking to make an early rotation as we see the players of Shockwave on the move. The blue zone is closing in. And the next circle is going to be very critical to this entire game. It's kind of a central shift. The city of El Pozo is the southern half of the circle. The northern half, it's just empty. Not a lot of cover except the hills.
Let's just say it's being controlled by WELT. They do have all the 4 players standing as well, and if they want, they can spread themselves out. But WELT knows. Can they really recover if a setback is handed out? Maybe the answer is going to be no, and that's why WELT is not really overextending too much. Instead, they're just playing with their own boundaries. Team Shockwave, once again, those shots are taken against them, and now they're looking to move directly inside of El Pozo. Shockwave as well, returning back that same favor, but nothing critical happening just yet. But as they move up close and personal against the foe, the fight commences.
Well, let's see, though. As you mentioned, fight commences, but Shockwave, they're still looking for an opener, although it is going to be found by the opposing side, and one of the players, it is going to be Madman, gets knocked out. Now EMZ, TCW, they're looking to make a wave over here. The nade looks good. It should be able to secure the finisher and the second knock into this fight. And we have Ace, who is looking to make that bounce. Players towards his either side, secures one more knock. Instant finish conversion. There is no backup. A little bit of miscoordination from the side of Shockwave. As Shockwave, instead of helping out his teammate, just chooses to hide in the car. And the punish comes through from Ace. Blink it and you miss it. Shockwave, they get wiped out from this game.
One of the most rookie mistakes. The man thought if he's going to be inside of the Lamborghini, he will be shrouded.
He should have helped his teammate out. That was an open fight.
Could have been a straight up trade as well.
Yeah.
1 for 1. But no, instead the man just decided to play a little bit back and save himself. Got a little too selfish in the end there. Should have helped out his own teammate. Things could have been better. They could have actually won that fight too. But now because of that, Shockwave's not in the game anymore. While the players at TCW EMZ, they get another shot at life.
Although, as we talk about Team LOLZZZ, how did they get here? That is the question. I mean, a few moments ago when we saw the zone, they were playing the northwestern quadrant. They were in control of the hills. And all of a sudden, we find them at the northern edge of the city of El Pozo. They have gotten themselves inside a pretty decent building as well, although right now they share it with ASSAM Tigers. ASSAM Tigers in full control of the top floor, and Team LOLZZZ just a floor beneath them. I think at this point, you know you can't really engage into a fight against the opposing team, so you just have a peace treaty between the two of them.
I guess.
Just wait for the next zone. Ain't no point wasting utility, to be honest.
In my opinion, just push up, straight up.
Either do that, yeah.
Yeah. Just go in, don't care about anything. Since you know you are pretty much outnumbering the foes anyways, just move up. Take that fight, take the odds. But at the same time, since it is one of those shocking metas, you cannot really afford to directly push up as well. The moment the players start holding the staircase, you're done for.
It is that, and also the fact that they do not know whether they're facing one team or two, because they hear the footsteps right on top of their heads, then they see the bodies on the building across. So there's going to be that paranoia about getting third-partied as well.
Next zone shift's going to be extremely crucial. And there's a massive chance it might just move outside of the city as well. But if it does center on up, it's really good for everyone that's currently playing inside of El Pozo. And it will center on up all the way towards the city itself. 8-Bit finds themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum. Even the same thing can be said for 7 Habits too. Even Team LOL's doing pretty okay for now.
Man, I mean, this has to be a game for Team 8-Bit Necro. If they miss out on the chicken dinner in this one, I think Somraj is going to kick himself. Like, how can we mess this up? A circle right on top of their home ground. But here comes the knock against the players of Team LOLZZZ. Put to fruition by ASSAM Tigers. Although they are still hesitating in making that bounce. Utility lobbed by Walker. Misses out on the re-knock though.
Quite an impressive knock actually. Just pre-firing on that window, getting the knock as well while the man was trying to cross over. Now you've got WELT once again in the outskirts. WELT is messed up big time, by the way. Since the circle's not shifted in the outlines, WELT now needs to go inside of the city themselves, which will be extremely tough to breach because just the amount of ice WELT have gathered on themselves, they will be melted the moment they step out in the open.
Oh no, but Team LOLZZZ, they make the bounce, and they are getting mowed down. Necro Wrangle alone just secured so many knocks. It's down to a 2v2 between these two sides, and the players from ASSAM Tigers, they realize that there is going to be no better opportunity than this to secure the frags, but unfortunately for them, they can't really make that cross as the players of WELT, they make a move, try to breach the city itself. And now, having heard those shots, having read that finish feed, they are going to know that at least a few bodies have dropped inside of that building, but all of this chaos does allow the players of Team LOLZZZ to recover just a player loss, although they secure 2 finishes off of that.
Well, it does have a lot of intel, but they don't exactly know how to work with it since they don't have a good spot to play with.
And they've secured a knock against the players of Team LOLZZZ as well.
Important knock. Team LOLZZZ was already extremely hurt inside of the massive building as well, but still, since Team LOLZZZ, they've got all the 4 players standing as well. That man will be easily back up on his feet. It's not even a concern. EMZ, TCW on the screen for now. Spawning out the players as well, taking those shots as well. Quite far away. Finding any sort of connection is going to be extremely tough, but at this point, it's time to burn through the enemy meds.
It's not going to be that easy, though. I mean, these buildings, they are going to replenish the resources of the players, but yeah, only to a certain extent. TCW. I love how they're trying to gatekeep the players of WELT. The only thing I'm concerned about is eventually someone is going to try to push and take that position away from the players of TCW as well. And by that time, they won't really have all the resources to take on that fight. So they have to be cautious. Can't really waste ammunition and utility just taking a fight at that sort of a range. And especially considering WELT won't even make a move towards the players of TCW. Their objective, I believe, is going to be the players of Team LOLZZZ. That building will become that stronghold, but next shift of the zone, smack center of the city.
Once again, 8-Bit finding themselves in the prime spot. And just look at H4K and the way they've positioned themselves. Backs against the wall, literally.
Yeah.
And now H4K is finally going to start to move as well. There's one of the players inside of the city securing already a decent spot. But H4K might just collide against the players of 8-Bit soon. It's not one of the best possible spots that H4K can find themselves, but at least it is something. And H4K can work with them. Spotting out the player in the front, the man still making quite a smooth rotation, but now it's going to be a slam around the players of H4K.
And as they make the move, H4K, they try to defend their compound, although the push comes through. Cyrus knocked out. The trade is there for the players of Ryder. It's not going to be an easy fight, though. H4K, we've seen them in these 4v4s, but the third party, being used by the players of 8-bit. They want to make this bounce. They want to wipe both of these teams. Storm gets knocked with that Molotov, but there's more teams looking to join the fray as new versions show up out of nowhere. There's 4 teams fighting for these finishes and looking to take control of the southern half of the city. Ryder Esports, somehow they still survive in all of this conflict, although they have lost 3 players now as even Fame gets finished off. Sujal, oh, this can be a big nade, but he decides against it. He could have actually lobbed it at an angle and secured those knocks, but he jumps outside of the building. What is the big plan over here from Sujal?
Just wants to back away, that's it.
And there's 4 players over there.
Get outside of that commotion. 2 teams pretty much just slammed in at the same time as well, so you cannot even blame the man. And now he was too exposed. Gets caught from that city itself. H4K, they found themselves a bit of this individual compound, but at the cost of what? 3 players. H4K losing out on 3 players. Now just down to 1 man. A lot of burdens will be there on that shoulder. While New Version, the entirety of this team is still alive, and New Version knows the task is still quite Herculean.
Yeah, but they got no eliminations off of that. The timing of the fight was precise, but then 8-bit stopped them in their tracks. And they weren't really allowed to move in to secure those finishes, although last 2 players left, 1 from Ryder, 1 for H4K. So New Version can go for the cleanup, but Devansh just holding his angle with the X12K, whips the first shot, gets the second connection, gets the third connection as well. 2 players knocked out. But now he does not have any HP to move any further and gets finished off with that beautiful jump shot coming in from Shuboji. New Version, they get their first finish point of the game as Ryder Esports get eliminated.
Quite unfortunate for Ryder Esports. But since the previous game was quite decent, this one is sort of like a leeway that they've earned. And Ryder Esports won't be eliminated from the tournament anyway, so that's the positive side of the spectrum. WELT pushing up close and personal in that same building of Team LOLZZZ, but they haven't made any sort of moves yet. And WELT was looking like one of the strongest teams a while ago, but the moment the zone shifted inside of the city, WELT's power just faded away. And now since WELT is taken down to a 2-man squad, it's really tough to do anything.
And they're going to be stuck here for a while now, as you mentioned. Then again, it's going to be interesting to see. I think the last-ditch effort that they might try to make is just go for those elimination numbers instead of working with the placements and the finishes. Sometimes you just got to focus on one aspect of the game. Out of desperation, Team LOLZZZ on the other side, 4 eliminations secured in this game already, and they have 3 players left as well. And considering, as you said, they have the numbers advantage against the players of Team WELT, they can make this bounce. Or at least with how Kunal is maneuvering this terrain, it feels like they are also getting eager to clean up this building.
8-bit's in the smack center. A lot of problems as well. A few players exposed too. Team Forever once again looking to eliminate the players of 8-bit. It was Team Forever last time as well. That eliminated SOM in the final few moments, and that was one of the main reasons why Team Forever as well secured one of the solid spots. And right now, too, 8-bit getting shotted by the players of Team Forever. Still the elimination feed starting to pop off, by the way. Quite unfortunate. Team Forever, they've got the highest point. They've got a lot of intel as well that they're working with. And at this point, it feels like they're just playing tower defense. That's it, shooting outside of those buildings.
Well, let's see. I think everyone's just going to be stuck until stage 8. And look at how intense this game's endgame has gotten. We are at stage 7 right now, just a minute left before we have the 8th stage of the game, and then the 9th stage collapse is going to be there. And we still have 11 teams, 34 players still alive. But Team Tamilas, they are looking to make a bounce against the players of Forever Esports. And Lucifer, he was hiding behind the desk to welcome the players of Team Tamilas for a long time, but only is able to dish out a little bit of damage. And Team Tamilas, they get a clean wipe against the players of Forever Esports. Not a lot of mistakes over there from the side of Forever Esports. It's just the shots being whiffed, and Team Tamilas getting the perfect punish off of that. 3 finishes secured.
Quite a clean fight from Team Tamilas. Yeah, losing out on 2 players in that process, but still those 2 players are now back up on their feet, so it's all good. Managing to get 3 finishes so far inside of the game. It's not a lot, but still something that can help Team Tamilas. Looking at the zone and looking at the way the teams are positioned as well. Now it feels like the lobby has finally reached a boiling point, and soon they are going to be funneling in a lot of those elimination points. Next zone shift is also going to be popping up within a few seconds. Centers on up once again. 8-bit's going to be the prime spot.
Smack center of the city, as you said, the prime spot for 8-bit. But what I was wanting to see, we haven't really gotten a glimpse of that yet. The fighting stance of 8-bit, the firepower that this team possesses put into action. There won't be an opportunity better than this. But Necro, stage 8, 20 seconds left before the blue again makes the move. And we are still only down to 10 teams. Only 6 teams have been eliminated so far. 29 players still alive in this match. But that is going to change as New Version make a pounce on the players of Team Forever. And Mafia instantly finds 2 right off the bat, along with a little bit of help from Thunder. And New Version, in a blink, have lost 2 players in a fight where they should have held the upper hand. That is unfortunate.
Team Forever still holding their fort pretty well. As I mentioned, they were trying to play that tower defense, but in the end, they're also getting disrupted by another team around the block. New Version still there down to that one man, and even he can try and disrupt the flow. For Team Forever, the constant problem are there. But as we move on towards another fight, this pressure, it's getting a little too much, and even the util's starting to find those knocks.
TCW AMG, I think they are going to be the final nail in the coffin for the players of Team LOLZZZ. One man knocked. Mudit is the last man left standing, and he's trying to make a run for his life, but might get caught off guard by ASSAM Tigers as the man hides in the corner, and Mudit is going to get shot in the back. ASSAM Tigers, 2 eliminations on the board. Not really the best of the performances, but still a pretty decent total tally as they get themselves to 46 points on the overall leaderboard, and I think that should be a safe position for them to play from.
Yeah, but it's now stage 9 already, and the zones now collapse. And we all know, within the span of 10 seconds, all the teams will be eliminated. And just one will be standing with the chicken dinner.
Not 10 seconds, I mean, you have about 2 minutes.
Yeah, but still, everyone's going to try to make it close, right? Look, the zone's already starting to move. You have 2 minutes on the clock, but technically you've only got 50 seconds to wrap up all the fights if possible. And 8-bit, since they're playing the tower defense, since they're in the prime location as well, everyone wants to move around the house of 8-bit, and 8-bit at this point is stopping every single wave that is approaching their house.
And this is going to be the opportunity where you start seeing the finish numbers for 8-bit go up. They already have gotten those 3 eliminations from the players of 7 Habit, and as you mentioned, everyone wants to move for this building. Team Tamilas is going to be the next one making the pounce, but Gamla Boy is waiting for them on that ground floor, and he's hoping to find the nade connection, but it's going to be Somraj opening things up. 6 eliminations on the board for 8-bit, make that 7 as the cleanup is looking quite good. One more man from the side of Team Tamilas falls, but Raiden is going to get traded out. 2 players knocked out from the side of 8-bit. And recovery, that's what they're hoping for, but Gamla Boy also falls. Fox Soapy, extremely deadly. 8-bit down to the last man, and he goes for a reload with the M4, attempts a peek, but gets finished off instantly as Somraj is there. But 8-bit have lost complete control of this game from being in a winning position to being down to their last man. And Do or Die now stands in a prime spot to secure a chicken dinner.
A massive setback handed to the players of 8-bit. And how can they recover from this? That's the main question. Still, the man's knocked all the way on the upper floor. And he's also quite exposed. The moment the man from 8-bit tries to go for the revival, he will be shot at too.
Yeah.
What can you do? Nothing. Just this one man on a mission at this point. And look at what's going on here. A lot of problems brewing up even for this man. Ace at this moment now needs to pull off an ace off his sleeves.
I mean, doesn't matter what he does, 8-bit, eventually I think Somraj just went up to the rooftop to get a revive, and there it is. Raiden is back, and now again 8-bit, they will have the prime spot for the chicken dinner as TCW MZ, they get finished off. Now it's a 2v3. 8-bit, they don't have the numbers, but they have the high ground advantage, and Somraj with that nade is looking to change everything. It goes out, but no knock secured. Another low toss nade. Raiden makes the pounce, secures the knockout. Niche falls. Somraj with a leap of faith as well. He lands in the blue, but in the end, 8-bit get finished off, and it is going to be Do or Die that end up securing a very impressive chicken chicken dinner. I don't know how they pulled it off because all three of those men were inside of the blue zone.
And do or die, gotta thank the players of Team Tamilas for this to happen.
Yeah.
Because Team Tamilas just spoiled the entirety of the dreams of 8-Bit actually crushing this game and getting that chicken dinner. Team Tamilas, that one-man Fox OP, finding those two crucial knocks, just turning the tides completely. And because of that now, do or die, they get the chicken dinner with 5 finishes and 4 knocks.
Yeah.
This is also going to make sure that do or die is not going to be eliminated from this tournament anymore.
I mean, to be fair, do or die was already in a much safer position compared to everyone else. They were fighting from that second last page of the leaderboard, but they still had like around 40 points. This just gets them into a much better spot. Even before this game, I think their mind was set that, all right, we will have to figure out a way and we will have to fight our way through round 2, but going into round 2 in such a manner just gives you a little bit more confidence. But as you said, man, I think Fox OP definitely deserves a lot of gratitude from do or die for this win.
And generally speaking, Fox OP and the entirety of Team Tamilas is doing much better today, right? Even
Actually,
the first game, Team Tamilas was visible. They were going for those fights as well. We're seeing that aggression from the side of Team Tamilas, and they're actually winning those duels as well. And even inside of this game, Fox OP making such a massive dent. Team Tamilas was surviving till quite the late game too.
Yeah, I mean, got to thank the Circle for that as well, because the Circle was right on top of El Pozo, and almost all of these teams actually took control of El Pozo pretty early. I mean, imagine that, right? We have Stage 8, 10 teams alive in Stage 8. 10 teams!
I know, right? And as I mentioned, right, within the span of a few more seconds, we might just see the entire lobby vacate itself.
Yeah.
And that's what exactly happened, right? 8-Bit, they had the prime spot, unfortunately, for 8-Bit. Team Tamilas pounced on and pretty much dismantled them outside of the game as well. Luckily enough, 8-Bit could have still converted that game. 8-Bit did go for that revival. They were still 2 players strong, but then in the end, that high ground actually played against him.
It did, I mean, it gives you an edge sometimes, but then again, I mean, if the circle is, if the center is not on top of your head, like it was with 8-Bit, you will have to take that leap. Had they been on a lower floor, maybe they could have jumped down quite safely, or maybe if Somraj found those nade connections, that was the right idea as well, but again, lose a big chunk of your HP and then just a tick and then you're gone. But as we look at the highlights, I have to say new version, that was the biggest fumble of this entire game. They had the advantage against Team Forever, and yet, as soon as they ran in, they just got taken out without a sweat.
I think Somraj should have used an underhand toss.
He did.
For that nade. He did use it for the second one, but the first one he tossed it with full force, and that's why the nade rebounded outside of the blue. And that's why the nade was not able to find the value that it was supposed to. And then you've got the team card right now of DOD on the screen. DOD not really getting a lot of elimination points out of that game, just 5, and that's going to give them 15 points in total, which is not bad.
Which is not bad, yeah. 15 points from a match like this, plus you have one more match to go if you are able to secure, what, like 8 points? 5 to 6 points.
Yeah.
Not even 8, 5 to 6 points. You're going to be safe, because DOD, as we mentioned, already in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, and speaking of 8-Bit, they're actually pretty good as well, right? They had a decent bit of elimination points for themselves. Now my real question is, are they going to be comfy inside of the top 8? Are they still looking pretty good? And the same conversation we had about True Rippers as well.
Yeah.
Even they stood a chance, but this game was a complete flop, so let's not count them.
I think that's the fight for these two teams, right? To secure a spot inside of the top 8. And for 8-Bit, I think they're inching closer again and again. They might just be on that 8th position.
Yeah.
But in that last game of Sanok, they need a win to just get a safety cushion going, because there's one more group left, but we have the MVP of the match on our screens right now. It's going to be Ace from TCW EMZ.
Yeah.
And well-deserved as well, 5 eliminations, and especially considering TCW for a long time were just with 2 players in this match.
Yeah, of course. And TCW, as you mentioned, still been able to pull off a decent performance like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice from them. You've also got Kunal right there from Team LOLZZZ. And honestly, quite big ups even from Team LOLZZZ today. They're showcasing that survival gameplay that they were known for in 2024.
I mean, for sure. And as we have the players of 8-Bit as well, Gamla and Somraj over there. 4 finishes for Gamla, 3 for Somraj. They did a brilliant job getting those finish numbers up in the end. But we have the match rankings on our screens. Do or die, ending the game with a total of 15 points. You have 8-Bit with 15, EMZ with 10, Team Tamilas with 10, H4K with 7, ASSAM Tigers with 6, Team Forever with 6, Team LOLZZZ with 6, Shockwave with 4, WELT 3 points from this match, 7 Habit with 2. Now 7 Habit is going to be in a very troublesome situation heading into that game of Sanok, along with the players of INTxFURIOUS, which was the first team to get taken out.
My question is Envy outside of the bottom 16? Because this was one of those teams that was stuck in the bottom 16.
I don't think so.
Don't think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, because even the previous game of Wrangle wasn't that good. Now this game, they've only managed to acquire 2 points. In a Wrangle, they got 0 points. So just getting 2 points in the span of 2 games, new version, I don't think that's enough to pull themselves outside of the bottom 16 as well. But the upcoming game is now going to be a massive ray of hope for new version to actually pull themselves outside of the bottom 16. But they need a decent bit of points too, because after this group, there's also going to be another group that will be in the action.
And because of that reason, I think not even a decent number of points. They need a chicken dinner, because you always have to think about the safety cushion as well. Once you are done playing, there is going to be a drop when you're doing nothing, because the other teams are playing their matches. And that is one variable that new version needs to keep in their account. A win can save them. Anything else puts them in a very dire situation. What's going to be the fate of this team? We're going to find that out, but after this very short break.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And of course, not even the last few days, it's just the last few matches that are left of round 1. It is all about to get finalized. Who gets to move directly to semifinals, who gets put in round 3, and of course, the 16 names that will be eliminated in round 1 itself. And I see, as I say that, Group E is just about to play their last game of round 1.
Well, this is going to be a very, very important one, especially coming from 8-bit as well, because they need to find the spot in towards the top 8, because they are in a very, very comfortable spot in top 16 here. So it is going to be very, very important for them, though.
It is going to be important for them. And one more thing that is going to be important for you guys, it is going to be to check out the Realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen. It has been out and available on Amazon.in for a while now. Go on to Amazon.in, grab yourselves the Realme GT7 if you want to compete in BGMI with extreme comfort, because 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, co-tested by Crafton and Realme. You don't get that in any other device. And of course, 7000 mAh battery with a 120 watt charger as well. But I mean, our players are definitely going to need that Realme GT7 performance if they want to make a bounce back in this last game of Sanok, especially players from teams like New Version or 7 Habit, who are hoping for a chicken dinner just to survive.
Well, surviving is going to be very, very important here, but I feel like a team that is on the borderline that may be eliminated here is going to be Ryder Esports. They were right in the bottom of the top 16. First game, did really well for themselves here, did okay, especially with Exist clutching it, making a big amount of finishes themselves to get themselves 16 points. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Second game, a little bit shaky. I wouldn't say they did too well. I think they just completely dropped the ball. So in this final game to decide whether or not can they qualify is solely depending on their performance right now. So if they get themselves about 10 to 15 points in this game, they should be on the safer side of things, especially when Group F comes into play.
Do you think with Ryder Esports we might have gotten ourselves into a one-hit wonder situation? Because the last time we saw them in Realme BGIS, they did extremely well, and now it just seems like a team, a normal team that is gaining experience slowly and steadily and growing at a steady pace.
I think a lot of people don't realize that here in the BMPS, especially in how the format is designed, it is designed to train the players to be very, very flexible when adaptations comes into play. So every single game you're playing, you're going to be playing a team where you can't really do a lot of homework on. So that preps you for the uncertainty. But when you go towards the semi-finals or towards the LAN, that is where you're going to be playing the teams over and over again. So that is going to be a test on how well you adapt to each other.
And I think that is the test that Rivalry Esports right now are failing, just the adaptability on the fly against some of the best teams in the country, to be honest, because why? This is the Pro Series after all, and it's not just them right now. We are concerned about new version as well. Has two of the legacy names of the Battle Royale genre within their team, but seems like even they are struggling when it comes to just surviving round one. One more map to go. It's going to be the map of Sanok, the most unpredictable map inside of the game, where action and chaos are all that are left behind once the zone starts to close in during the mid-game stages. What is going to happen? Only time will tell. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin Sanok.
Well, this is going to be the decider here for the match itself. It is going to be in the map of Sanok, Group E's final match on screen here for the round 1 stages of the realme BMPS 2025. This is going to be a very, very important one. And of course, the fates are solely depend on this performance here. Will some of these teams make it into round 2, or will some of these teams towards the semifinals, or maybe even round 3 itself? But now the flight paths are going to be coming from the west side, ending towards the southeast corner of the map. And Johnny, are we going to be seeing a little bit of drop clash here? What are the chances that bootcamp is going to be contested? It feels like 7 Habits might be considering to drop onto his Ryder, which, again, Ryder is known to be playing bootcamp a lot.
Yeah, and the last time I remember in a bootcamp drop clash, it was Wild Fangs that ended up beating Rivalry Esports. But hey, look at them. They get lucky. This time there's no one that wants to take their home ground away from them. 7 Habit do drop outside of bootcamp towards the west, but they've taken control of the shorelines rather than directly pushing forward for a fight. Although, there's the awkward drop clash, and it is going to be between Team Forever and the players of True Rippers. What is Forever trying to do away? Are they just trying to directly take a spot inside of the top 16 away from True Rippers?
Well, it might be the case here, but on the screen right now, Team Tamilas is going to be on the hunt here. Justy forced to reload. Team Tamilas able to sums up buy a little bit more time, but eventually goes down. Fox will be the first one to get knocked. Welt, they will be able to get themselves a very, very nice, easy point here. The rest of Team Tamilas not going to be able to do anything about the situation. Rico creeps up to them, tries to engage this fight. But a little bit too late here. Welt is very, very much in sync and in group as well as Rico. He himself has only 2 options. Get out now or fight this. And getting out requires his teammates to provide cover fire because he is pretty much stuck out in the open as well. Oh boy, what does he do?
I mean, I don't think a lot. And Rico as well. Oh no.
Oh no, he's made a lot of move. Maddie definitely heard him. He knows there is a random straggler here. Well, seems like they're just a little bit too afraid to actually push out themselves, knowing that Team Tamilas might be sniping them from afar. But as the time passes by, this gives so much room towards Team Tamilas to actually make action here. Whereas the rest of his teammates here, I guess, is a little bit far off here. But before we get into his action, let's take a look at the minimap. The circle is going to be forming onto his main island itself. Nobody's in Quarry, which is kind of surprising. This feels like a Quarry circle potentially. Maybe even to the north side where Forever X Esports is as well. The south side of this corner is a triple intersection. It's going to be a very hot spot as well into the final zone. But INTX on screen now. Oh, this is not looking good for them because Forever Esports, they get the first knock on them.
Yeah, one play already knocked out, and it should be an easy finish conversion as well. Lucifer, all he needs to do is just make sure that the remaining players from INTfurious aren't really able to close in to go for that revive. But again, I mean, this northern edge of the circle, it is quite cluttered. Shockwave is playing from Cow. INTfurious is in the lumberyard. As we can see, Forever Esports has them surrounded. There's Welt as well moving in from the western side of this position. Tatmok. And then a few moments ago, we saw the players of Team Tamilas as well, just a little bit south of Welt. But Phoenix, he moves in. They are looking for an early finish conversion. Forever Esports, I think Patience has run its course, and they want to put pressure on the players of INTfurious.
Yep, INTxFURIOUS, this might be their last chance competing in BMPS if things go south just like that. Forever Esports now on the rush, 3 versus 4. INTxFURIOUS. Looks like they are going to back off. Rajput pretty much knocked out pretty low. Radiator wants to fight this. Lucifer out in the open. He's not going to go for the white swing here. I think goes for it as well. The shot comes through. Only 1 headshot. So Lucifer dropped down so low. But Radiator doesn't commit. But his pixel was spotted out from the other angle. And Beast gets the knock. What? Not looking good for INTX now.
Where is Beast, man? How does he find that angle over there? That is shocking, but Yeah, I guess. Oh, he moved up north. There was a long-range shot coming in from Beast, but INTfurious, they've lost numbers. In the meanwhile, Forever Esports as well lose one of their players to Shockwave, who will third-party this fight. Now, Rajput, last survivor from INTfurious, and as you mentioned, Icy, their last game in the BMPS officially comes to an end.
This is so unfortunate for them. INTxFURIOUS, a team that's so much potential, now forced to bow out on BMPS. Unofficially yet, we have to wait for the official results of all the scoreboards first, but they are in a very, very dangerous spot to begin with. But all things considered here, Forever Esports doing a little bit of comeback here, but Biz, with that off angle coming through, was able to get the nice knock, but unfortunately was picked off by Shockwave, who somehow is going to be creeping in here. They've heard all these gunshots, and they are looking to try and challenge this. Extrovert making their way into the city, and as of yet, the nade comes true. Cooking for the play here. Does he get the knock? No, he does not. He actually gets knocked himself, caught out in the animation. And now Shroud in a very, very awkward spot here. How does Shroud actually save him? This is going to be the question, because now Extrovert pretty much done and dusted for this game as well. Phoenix. Uh-oh.
Barely dodges it out. Just a little bit of an off toss coming from Phoenix, but seems like the idea was perfect, but that is not going to change anything. Shroud is just surrounded, takes down one, looks for the finish conversion, gets it as well. A little bit of damage dished out to the players of Forever Esports before he gets taken out, or maybe not actually. Shockwave has a line of fire from where he can provide Shroud some cover. R2, he needs to be patient. Just let him bleed out. Don't get greedy for the finish.
Well, he could, because Lucifer's got a very nice off angle as well. Shockwave, the pixel, the spray comes true. Cover has been blown. They know exactly where he is. Arto makes a shot. Shockwave pretty much exposed, but Lucifer looking for him to make a mistake here. As he picks a little bit more to the left side, Lucifer will have the line of sight. He's trying to find him, but Shockwave doesn't see him at all. But here comes the taps coming from Arto, trying to bait him to the left side. Lucifer, when are you going to take the shot? Well, Shockwave is trying his best to save Shroud as much as he can. A big tag comes through, but eventually gets scouted up. A huge flank from Lucifer catches him off guard. Nicely done coming from Forever Esports. What a bait.
What a bait, and I mean, Lucifer, kudos to him. He's just being an amazing teammate right now. Runs out into the open to get an angle onto Shockwave, get that finish in. And I think this game is actually looking pretty solid from the perspective of Forever Esports. 7 eliminations right off the bat. Eliminating 2 teams from this game, INTfurious and Shockwave.
Not gonna lie. Oh, hold that thought for now, because Rico gonna be able to run in here. Here comes the spray down. Maddie actually runs him down with a Uzi, takes him out very easily. And that is gonna be Team Tamilas that gets wiped up, and that's gonna be WELT with 4 finishes in the bag. So back towards the previous fight as well.
Yeah.
The trust coming from Lucifer with Arto was just insane, because Forever X Esports was able to actually take a read on towards Shockwave, who was tunnel vision because he was always peeking from the right side. So that was a very, very insane read coming from them. Meanwhile, Matty, I don't know what that is. Is that a celebration?
Yeah, is BMing allowed? I think
emoting is fine, but teabagging is should be not allowed though. He wasn't teabagging.
Yeah, he wasn't.
But even then,
and I'm surprised you are the person who says that.
Why?
I see we come from a different era. That's all we had. We didn't have emotes back in the day.
Yeah, true. But at the same time, teabagging is kind of like a compulsory thing in this game. Not because...
Compulsory?
So, not because you have to teabag someone. You have to keep jiggling, crouch, and keep moving, because you might get shot while looting.
That is true.
I don't think it was intended, but you have to if you want to survive.
Yeah, that is very true, man. You gotta always keep moving. Be a moving target. Can't be still.
Yeah. It's just the nature of Battle Royale in general.
Yeah. I was just moving. I was just crouching constantly.
The emoting, well, I've never seen people emoting while dodging bullets before, but I've seen clips of it before though.
Really?
Yeah.
That has to be impressive, but I mean, Team LOLZZZ, their run in the previous game seemed a little impressive as well. They were able to secure a decent number of eliminations. This time around though, again, is there a rivalry going on between these two teams? ASSAM Tigers and Team LOLZZZ. They clashed in Miramar, and now again on Sanok they are clashing, but ASSAM Tigers, they lost bodies against Team LOLZZZ in Miramar. So this time they just get out of the way, move back, fall back into the blue, and now are going to take a wider rotation from the northern side of the circle.
Well, speaking of 8-bit, it seems like they will have to continue this fight without Somraj in the picture. So 3 players left in their final shot to try and make it into the top 8. In this case, 8-bit are they comfortably sitting on top 8 is going to be a completely separate matter here. Only time will tell, but this game, MAVERICKS Esports and also WELT, having a miraculous of a potential comeback this match itself. Shockwave out of the equation. Pretty much done and dusted. Not going to be able to do too much. But Team LOLZZZ. Do you think Team LOLZZZ is going to be able to bounce back in this game?
I mean, yeah, that's going to be a very difficult question to answer because the odds are completely stacked against them. I was hoping that the game of Miramar, if they were able to secure like 10 eliminations, they would have bounced back, but that wasn't the case. They got destroyed. They got a decent number of eliminations, though. In this game, again, double-digit points. They need those double digits, and then maybe Team LOLZZZ will be able to survive. And that is still a big maybe, by the way.
Agreed. But on the finish feed here, Fame, they do find their members coming from WELT, and now Exist picks up another one as well, because WELT, they're getting completely dismantled. This is exactly what Ryder Esports needs as well for their run to try and stay out of bottom 16. Right now, the nades come through. Exist getting tagged out by Justy. He is going to go for the push as well. The clutch maker, the dismantled Revenant X-Spark is in front of him. As Exist looking for the nade as well. Justy repositioning, knowing that he heard the pin. No connection so far. And another nade from Justy. He does find the connection. Exist gets knocked instead. So nicely done.
And WELT still looking to move forward. More pressure on the players of Ryder Esports. Oh, Justy gets knocked out from the flank as Fame finds an angle. And now WELT are left bleeding. There is going to be no escape. But hey, I see. Look at the radar. Yeah, they are. They smell another fight. You see that gray spot on the radar? Well, now we see them clearly. That's Forever Esports. Already having 7 finishes in the bag. They're looking for a few more, and that's a perfect position where they can get them from. But I might want to change my statement because the circle has just taken a very hard shift towards the south.
That's a very, very awkward angle to begin with. Hopefully things are going to be for the better for them. Meanwhile, Ryder Esports leaving only having a little bit of a bounce back and of a recovery, so it's going to be good for them. But WELT seems to be they are going to be shut down in this match as well. Very, very unfortunate though. Great start for them, 7 finishes, but unfortunately no placement points potentially unless Manny somewhat as a solo warrior survives it. But based on his positioning and how the circle is going to be shifting down south, I highly doubt so, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely, it's not going to be easy for sure. But on the other side, 7 Habit, Ryder, I think there might be a clash between the two sides as we saw the players of Ryder just spot one of the individuals from the side of 7 Habit. Team LOLZZZ still struggling and dealing with the players of WELT. They want to keep their flanks clear before they move in. But look at that finish feed, man. Do or die. They find the players of 8-Bit, and instead of going up against them at the end game, they want to clear this position right at the very start. 8-Bit already have lost their IGL. Let's not forget about that. Raiden and Aquanox, they're pinned down in the shack. And Aquanox, he's lobbing a nade, gets the knock, but takes a lot of damage in the return trade. And before that even, Raiden fell indoors. That's the cleanup. Do or die. Their stats against 8-Bit, at least today, have been 2-0.
Oh no, 8-Bit is still on the 7th position right now. Based on the standings here, they do get themselves 123 points out of all the game, but they do bow out early. So it is going to be on the borderline on the top 8, but is it going to be at the top 8 at least after the next group? Solely depends on the performance on the next group. But for now, they are on the top 7. Meanwhile, on screen so far, we do see 7 Habit having a little bit of run in here with TCW. As Empire, first one to get it picked off. 7 Habits on the run. But TCW, they do have a wide angle flank. And the shot comes through from Tiger, but no connection. So 7 Habits, the element of surprise has been given away. And this time, they have to fight back. Empire pretty much going to be confirmed from their side. As 7 Habits continues to circle around the Tiger, going for the push. No, the defense coming in from him. It's going to be solid as 7 Habits makes the first blunder.
Well, it's 3v3 now between the two sides, but both the teams have to be careful because look at the backlines. Ryder Esports, they're making the climb up the hill, and there they are. Fragger spots out Clutcher. This is going to be an easy knock for the players of Ryder Esports, and there it is. It's a trade though. Fragger was dropped to the floor. 7 Habit on the verge of being eliminated, and there it is. One more team wiped out from the game. We're down to 11 teams surviving. And TCW, did they get a reset? I don't think so. It's just Ace and Tiger still surviving. 2 more potential finishes for the players of Ryder Esports.
Oh boy, TCW going for the retreat here. Fame trying to make things alive here from the side of Rider Esports. Can they make the dream work is going to be the question here. Meanwhile, on the minimap, look at this. It's going to shift on towards the cave facility. Do or die smack middle of it all. Everybody needs to push into them. And EMZ, oh no, they're even running as well. They claw collision. They get picked off. Viru gets the first knock and they just get eliminated because of that flip. Oh, you hate to see moments like this.
Yeah. I mean, it's if you hate it, if you're rooting for the team, you love it if you're just there for the chaos. Just like me.
That is so unfortunate. Oh, just a small little tumble with the vehicle. And unfortunately, it was right in front of New Version as well.
It was in the intersection of all of these teams, man. I mean, everyone was taking shots at them, and then the last final connection found by Viru over there. But WELT, how is WELT still alive? Can you explain that to me, IC? I mean, how is this team still there in this game? I thought they would be taken out like 3 minutes ago.
Well, they lost 2 players right from the get-go, but luckily for them, Forever Esports did not spot them, so they were able to find a little bit of saving grace while Forever rotated away and then make their move. And with this play coming from the southwest corner, they just might be able to find a small room to kind of hunker themselves and play solo warrior for now.
It was a risky move, but hey, I mean, it pays off, as you mentioned. They might just be able to find a little bit of safe haven. So far, spotted out the players of H4K, but where they are moving, I think they might have a run with Do or Die as well. On the other side of things, Team Forever taking a fight against the players of Rider Esports towards the northwestern edge, where it seems like Rider Esports might have just run out of gas and can't really ride anymore. They lose one more body, and Team Forever, they have the numbers advantage in this 2v4.
Yeah, Team Forever, they need those points as well. They want to stand a chance to hold the spot into the top 16, maybe even the top 8 there. But again, they need a chicken dinner. That's what they need. And Rider, they'll be having a little bit of backs against the wall. They are going to get it completely flushed out as Team Forever still trying to wait for some sort of reactions, but no scout so far, no information given. But he is going to make a mad dash here, trying to go for a risky play, but get the sticky bomb. So there is someone there. As Team Forever may look to try and go for the rush here. Looks like Mafia still waiting on Sharayan to provide some sort of cover. Ryder not making any kind of moves as the zone closes in. Revanche. Oh no, he's going to chip to the blue as well. But oh, Fame, he finds a small little pocket here. Mafia might have just spotted him from the backs of the seat. But the nades comes through. No connection here, Johnny.
No contact found, and the players of Rider Esports, this straight line formation looks good, but both these players could fall in a single blow. Fame, the Molotov forces him to run into the blue for the fight. Devanch as well swings out into the open, and Rider Esports, man, props to Rider Esports. That was a valiant effort, almost taking out Thunder. 2 players were knocked out as well. It would have just left a waste for the 2 of them to deal with, but unfortunately, yeah, it was a 2v4, so Team Forever do end up coming out on top. But now Forever versus Team Forever. Who's going to win this one? Lucifer, the nade goes out. Away somehow manages to dodge out the damage. And, well, that is a swing and also a wipe. Forever Esports wiped out. 2 fights back to back. Team Forever all of a sudden just go from 1 to 5 eliminations.
You blink it and you miss it, because as of now, Team Forever, they were able to clean out the house, but they've lost Thunder in the process here. ASSAM Tiger was turboning from the far, but absolute chaos is happening on the southeast corner now as Team LOLZZZ themselves trying to make a pounce back, but they have to crash onto his True Ripper's Jelly. First knock from True Ripper's Jelly. Now, kill him out, looking to try and confirm this. Unfortunately, and overshoots his nade, so the reset comes through as Team LOLZZZ will slowly but surely make the push up. They found one here, skillful, getting knocked from the side of Sam. True Rippers, this defense is still very, very difficult to be pushed here from Team LOLZZZ.
Well, let's see though. There it is, True Rippers. Again, fighting and struggling to maintain a decent position inside of the top 16. At the start of the day, the hope was for True Rippers to make a break into the top 8 and then just hold on to that till the end of the day. But now even that is looking dire. The first opening knock of this fight is going to be their skillful drop to the floor. Modit as well knocked out. Only 2 players left from the side of Team LOLZZZ, and True Rippers, they're looking for a cleanup, but the finishes, I see the finishes are being stolen, my man. True Rippers only got 1 point off of that.
Yeah, ASSAM Tigers pretty much third partying as well. And based on the minimap, you see the ones with yellow, they are the ones that are shooting from afar, stealing all those points. But on screen now, Team Forever, they're getting completely shot in by H4K. They They can't seem to find a way in.
Yeah.
Shayan, last man standing, trying to pick up as well. He does have a little bit more time, but they are all clumped up on towards this rock, and that is not exactly inside zone. H4K going to take advantage of this and just completely dip out of this spot to get into zone now.
Well, let's see. H4K, as you mentioned, on the
Wait,
move.
they're not.
And it seems like they are on the move towards the players of Team Forever. They make a pounce inside of the smoke, and the shotgun spam goes on. But it is Team Forever who find the knocks in those trades, and all of a sudden, fight messed up. A huge blunder from the players of H4K. Osiris with the nade can actually clean up. It looks quite decent, but it bounces off the rock and goes on to the other side. The second one will make contact, hopefully, and Cheyenne gets knocked. 1 point given away. H4K somehow still alive in this match.
Oh my god, Gil, this guy, he is an absolute menace. New version on 85th position, trying his best to actually survive this as he tries to defend against the world, but he will eventually bleed out to the Molotovs coming in from H4K. H4K, the rush was solid, but the blunder, the third parties is just phenomenal, and now ASSAM Tiger Esports getting scouted out from Team True Rippers on top. He was a menace for them. And right now, he's stuck in one of the most awkward positions here. It is still inside zone, but he is stuck.
He is definitely going to be stuck. And Luffy, he's not going anywhere. Gets knocked out. Everyone, it's like a sale for that finish point, and everyone wants one. Well, it goes to the players of True Rippers. Do or die. I think they have gotten a lot of value from this compound, which they stole. Not stole, but actually forcefully took away from the players of 8-bit during the early stages of the game. They've gotten 7 eliminations and have kept all 4 of their players alive. But now is the biggest challenge of this match. How do you make that hill climb?
And based on the standings on the right side as well, if you pay attention to the numbers on the most left corner, those are the numbers on their current overall standings in the current point system.
Yeah.
Right now, True Rippers in a prime position to maybe break past into the top 8, and they need to get the chicken dinner right here, right now. Having the high ground, they have to close out this game. They've got 108 points, and the top 8 needs 20 points, so that means they need every single finish and maybe even a chicken dinner in order to stand a chance of making it to the top 8.
Yeah, they need both the finishes and the chicken dinner, as you mentioned. There's the 4th. They're going to need 10 finishes and the 10 points for the chicken dinner, just to be in a safer position, because that, I believe, might just be able to give them a point or maybe 2 points of safety pushing. But Jelly getting spoiled out by Do or Die and knocked out as well. Quite unfortunate. Things are looking dire for True Rippers now.
So close, yet so far. 4 teams remaining. High ground advantage on True Rippers, but the circle. Johnny, guess what? WELT, they make it the top 4. And because of this play and the scores as well, WELT, they should technically be qualified to round 2 themselves, not gonna be eliminated. But Do or Die, they're making a bounce back from the bottom side. True Rippers, they get the reset. They are gonna try and fight this, but WELT, oh WELT, small little pocket. They don't know they're inside here. They are underneath the cave. How is this circle so small, yet there's still 4 teams left, and Do or Die, they're wrapping around everyone from the outskirts, but the rats, the sneaky little solo warriors, WELT and ASSAM Tigers still alive inside the cave. But guess what? Walker runs into his WELT, and the solo warriors will collide as WELT Esports now exposed their information, forced the reset. They're pretty much trapped in this cave, and Do or Die is going to try and choke them out.
Oh man, this is going to be...
They need this finishers, True Rippers.
Yeah.
They need everything.
Literally everything, because there's 5 other points on the board. So even if they miss out on a single point, that could put them in a very difficult situation for the semi-final spot. So True Rippers like Jelly, the big brain plays needs to come through. But the Molotov does push him in the back lines, and Do or Die with that amount of pressure. Alright, they're losing bodies now. Avnish dropped out. The blue zone closing in, but if WELT is able to take even 1 point away, then True Rippers could be in trouble. And Aim God, oh, he's lining up the nade. It goes out for a perfect toss. There's the knock, and there go the points, man. From what looked like an opportunity to secure a spot within the top 8, I think True Rippers might have just barely missed out.
Maybe, just maybe, but still a win is still a win. True Rippers Jelly takes the chicken dinner for this final match of Group E itself, and they will be part of the top 16s for sure. But
Yeah.
top 8, it all comes down towards the wire itself. 8 finishes in total in the hands of True Rippers Jetty, but will they be able to be part of the top 8? It's going to be a completely separate matter, because as of now, this was one of the closest games here coming in round 1 as well, especially down towards the tiny little wire of each and every single tiny points.
That is true. And again, it's still a very big maybe whether True Rippers actually get to keep that top 8 position, because I feel like right now they might be on that 8 spot, but after the next group, if Team Aryan or Hyderabad Hydras actually end up having a brilliant day today, if they are able to secure those big chicken dinners, because those two teams, they might not look like they have a decent spot inside of the top 16, they still are right on that borderline, right, from where they can make that leap and from where it's actually possible to jump into the top 8. If they end up doing that, then True Rippers is the first team to get kicked out.
Exactly. Mathematically, it is still very, very possible for them as well, especially when it comes to points, because 3 more maps to go, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, they are guaranteed in towards the top 8. And unfortunately, say for True Rippers, they are going to be on the chopping block for that top 8. So top 16 guaranteed, but top 8, well, that is going to be a completely uncertainty. And only time will tell. It all solely depends on the final group that is going to be playing right after this. Meanwhile, in case you miss out on action as well, Rider Esports makes a little bit of a bounce back themselves, but is it enough to stay out of the bottom 16 is going to be a completely separate matter.
It definitely will be. And again, I think from this particular group, in terms of making that bounce back out of the bottom 16, today gave us a lot of hope for Team LOLZZZ. New version, it's just based on the legacy of 2 of the individuals within the team that I was personally hoping that New version survives this tournament, but with how they played, yeah, it's not looking good for them. In this particular game, I think one of the best early game starts that we got to witness, and this is going to be a special mention, is Forever Esports. Man, those 2 teams getting cleaned up in Lumberyard it's very special.
Yeah, it is very, very special indeed. But, of course, the winner chicken dinner stats here, obviously you have to give it towards Jelly. Jelly was the one that got 4 finishes in the game, but the circle advantage pretty much favored towards them towards the entire time. So they were playing very, very tactically, very, very I would say passively as well, just because they had the advantage. There was no reason for them to go super crazy because of how the zone was developing around them as well.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, that one shift, I think the circle moving towards caves was the only circle that favored them. Other than that, I think most of the ships were in the compound that was in control of Do or Die, and because of that, the early stages, True Rippers were not really in a position from where they could secure the finishes. No one was moving from the southern side except WELT, as we saw.
And every single time they are looking to get a couple of knocks, especially for the defense as well, it's always getting third party, or in this case, stolen away by ASSAM Tigers.
Yeah,
it was 2 guys as third party from afar. I'm like, where are these shots coming from as well? Because it seems like every single time Jelly gets a knock, Team LOLZZZ had to hide in cover, but that cover is exposed to ASSAM Tiger, who's like 300 meters away, who coincidentally, hey, you know what, Tiger? I'm going to get a couple shots in. All right, that's my finish, that's my finish, that's my point.
Personally, for me, that's the highlight for the game. ASSAM Tigers, and not just True Rippers Jelly, they were being a nuisance too. I don't know how many different teams that were playing that eastern edge and the northern edge. Perfect third parties, not engaging in any fight completely. Just go in, find a knocked man, take that point, and just run away.
Yeah, it's so annoying. Easy. Yeah, it's so annoying. So same can be said for Gil coming from New Version. He was the last one to actually ruin the game for H4K.
Oh, yeah.
But with that being said here, let's take a look at the overall standings so far for match ranking. In this match, it's specifically True Rippers taking the chicken dinner with 8 finishes will get themselves 18 points. WELT with an amazing recovery as well, get themselves 13 points. Do or Die with 12 points. Team Forever with 9 points. H4K with 8. ASSAM Tigers, 7 points. Not too shabby.
And again, I think all thanks to those stolen finishes, man. But Forever Esports, I think that could have been a big performance for them had they not gotten taken out by Team Forever. 7 eliminations right off the bat. No placement points. New Version walk away with just 4 points from this match. Then you have Rider Esports with 4, 7 Habit with 3, Team LOLZZZ with 2, EMZ with 2, Shockwave with 2. INTxFURIOUS is going to be there at the bottom of the leaderboard. INTxFURIOUS, their journey has come to an end for sure.
Okay, without further ado, seems like True Rippers Jelly will be the ones that overtakes 8-bit and tie it with 123 points. So that means Hero Extreme Godlike will go down and head in towards the round 3 here on 9th position for part of the top 16 there. So very, very unfortunate for Hero Extreme Godlike, but that was a very, very good comeback coming from True Rippers Jelly. And because why they are ranked on top of 8-bit, because they have more winner chicken dinners than 8-bit.
But as we look at the overall leaderboard, we saw that Team Aryan was on the 16th position, need 24 points to get themselves on that 8th position. Hyderabad Hydras need 26 points to get themselves on that 8th position. So, again, with 3 matches, the opportunity is there. But the question is, I see with 2 teams moving in, I think True Rippers and 8-Bit are under threat. Is there going to be anyone that takes a comeback, makes a comeback along with these 2 teams and could potentially put Wildfangs also under threat because they are not too far away, 128.
Yeah, that's very, very... Well, I don't think it's possible now considering it's the final group here, 3 matches to go. So they do need 3 back-to-back games. So most likely it's going to be either between 8-Bit or Jelly. Most likely 8-Bit is going to be the ones that is going to be on the chopping board for top 8. But here, a little bit of recovery here from Ryder Esports. He was on 47th place now. So Ryder Esports actually makes a miraculous comeback and actually manages to qualify to round 2 just off today's performance. So Ryder Esports is safe from the bottom 16. Meanwhile, this is the danger spot for the teams in the bottom 16 here. The page before after this is going to be the teams that are going to be in the bottom 16. So these are all the teams that is in the chopping board as well. New version, pretty much on the borderline. Someone's Dream, even God's Omen, U7, Dragon Esports, all these teams are going to be potentially eliminated on this final page.
I mean, there are 5 teams that are going to be playing their matches. SIGNIFY LOC is going to be there with 37. We have Surge that's going to be playing in the upcoming game. Diesel Esports, Team Z, and Arc Knights are going to be there as well. So within these 5 teams, there's opportunity. All right, I'm going to count Arc out because there are 13 points. There's no way they make that leap towards the 40-point marker. So that leaves 4 teams that can potentially convert these upcoming 3 games and then move outside of the top 16. If you're over 40, you can take a sigh of relief. But everyone under 40 in those late 30s
is in a danger spot.
It's going to be in the danger spot,
Yeah, and of course, let's talk a little bit more on towards the realme MVP ranking as well. Obviously, this is the current top 5 in the MVP leaderboard. Seth going to be one of the top here with 0.72 MVP rating. Fierce going to be joining them. WizGod as well. Legit and Goblin. These are 5 of your stars from round 1 itself.
Yeah, and again, I mean, these players have been very impressive so far. Especially, I mean, Goblin and Legit. This was the talk of the town. Well, not the town, in fact, the entire country when they joined the new lineup of Seoul, and everyone wanted to see what this dynamic duo was going to put on the table. And I hope the fans are satisfied with their performance in round 1.
No, I think yesterday was a very, very good answer towards them as well, because my question towards is that Manya and also Nako specifically was that how do they adapt to this dynamic duo's playstyle? But yesterday's performance on how Manya as an IGL and making those decisions has really proved to me like, hey, this guy still got it. And also to see Nicole forced to play a very flexible role between entry fragging and also supporter role was also a very, very good sign onto a Team Seoul as a team composition in general, coming based on yesterday's performance.
Of course, I mean, that gives you hope, right? That even if the frontliners drop, the 2 veterans of the team will step up and secure those numbers. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back to Group F because the matches are going to be intense. But all of that is after this very short break.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
everyone, and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025. And today is day number 12 itself. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Necro as we take you through a completely different journey here for today in this final 3 matches. And it is going to be Group F itself. We saw Group E having a little bit run in here. I would say True Rippers Jetty, and it bit narrowly qualifies into the top 8, but they are still in the danger spot right now, Necro.
Yeah, there's still a few teams inside of this group itself that can actually stand a chance to directly move on towards the top 8 as well. So there's a big chance 8-bit can be fizzling out, including True Rippers themselves. But something that's going to help you with your gameplay, it's going to be the Realme GT7 itself. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, this device also comes in with stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, and also powered by a chipset like MediaTek Dimensity 9400E. So one thing is for sure, your game is not going to be lagging or stuttering anytime soon.
Well, as of yet here, what are you waiting for? Buy now. Buy. Just search it up on Amazon. Get it. If you want to be a pro, you got to get the Realme GT7. But all things considered here, let's talk a little bit more on towards the schedule for today. If you guys have missed out on early action as well, we have started things off with Group E. Now we're going to be continuing the journey from Group F itself. So we're going to be starting things off with Sanok, Miramar, and then Aryan for this map here as well. True Rippers Jelly doing really well here. But if you guys are wondering who is going to be playing on Group F right now, on the screen we have Team Aryan, we have Hyderabad Hydras, we have Shadowblitz Esports, Team Insane Esports, Meadow Esports, Team Eggy, Mastermind Mavericks, Jux Esports, Hirdmen, XOTIC Signature, ZENIN Esports, SIGNIFY Esports, Search at AIB Esports, Diesel Esports, Team Z, and also none other than Arknight's Redcoats.
Yeah, pretty much a stacked group, right? Once again, even for Team Z, if they want to qualify, first of all, pull yourself outside of that bottom 16, and that's the only way you stand a major chance to qualify. And of course, after that previous group as well, we have gotten a few more confirmed teams that are not going to be playing the round 2 anymore, that will be eliminated from the BMPS itself. But now, about this particular group, there's Team Aryan that's currently sitting inside of the top 16 with only 9 games played so far. And in my opinion, Team Aryan should easily crack open the top 8.
Well, same can be said for Hyderabad Hydras as well. It is going to be very, very close. Their performance solely depends on these 3 games. And without further ado, we're going to be starting their journey right now in the map of Sanok to decide the fates here of Group F's position into its round 2, 3, or maybe even the semifinals itself. Without further ado, the flight path is going to be appearing on screen right now. It seems to me it's going to be starting from the northeast of the map and then heading into the direction of towards the west side of the map. So a pretty northwestern shift of circle for all this team to traverse in the chaos of Sanok itself. And as we know, since Sanok is quite the zone-centric map for the teams, one thing is for sure, aiming for the centric part is going to be essential. But then you look at a few teams like Metal Esports, even Eggy, and then you really wonder, are they going to try to go for the eccentric part or instead just try and aim for the elimination points? And I generally think these teams will definitely try and get as many eliminations as possible, specifically on this map, the moment they find out the zone's not on top of them. Well, this is going to be very, very important coming in from them as well. Surge going for a widespread coming from them. Seems like they are not going to be contested, which is an okay sign. I'm expecting maybe some sort of drop collision very, very soon, especially coming in from hold that thought for now, because it seems like Alpha Island, we do see Diesel going up against Hirdmen on top of the temple itself, and Hirdmen losing 2 players now.
Exactly, Hirdmen, they've got a lot of problems for themselves as Panther as well falls down. And what just happened? The entirety of Hirdmen, they've been eliminated from this game within a blink of an eye.
That is so unfortunate of them as well. Shadowblitz, they heard all this commotion. They were thinking about trying to join this party, but a little bit too late as they try to make their way into his heart in. But Diesel will be the victors in that fight itself. And that's going to be a big win for them here. And finally, we get the glimpse on the circle. It's a hard shift down south. And guess what? The circle seems to be a repeat. Kind of a repeat from the previous round. Only a little bit of harder shift here. So this zone, circle 1, feels like a circle 2 itself.
Yeah.
And could this be a cave circle once more? It's going to be a completely separate matter because it's weird.
Cave's a little bit too far away right from that centric part, so there's a big chance it might just not shift towards Cave. But Team Z, they've got a bit of that problem brewing up for themselves as they lock horns against XOTIC Signature.
Yep, the fight continues as well, but the third party from afar, XOTIC Signature going for the rush. They do get the dog, but the third party is a little bit too annoying there because from afar, Team Mastermind Mavericks is looking to try to shoot at them as well, but XOTIC Signature to get one confirmed. Now TZ going to be an awkward spot. The jump shot from Skylar clips him on the hips. And Skylar now An absolute menace. Now waits for the next target, walks into his crosshair, takes him out. Skylar, this guy has got ice in his veins. So chill, so calm in that fight.
I know,
Four
right?
finishes by Skylar himself. What a takedown.
Manhandling TZ like they did not even mean anything to that man. Easily eliminating them from the game as well. But now SIGNIFY is looking to eye out a few more foes in the front, as they've already managed to open up the fray as well. XOTIC signature, not really the best way they wanted to kick things off.
Oh my goodness, could this be the potential Sky King is going to be the question here, but as of yet, SIGNIFY Esports, they themselves are going to be in a little bit run in here. They do take one of the players away from XOTIC, so that is going to be a very, very interesting journey for them. XOTIC signature forced to actually play this with 3 men, while SIGNIFY is going to be happy with the third party. Just 1 player, good enough.
Yeah, luckily enough for XOTIC signature, they did manage to get those 4 elimination points, right? But then losing out on a man like that, I'm pretty sure they never saw this coming either. And SIGNIFY Esports just pulling off quite the unorthodox move, quite the unplanned move. And that's why the man from XOTIC signature just gets caught off guard like that.
Well, on the screen here, Surge now, they've pretty much had a little bit of widespread, forced to actually rotate around them. They are going to be coming from the entry point of Alpha Island. Seems like they deemed it to be a little bit of a safer route. It is a little bit off, but fortunately for them, that gamble actually pays off, considering that there's no one gatekeeping in front of them. So right now they are going to do their safety checks before actually pushing through. Doesn't seem to be able to spot any kind of vehicles, but they are panicking with the driving here coming from Surge. Look at this, they're all looking at those compounds. They're just taking the safety precaution before going for the push as well.
I don't think this is safety precaution. They're just out in the open. If there was someone sitting inside of the compound, they would have been mowed down like that.
Well, I'm curious, did they actually run out of gas?
Yeah, they did. They did. They ran out of fuel, and that's why they needed to stop right on top of the bridge, move out in the open towards the compound. But I want to let you guys know about something really important, and that's going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs since the device is already out. And if you're considering to buy a new device, consider this device. This has a lot of specifications specifically on this price range.
Now, before that, let's take a look at the replay here. Skylar with the confirmation is so aggressive as well. And it seems like bullets just can't seem to touch him. This jump shot was just insane coming from Skylar. And this patience here, like he just knew, wow, he actually got traded off pretty low. But damn, that was a very, very nice rush coming from Skylar here, taking 4 players all by himself. Very nicely done.
Yeah. Metal Esports, all the 4 players once again taking a bit of that backseat off the rip. Dropping towards Camp Bravo, getting their hands on loot as well. They will probably go for that rotate as well. A little bit late though. Still need to make it inside of the circle. That's going to be their main priority. The Smack Center once again starting to get filled up with a lot of teams. You already do see 5 or 6 teams around that vicinity.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very important for them. Meanwhile, on screen as well, we do see Team Aryan actually. Apologies there. You know, I'm so used to seeing Hitler in towards Bot Army Esports. This is the little bit of a mixture here coming from Aryan, and also having a completely new roster, especially here. Hitler and Devotee coming from Bot Army Esports, just Cyrex coming from Genesis Esports. So this is going to be an interesting team. But they did give us a very, very good shocker as well, especially coming from round 1 itself, because they are in contention for top 16 and up becoming superstar team, to be honest.
Of course. It is one of those teams that is currently sitting inside of the top 16 as well, with just 9 games played. Currently playing their 10th game, by the way.
Yeah, the question here is, can they break past the top 8?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that tough for them.
Well, based on this game, it is going to be tough or easy. Is going to set the trend here, because Hyderabad Hydras also a team up for contention here. Is going to be having a little run in. Guess what? They find the players coming to see the SDY, and the spray down comes through. They take 2 down, and just like that, they get completely wiped off. What happened? They just got completely shut down. SIGNIFY Esports out of the game, just like that.
Yeah,
What?
that's got to blow. That's got to hurt for the players to SIGNIFY Esports. As we move on towards another fight surge. They've got a bit of that problem brewing up even for themselves. Team Aryan, Hitler's knocked out in the open, quadding the enemy turf as well. Does Surge really do want to blow that fallen man? And they will end up taking that elimination point as well, which is a good thing. Hitler not in the game anymore. It's quite unfortunate for the players of Team Aryan, but now it's something they need to work with. A 3-man squad looking to blow off the entirety of Surge. This sounds a little bit difficult, but still a knock is found.
Yep, now Surge looking for another nade, finds one more! Surge makes a bounce back, and now Aryan, they're in a lot of trouble. They've lost one. Cyrex gonna rotate away to try and add pressure and try and reposition, but Surge, they will get the reset, but here comes the rush! Oh, misses the first shot, and Devotee takes him out. Oh no, what a pump from Devotee.
I can't believe he actually won that duel as well. Devotee had the disadvantage. And unfortunately for Devotee, the opponent missed his first shot.
That was
Next
so
zone is going to be
unlucky.
shifting around that left side. Still all the way towards the bottom. And you can see ZENIN finding themselves in the smack center, which is quite a great thing. A few more teams around that vicinity. You also do see Team Aryan, Devotee driving around that same turf. And at this moment for Team Aryan, they themselves know, yeah, they do have a decent spot to play with, but unfortunately, not a lot of men.
Yeah, they don't. But all things considered here, look at the circle. A huge cluster forming onto the southeast corner of the map, near towards the bridge area. Seems like a lot of teams are going to be expecting a circle to be shifting down south, as they are trying to gatekeep all those entry points. But now on screen, we do see Jux getting naded here from EG. And that's yet EG in one of the worst possible spots to be in, to be honest, when it comes to Eggy. They've only got 2 men. Rain Knox comes through, Jax gets spotted out, but JD Gaming are hearing all these vehicles around him. He's deciding, is it his teammate or is it going to be enemy here? It seems like this is going to be his teammate there. Is Eggy, Pro, forced to make a run for it as well. Team Insane, bearing a mark. Everyone is just gathered around this woods as well. There's just so many people. It could be anywhere at any time in this game itself.
Team Insane's got the high ground on top of the hill. They know there's a foe right in front as well. Just wait for the man to peek out. But I'm pretty sure even that player's not going to be given those peeks like that. Avi looking to toss an 8. This might just be on the mark as well. Should be able to find a knock. And that's going to get the confirmation too. Unfortunately, Team Eggy has been eliminated quite early inside of this game, and it's something that you never expect. Team Eggy's someone that's a major prospect to directly cross inside of the top 16 as well. But now if they keep on playing the same way, Eggy might just fail to cross.
Yeah, they are going to be in the middle of the pack, so we will definitely see them in round 2 itself. Meanwhile, Team Insane Esports looking to be in a very, very dominant position. Can they actually go in for the push? Is going to be a completely separate matter. But Insane Esports, hearing all these gunshots around them, it's got them thinking, which fight should they take? Because as of now, they've got the high ground. They have no reason to trying to fight this. However, north side here, shadowblitz making their mark themselves as well. Can shadowblitz actually make it in the top 8?
Good question.
Oh boy.
shadowblitz still pretty far away. They've got a lot of tasks to still complete if they want to move directly inside of the top 8. But a huge shout out to our sponsor, the Kia Ceros. Once again, speaking of the safety features on this car with that 5-star BNCAP rating for your peace of mind, it also comes with 6 airbags as standard, 360-degree camera, front and rear parking sensors, and also a smart dash cam with dual camera.
Well, be sure to check it out. But on the screen now, Hyderabad Hydras, they picked themselves 4 finishes, looking very strong themselves. A top contender for the top 16, maybe even the top 8 themselves. But they do need massive games in all 3 games, and this is the beginning. We've got 11 teams left alive for them. Hyderabad Hydras, they are going to be docking into Painan. The circle actually shifts on towards the outskirts of Painan, so they are technically safe inside the zone and may be able to punish a couple of solo warriors looking to try and hit their way. And as you can see, the circle, teams from the southeast corner, they are going to be looking for Painan as sanctuary later on. So that is going to be something that is going to be very, very helpful for Hyderabad Hydras in terms of finding finishes.
Yeah, still the smack center though. It's quite exposed. We do see ZENIN move up around that centric part. Diesel Esports, it's also one of those teams that's struggling in the bottom 16. For Diesel Esports, though, to pull themselves outside of the bottom 16 shouldn't be that tough. They're not doing too bad. They just need a few points, and they can instantly pull themselves outside of that bottom 16 as well.
This team, a team that always surprises at the last moment as well, somehow finds a way to qualify every single round. Just can't seem to find an opportunity, or in this case, a ticket to the land yet for Diesel Esports. As Mastermind Mavericks, they themselves also a top contender. We know them to be one of the strongest teams from BGIS, but it seems like this entire round 1 of BMPS has not been working out for them. XOTIC signature now in one of the weirdest awkward situation. Skyler with the 1v4 situation, able to find 4-piece. Now, forced to push in, but they're still hesitated just because there's just lack of information from Northwest. And could you really blame them, considering that there's just so many teams on the southeast corner? But Arcnights now, they're going to be crashing towards Painan, and Hyderabad Hydras forced to defend against this. And while this is happening as well on the northeast corner, I believe there is a Metal Esports around them as well. So there is going to be a 3-team showdown. Sarvin only hears Arcnight, but I don't think they've spotted Phoenix Metal yet.
Yeah, they haven't. Arcnight's one of those teams that's currently all the way at the bottom as well in the overall standings in this particular group. So you can only imagine how desperate they are for the points. At this moment on, Arcnight, at least they've got all the 4 players standing. They need a chicken dinner, nothing less than that. Even double-digit points are not going to be satisfying their needs. They need a chicken dinner off the rip. Metal Esports starting to move in towards Painan, slowly and steadily inching in towards that safety line. But they don't exactly know how many teams still do linger inside of Painan. There's 2 teams currently. Arcnight is one of them. And for Metal Esports at this moment on, fighting should be the only way to try and survive. They need to move up, scoop up the players of Arcnight, then cross on over, take another fight, which sounds extremely tough, but it's Metal Esports we're speaking of. They're capable of it.
Yeah, but I think the wise cause, like the choices that they're doing now is just sneaking their way in to get a little bit of element of surprise, because Arcnight and Hyderabad Hydras doesn't realize that Metal Esports has kind of creeped in. So this is a good sign, but, well, looks like all that creeping is not going to be worth it right now, because the circle is going to force them out of it directly. So it's either they are quick about it, or they are going to take a little bit slow here, because Metal Esports, seems like they are going to wait for Hyderabad Hydras and Arcnight to make a move first before making the rush. But as soon as I say this, Ninja actually spots him out, and that's going to be Hyderabad Hydras taking a nap, knock onto his Altu.
Quite unfortunate. Bad start as well for Metal Esports. But I'm pretty sure Hyderabad Hydras is not going to push up as well. It's too risky. So it's just going to be knock. Not confirmed. The knocked man will be back upon his feet, so no problems. But we did see the zone a while ago, and the zone shifted right on top of the players of ZENIN too. And ZENIN is one of those teams that is still in the bottom pack of the overall standing, so they need these points as we move on towards another fight all the way on the hilltop.
Oh, Mastermind Mavericks, they're getting completely shut down. Jux Esports, they clean them out. You blink it and you miss it. Jux Esports has ambushed a huge game for them. 7 finishes in the back. They've got 1 knock, and just like that, they claim the victory. But the zone not in their favor. They've got another team looking at them. But as you can see, Amazing doesn't realize that they're not exactly looking at them as well. But he sees a sport guy out and open. He's going to try and take a shot in, but no, he misses the few shots. Not going to be able to get the knock. But it is going to do a lot of damage. But inside Painan, look at this Metal. They're getting completely shut out. Zone forcing them to cross. Hyderabad Hydras, they set for the longest of time. They are going to clean them out, but everyone in Painan is going to be tanking the zone, as Hyderabad Hydras need to make a mad dash. But the damage has been done. 8 finishes in the bag for Hyderabad Hydras.
Teams in Painan are not going to start a suffocated death, which is quite unfortunate. But there's nothing you can do at this moment. Metal Esports down to their just one last man, which is going to be Zyrex. And Metal Esports starving on those points for now. But Zyrex able to find that crucial knock. Is now also going to put the opponents in a big world of trouble. Metal Esports.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, I don't think Zyrex is going to be surviving for too long. He's taking too much damage. He does get those meds from his teammates' loot crates. But for how long can he keep himself alive? That's the main question. And now you've also got the players of SP taking those constant shots in the front. shadowblitz. They're also making that pounce on the man since they want to get the confirmation as well off those points.
And now Ninju looking to try and reposition. The smoke comes through. He wants to try and take those vehicles back off. Seems like he is going to smoke those vehicles to try and reposition. But nope, he gets spotted out by Arlo. Waited for the right moment. The smoke did not pop. Gets the line of sight, takes him out, and Arlo will get the confirmation. The circle going to be favoring on Diesel now. It's all up to Arlo to actually push everyone back from the north side. So he's got a very, very nice line of sight here. This is one of the most awkward compounds to be in, but based on how this circle is developed, Arlo has one of the strongest compounds to work with to shut down any team coming from the north side right now.
Yeah, ZENIN's as well looking extremely strong in that circle. All the 3 players well spread out. They've also got the prime spot as well to play with. So the ZENIN's looking the most strongest.
Speaking of which as well, ZENIN. this case, Jux needs to push up. They are going to be fighting this fight. XOTIC Signature has to defend. Signal getting ran over, did absolutely nothing. Jux, they get 9 finishes. What a rundown, what a push coming from Jux Esports. And now Jax gonna be forced to reset his health. Diesel Esports heard all this commotion. The nades comes through, no connection coming from LB. It's Jux, they know there is company here. LB not making a lot of move, but Phoenix, he was trying to check the sides, but guess what? He's gonna help out with Jux as well because Diesel getting knocked from him.
Yeah, and now it's time for shadowblitz to make a move as well. You can see Phoenix on the move. Wants to hand out the death blow, also save the day for his own teammates. Will toss out that smoke as well, wanting to go for the revival on the fallen comrade. Jux Esports from the top is constantly raining down hellfire. This time around, the team at the front's going to be in the name of Diesel Esports as well. Diesel's taken down with a 2-man squad. And these remaining 2 players, they need to do something desperately. Save the day for themselves. Jux is on fire. They're popping off on a different level. Especially Amazing. This man's been deactivated for the longest, and now Amazing's found the right moment, the right opportunity to make himself come back to life. And Jux is looking like a well-oiled machine right now.
Yeah, 6 finishes in the bag. A big recovery coming from Jux Esports. shadowblitz Esports now in one of the very interesting positions to be in, but he's gonna get spotted out. Helmet getting tagged out pretty hard, forced to go in for the first hit. Devotee going for the flank. Aryan makes the mark now, as Phoenix will get confirmed by Devotee. Team Aryan out of nowhere. The duo here, Devotee and Cyrex, now forced to play this as a duo squad, as a circle. Still not in their favor. They need to push up, but they are chipping away at the sides here as much as they can. Jux holding the high ground from the west side. Hasn't found no entry point yet. They found 10 finishes. And they're just waiting for their time here. But Devotee, again, he finds another player from shadowblitz. How does he do it every single time?
Devotee, the star player, now starting to make some star moves inside of the game. Dismantling the team in the front just single-handedly. And it's quite unfortunate for the players of shadowblitz as well, because they had a solid stance to play with, but then just this one man opens them up completely. And within a flash, you will see the entirety of shadowblitz just crash down as they've been eliminated from this game completely. There's still Jux on the left side of the map, and Jux can control a massive terrain if they know exactly how to play their cards.
Only time will tell, because as of yet, the next obstacle coming from Aryan here is going to be the members coming from Team Insane. They've got a wide spread from the east side. ZENIN as well hasn't exactly made their mark. Don't really have the high ground. Only Bunty has it. But at the moment Bunty goes down, everybody's going to be running up top here to try and take that spot. And Bunty, he seems to be looking in the wrong direction because Insane Esports, he's crept up onto him as well. Gods, he heard this commotion. Same can be said for Bunty. He's going to be gate-kipped. Somebody needs to find an opening for Gods for him to trade. It's going to be close, but Bunty, just by being here, has forced the entire team Insane to just keep quiet. They know they cannot move. Now, as soon as Jux makes the mark as well, Jax gets shot out. Bunty dropped out pretty low. Insane, they find the opportunity, and they are going to push up. Adi with the nade. He sees the entire force of ZENIN. A big nade, but not enough to knock them all off.
ZENIN, fortunately enough, still alive inside of the game. That nade just barely clipping off any sort of damage. Adi's still inside of the game, doing a decent bit of damage from Team Insane, but unfortunately for Team Insane, they've lost out on Lazy 4 now. Even Jux is now on the opposite side of the spectrum, on the receiving side, which is not a good thing for Jux, because even they had a massive advantage inside of these final few moments, but Jux, they've been completely eliminated from this game.
Wow, Aryan somehow destroys them alongside with ZENIN. What a kite coming from them. Final 3 teams, Team Insane Esports, they're going to be trying to push up as well. Bunty gets the knock on Gods, as Insane still can't seem to push up. High grounds on ZENIN. But literally, no, Aryan is going to be third boarding as well, because right now, ZENIN, they are the point of interest by every other team. And now with the nades from Cyrex to shut him down, ZENIN, they're weak. And now Insane is going to have that opportunity to push up. And Sky, he's going to push out in the open, gets picked off by Adi. And Insane, they found the opening, and they are all walking up. Aryan going to try and challenge this, as well as Devotee gets a couple shot in. Atlantis, last player left from ZENIN. Team Aryan, they're doing it. They're making the duo squad work. Cyrex knocked. Devotee, last man standing. Atlantis solo as well. Team Insane in prime position to take the chicken dinner.
ZENIN should have been the one to win this game, but now Team Insane is looking like they're in the prime position as they've sprung back to life, eliminating Team Aryan and ZENIN too in the end. What a way to close things off for Team Insane, and what a way to take over that prime spot away from the side of Team ZENIN. And especially speaking, ZENIN messed up big time. This should have been their game. There's no exception about it. But Team Insane just played it phenomenally well, showcasing the patience in the final few moments, and those patience paid off perfectly well. Yes, not a lot of elimination points, but still a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner.
You know, Team Insane Esports' situational awareness was so spot on. The timing was impeccable. That that play from Team Insane reminded me of what? The first match of what Seoul did yesterday in that match by Manya's shot calling. That was just insane performances coming from them as well. The timing against it just feels like Team Insane could read Team ZENIN like a book.
Of course, and even Adi positioning himself on the off angle like that, getting one of those knocks as well, and ZENIN just never saw this coming because ZENIN thought they were the one flanking Team Insane, but Adi was already available on the flank, so he shut down that potential flank from ZENIN. And speaking of ZENIN, yeah, that was a massive mess up. There's no way to cover it up. Even shadowblitz, they could have done a lot better, but even shadowblitz just duking it out against Devotee, and Devotee single-handedly just manhandling them is something that they struggled with. And of course, this is how the action really kicked off. XOTIC signature, especially Skylar, eliminating all the 4 players in the front. That was a way to kick things off.
Yeah, Team Insane, I feel like they're doing a little bit of a low-key gameplay in this game as well here, but the decision-making has the reason why they're able to find so many opportunities, right? And sometimes getting aggressive doesn't really pay off as well. You have to be very calm in your movements, and even down towards the final 3 teams, usually you would expect a team like, hey, I've got an advantage, I am going to go for spread. But them realizing that even if we have the man advantage, the terrain did not favor us. They needed those timings, and that gave them the upper edge to touch out those chicken dinners. So that was very, very nice of them. But of course, in this entire western shorelines, western circle itself was completely shut down by Devotee, single-handedly just manhandling everyone from the west side.
In my opinion, Bunty should have moved outside of that watchtower. Simple. He knows that it's quite easy to toss in a nade inside of that watchtower. He should have moved out long ago, but he was still staying prone around that watchtower, and that's one of the main reasons why he got knocked out as well. And as I mentioned, Adi positioning himself on the off angle, securing that chicken dinner for his teammates. It was quite a solid effort from the entirety of Team Insane at the end of the day. You've also got Yash with 1 finish point, Adi getting 3 elimination points for themselves, and then you've got Gods getting 1. Team Insane as a team, they played extremely well.
I think they just made a gamble coming from Team Insane is that whenever there's an audio cue, people are going to react, right? Like, so normally if you're playing in this situation here, what's the first thing you would do when you hear something? You would look in that direction. And they took advantage of that small little detail, which Bunty was forced to look in towards Jack's position. And because of that detail, they were able to walk up on towards them on top. So that was a very small little detail that Team Insane just had an upper hand. But a well-rounded team, especially for tier 1 teams, if their formation is solid, if the audio cue is coming from that direction and my teammate did not call for me to look, I would hold that angle. So that's the biggest difference between a T1 team and Tier 2 teams.
All right, here we go. MVP of the match is on the screen as well. 6 finishes, 6 knockouts. That's going to be Devotee from Team Aryan. And let's not forget, Team Aryan also managed to eliminate the likes of Jux with the back of Team ZENIN. And even Jux could have been a prime contender for this entire chicken dinner. And speaking of Jux, it was quite a solid game, actually, from them as well.
Yeah, it was a very, very good comeback coming from them here. But let's take a look at the top 5 players off so far in this match. Devotee going to be the man of the hour here with 6 finishes, alongside with amazing coming from Jux with 6 finishes. We've got Orlo coming from Diesel. We've got Skylar with the 4-man single-handle takedown in the start of the game here. Will be part of the echelon. And we've got Adi coming from Insane with 3 finishes.
Adi and his team was not able to squeeze in a lot of elimination points, but still these points are going to keep them in quite a comfy spot. And also will keep them extremely close to the top 16 as well. Now there's a major chance that in the upcoming 2 games, if Team Insane plays the same way, they can easily crack open that top 16 and make a way for themselves directly inside of the round 3. Match rankings pop up on the screen. Jux, since they got so many elimination points, they've still toppled themselves over all the way on the first spot. As Team Insane, they've only managed to acquire 14 points.
This is actually a big game coming from Jux, especially coming from Amazing as well. Like, we know them as a team that has kind of new on the newer chopping board as well. And I feel like in terms of performance-wise, they've got a lot of storylines that we can talk about. But with this performance coming in here, it does give us a little bit of signs. But can they maintain this kind of consistency every single game? Very, very difficult. And I like what Jordy mentioned as well. There are teams that have that one-hit wonder effect. And right now, it's only one game coming from Jux. And
yeah, exactly.
only consistency can actually boost them.
And amazing as well, it's been a while since we've seen the man pop off on such a level, right? It was all the way back in 2024 BGS when we saw amazing pull-offs and MVP plays, and the man was also running up in the MVP list as well. Unfortunately, Jux was not able to make it to the LAN finals. That's why he was not able to be the MVP of the tournament, so that's a whole other thing. But amazing now, once again, coming back to life. This is a really good sign for the entirety of Jux, and also if there are any fans of Jux watching this broadcast currently, because there's a massive chance Jux can actually put themselves around that top 16 as well, and maybe have a shot at actually cracking inside the top 16.
Well, hopefully, just hopefully. But for now, Jux' only way they actually make a chance here is going to be them getting the chicken dinner in the next 2 games and also high finish volumes. That's the only way they make it in the top 16 right now.
Of course, Jux does need a lot of points as well if they do want to crack inside of the top 16. But a few teams are extremely close. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia. Movement that inspires. Welcome back after that short break. Now on the panel is going to be iSuper Johnny with me. And Johnny, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at that game of Sanok as well, right? And so many opportunities for a lot of these teams. Team Z, though, just getting capitalized off the rip like that.
Yeah.
Getting 1v4'd by Skylar.
I mean, but my eyes were logged in on Team Aryan because I wanted to see if they would be able to secure enough points to actually just jump into the top 8 right of game number 1 itself. They have gotten themselves quite close, to be honest, and just I think if a decent performance is there on Miramar, then they have a spot into the semifinals itself.
Of course, I don't think for Aryan it's going to be tough to crack inside of the top 8, right? Since they were already inside of the top 16, even though they only played 9 games. And now Aryan, they managed to place themselves pretty much in the top 3 of that previous game with a decent bit of points to Voti, just racking up eliminations after eliminations. But also good news for Jux fans, right? Amazing is alive. And the man was able to pop off on a different level as well. Jux doing pretty good as well in that game.
Yeah, that is true. And Jux, again, I think they did not have a lot to worry about considering they were in that middle pack. So this is just all the more reason to celebrate that there is going to be hope from the team once they eventually move on to round 2. But it's definitely going to require a lot more if they want to survive round 2 and move to the later stages of the tournament.
But hey, something that you guys require is going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device also comes with stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, code-tested by the realme and the crafting guys themselves. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on this device right now. Move on towards Amazon and do it. Back towards the conversation, though, once again, right? Now, Team Z is one of those teams that's currently sitting all the way in the bottom 16.
Yeah.
And the way they're playing, the way they got eliminated just by Skylar in a 1v4 fashion, that's not looking good for Team Z. I think so they're already done. They might as well start packing their bags now.
I mean, we started off the day and it wasn't already looking good for Team Z.
Yeah.
They were on the last page, right? In the last 8 set of names that were playing. And again, the opportunity is quite dire. A chicken dinner in the next 2 matches, and of course a big chicken dinner, like 30 points is the only thing that can save them.
Honestly speaking, it's too much to ask for, especially the way Team Z has been playing so far. The run of form they have, it's not looking great at all. And they expect a chicken dinner with 30 points. It's too much to ask for, Johnny. Let's be honest. It's unrealistic expectations, especially from a team like Team Z. But moving on towards ZENIN, though, it was quite a solid game from ZENIN as well. Luckily enough for them, the circle was constantly shifting on top of them, and that's why they were able to squeeze in so many points. But without wasting any more time, we move on towards the map of Miramar, as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards Oasis.
But again, as you were talking about Mafia ZENIN, I want to say one thing. I mean, back in the opening few days of the realme BMPS, when they were actually called Mafia ZENIN, we saw them put up amazing numbers on the board. And since then, that sort of performance has faded away. I would love to see the team regain that old form. But for now, surviving in the middle pack, one decent performance, and they should be able to move to round 2. But we do have the map on our screens, and as we talked about, the flight path starting just west of Puerto Paraiso and going towards the Oasis. This flight path leans heavily towards the eastern side of the map. The only thing that the players are hoping for right now is that they do not get a southwestern circle.
Yeah, and Team Z can only qualify if they meet those unrealistic goals. Or maybe you can't say unrealistic expectations that Johnny has from them. 30 points in one game.
It's not expectation. It is a goal, I mean, at this point as well, because that's the only thing that gets them through. Expectation right now, I think the best case scenario for Team Z is to secure like 10 points. That's the best we can expect from them.
If they get 10 points, then in the upcoming game, how many do they need?
20.
20. Yeah, just get 15, I guess. Try and divide it out equally. Getting 10 points now and 20 points later, which means you're pretty much going to be requiring a chicken dinner. Too much to ask for. Team Z has been struggling to even win a single duel.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as I mentioned, might as well just start packing the bags right now. Diesel Esports, though, in a bit of a scuffle off the rip around Puerto Paraiso. An interesting spot. We do not really see a scuffle happening in Puerto Paraiso that often.
That is true. But let's see if Diesel will be able to survive that. Diesel is also one of those names that's struggling for the early stages of the game. But right off the bat, we have Eggy going up against the side of Metal Esports. And Metal, as we all know, they are used to these early fights. They've taken on the likes of Revan and X-Park and come out on top. And right now, pushing Eggy to the limit. They've been able to secure 3 finishes right off the bat. 3 players down and out. And Eggy down to their last man. They found a trade, but I think that is going to be it. Altu with a little bit of extra damage. Just making sure that the player was softened up for his teammate to clean up. And there's the emote to flex on the opponents as well.
Salt on top of the wounds as well. But unfortunately for Metal Esports, even they've lost out on a man in this duel. So it's not looking too good. Metal Esports now need to kick things off with a man down, which is quite rough. And since Metal Esports also stood a chance to actually crack inside of the top 16, now the chances narrowed down even more. Especially that previous game of Sanok, Metal Esports should have squeezed in as many points as possible, but it was just too rough. Metal Esports were too exposed. They wanted to rotate outside of Pinan, got capitalized by Hyderabad Hydras, and then later on Hyderabad Hydras themselves got eliminated.
Quite unfortunate, but let's see how the rest of the game turns out. They, so far, Metal Esports, I mean, have a decent position inside of the circle as well, so do not really need to move around much in the early stages of the game. But I love the position that has been taken by Insane. They have control of a slight hill. It's not the tallest in the area, but it still gives them a lot of vision around that northwestern quadrant.
Now at this moment on, getting a smack center spot is going to be really good. And SIGNIFY, they found themselves a bit of that high ground to play with, which is a good thing. As you mentioned, Team Insane as well around that El Pozo City, looking okay for now.
But Necro, you were talking about SIGNIFY. I mean, that 2-2 split, man, that is the thing that has gotten me worried. Look at Noob. He's gone towards Power Grid, and there's Hyderabad Hydras there. If he gets spotted out and taken out, or maybe mid-rotation if he loses his life, then SIGNIFY is going to be in a tough spot.
Now, if SIGNIFY wasn't in the bottom 16, I would call this a big brain move. But since they're in the bottom 16, this is a bad move.
I think they were just outside of the bottom 16. Just barely.
Oh, okay. Well, still it's a bad move.
Yeah, it is still a bad move. I mean, you would definitely want to move to round 2 with a little bit of momentum in your favor. But Diesel, yeah, this game is going to get ruined. Exotic signature. Sinco, in fact, has spotted out a few individuals from the side of Diesel moving out in front, and they are quite exposed. He's just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Two problems. First, the scope, and second, the weapon itself. But finally, the AKM goes off. He dishes out a little bit of damage onto Orlo, and even his teammates are there for the support. 2 knocks right off the bat for the lads from Exotic Signature. And Diesel, I think, Necro, there's a leak in the tank, and all the Diesel is on the floor.
That was a disgusting knock. Sinco gets rid of the door, and fortunately enough for Sinco, the man's head was right on the opposite side of the door. And he just connects a lucky bullet. But Diesel Esports, a bad way to get taken down like that. The game of Sanok as well, not really in their court. Now the game of Miramar 2 is starting to fall apart. Diesel Esports down to a 2-man squad from which one man's already knocked out. There's no way they get the recovery. And honestly speaking, Johnny, Exotic Signature's looking pretty promising so far. The previous game, yeah, the man pulling off a 1v4 like that, and now Exotic Signature over here as well, in a flawless manner winning this fight.
I mean, the fight is still not over. Diesel is down to the last man, but yeah, it's pretty much done and dusted. Albi just runs away for his life. They're going to get this 3rd point as well, the players of Exotic Signature. The Shanks come through. Easel getting finished off. And that gives the complete control of Porto Palacio to the players of Exotic Signature. Now, the next question is, how do you get away from Porto Palacio? Because you're the furthest ones from the zone itself. They are in Porto Palacio. The closest edge of the zone is going to be towards La Benedita.
Yeah. But looking at this team for now, Team Aryan, previous game ended things off in the top 3. Devotee's looking like in the top form. He's definitely feeling himself. And when you know Devotee starts feeling himself, it's not a good thing for the lobby.
Yeah.
Devotee will start to go frag heavy. That's what he did in the previous game as well, mowing down squads like Jux and a lot more around that similar vicinity. Jux could have done a lot more. Unfortunately for Jux, they just caught themselves in a massive crossfire off Team Aryan and even ZENIN, and they just got melted within seconds.
I mean, it's the same man that at one point, I think 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, did clutch out a 1v7 to secure a chicken dinner for his team in the end game. So Devotee definitely, as you said, if he is in his best form, you better watch out for him. And overall, I think Team Aryan has been a surprising entry into the top 6. Because when you look at the roster, you feel like, all right, maybe a little bit of inexperience.
Yeah, quite a mediocre roster.
They have done quite well for themselves. But talk about doing well. And Tribe Hirdmen, they were struggling in the early stages of the tournament. Then there was a recovery, and it seems like the momentum still holds strong as they go up against Surge and found the opening for themselves.
Yeah, Tribe Hirdmen, though, still not in a solid spot yet. Right? They're still around those 70s.
Yeah.
Which is quite the bottom of the board, but at least they're not in the bottom 16, so that's one of the ways to celebrate. But still, Tribe Hirdmen, knowing the caliber this team possesses, we expect a lot more. Having players like Kudulis, Blitz in your roster, you're supposed to perform on the top level. Blitz moving from the back lines as well. I just want to get the confirmation to Kudulis. This is unfortunate, a little bit embarrassing too.
Yeah, just not even struggling to secure the finish on that knocked player. Oh man, but that little bit of a fiasco does push the players of Surge away from the play zone itself. But look at Albi, man. I'm worried about Albi. He has Team Aryan up north. He has now Surge in the back lines and Tribe Herdsmen down south. There's nowhere left for that man to go.
Yeah, bottom right side, though, completely stacked with teams, right? You also do see Albi moving in. There's also Tribe Herdman, even Arc Knight, on the southern side, all the way back in the blue. I'm not even sure what exact exotic signature's doing. They've already won that fight. They should have moved out miles away. But they're still all the way towards Puerto Paraiso, sticking down to that same spot, all the way back in the blue, tanking that damage as well. I'm not sure what the game plan is for exotic signature.
Me neither, man. I mean, if they do stay back for so long, and again, the future stages, if teams get to the high grounds, you are not going anywhere, but seems like Team Z, they are not going anywhere either. Camper knocked out right off the bat, and it is going to be Team Insane. Adi's just looking for that fallen body, man. He wants that finish. He knows he's somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, for Team Z, I don't even know what to say. I feel like no matter whatever I try to say, I'll just sound like I'm trying to roast them. So I'm just not going to talk a lot about them. Team Z is struggling. That's all I'm going to say, and leave it at that. Team Aryan, all the 4 packs still looking extremely solid. Now on the move inside of the circle as well, wanting to find a better spot. But since the Smack Center is already occupied by so many teams, Team Aryan, they need to fight their way towards a better spot.
With how this team is playing, this team in particular, I have a lot of hope from them. I think with this game, they should be able to find a spot inside of the top 8. And of course, considering this is the last group to play the matches in round 1, they have a clear target. We spoke about it, 123, and Aryan is extremely close to hitting that mark. Although shots fired on Aryan himself, and he gets a little bit cautious. Now he wants to go and check who it was. How dare you shoot at me?
Those shots not really penetrating though, so it's good. The man's flesh is still intact. Aryan and the boys once again starting to inflict a bit of that pain and hurt. Surge as well, losing out on the man, which is not a good start to the fight. Before Surge, they're just catching strays at this point.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, one thing that you would want to check out for yourself, it's going to be the Kia Ceros. Comes with a lot of amazing features. The bold and modern design, streamlined door handles, Kia signature, digital tiger face, star map LED DRLs, and star map LED tail lamps as well.
Bold and modern looks, as you mentioned. Solid stuff from that Kia Ceros. Would recommend you guys to check out the vehicle. But back towards the conversation of the game. Surge unfortunately losing out on a man, which is not the way they wanted to kick things off. Now it is something that they need to adjust with and work with. Team in the front as well is not looking too solid either. They found themselves in a bit of that pickle out in the open. A rock as a cover. The man will be back upon his feet, will be able to patch himself up as well. But for Team Aryan, the team in the front is now starting to be a constant threat. Good shots from Hitler. Was able to connect that headshot too. Takes down Always pretty low.
Let's see if they can get any edge into this fight moving forward. Because of that, though, Surge again not looking solid. And Aryan on the other end, the momentum in their favor. And Aryan himself has actually gone further up the hill, deep into the zone. As you can see on the radar as well, the idea is to try and gatekeep the players of Surge from moving inside of the zone. And as soon as Surge feels the pressure of the blue, that is when Team Aryan might choose to strike. But the circle moving towards the hills between Hacienda and El Pozo. Oh, medal in San Martin, by the way. That's a brilliant position to play from. They can actually go up to clean house.
They indeed can. Team Aryan next to Surge. You also do see Arc Knight now trying to move in from the southern side. Even Diesel Esports is all be still stuck inside of Picado. Not sure what the game plan's going to look like. Exotic Signature finally closer to that breaching point. They might just move inside of the safer zone soon enough, but they've already tanked so much damage. I hope they've got extra meds. I'm pretty sure they have packed extra meds as well, since they knew they were going to be traversing through the open fields and also through the blue. Team Aryan, they've got the high ground to play with, but still trying to play from the edge. Moving edge to edge. For Team Aryan, it's not the ideal play style, but now it's something they need to adjust to. Team Z once again getting pounced on by Team Insane. Team Insane's not going to let them go.
Yeah, for sure. But this time around, it's just Gods against the 3 players of Team Z in front of him. His teammates are a little bit far away, so Gods need to handle this pressure all by himself. And as you were talking about Exotic, I think we saw that rotation on the map. They were trying to move, or were at least on the move towards the northern edge of the circle. I think the assumption was made that Hacienda del Patron, there's going to be someone there waiting for them on that eastern edge of the city. But fortunately for them, there was no one there. Medal just completely playing from the western periphery of the compounds of Hacienda del Patron, or San Martin City actually. And XOTIC right now have just found a safe entry into the zone, but Team Insane, this fight is going to be at a standstill, either unless Team Z finds an opener, then they will have an opportunity to secure a finish point onto Gods, or the rest of the players from Team Insane close in, move up the hill, and force a fight against the players of Team Z.
Yeah, but I don't think Team Z actually is going to go for those shots either.
They're too scared.
Yeah, exactly. They just don't have enough guts at this point. They've been struggling too much. There is one of the players from the side of Team Z on the off angle on the hilltop. Maybe if he does find some sort of an opener against Team Insane, that can be the opportunity. But still, Team Z, as you mentioned, they're just too stuck. And at the same time, they're struggling with confidence.
The confidence issues are definitely kicking in. But from the side of Team Insane, well, it's not Team Insane actually, it's SIGNIFY we saw on the radar from the POV of Team Z. And SIGNIFY, if the players of Team Z get up, then SIGNIFY might have a line of fire. Maybe that's the thing that's keeping them prone to the ground and not really allowing them to force a fight. But Alvi, oh no, his vehicle is gone. I believe he has been spotted out.
Oh my god, this is the prime example of a foul.
Well, there's a distraction for Team Aryan. I was just about to say that Team Aryan are going to move in for that finish, but Tribe Herdsmen show up at the right nick of time, and now Albi might get to live just a few extra seconds. The circle moving away again in the middle of nowhere, and it's going to be the hill just southeast of Team Z's position. That might be the prime spot for the team that walks away with the chicken dinner.
Even on the bottom left, you can see ZENIN and Arknight next to each other, trying to breach in at the same time from that same turf. Someone needs to lock horn. Someone needs to eliminate someone. That's the only way they can find a safety cushion. Diesel Esports is Albi, as you mentioned, all by himself in a bow. That is a perfect bow. If a nade's tossed, Albi's done. There's no way the man's surviving, and it's quite easy as well to toss that nade in.
Doesn't even have to be a nade. I mean, a small little misstep, he gets shot in the face, and that's it. Luckily for him, though, that distraction from Tribe Herdsmen actually forces Team Aryan inside of the zone, but Jux on the other side taking a fight against the players of SIGNIFY. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the player from Jux has no HP to work with. And Immortal with this shotgun can actually make things swing in his favor. The jump comes through, he lands on the ground floor, takes a shot to his shoulder, but still has the HP to keep on fighting. Now he needs to be careful with his position. He has no backup to work with, and no utility as well.
Jux saw the verge of losing this fight, and I never saw this coming. It's unexpectable for Jux to lose this fight, but what a shot that was. Immortal capitalizing another knock. Jux now taken down to just that man in the front, but that man would still do the job.
He swung for that finish, man. That's just greed from Immortal over there that costed him his life. And Jux, I mean, brilliant recovery. The teammates buying each other time to put on the first aid, get their HP back up, and get into a fighting position now. SIGNIFY, though, down to the last man. This is going to be a game filled with a lot of struggles, but Arknight against the players of ZENIN. They did find the opening, but it was an instant recovery coming in from ZENIN. Although Red Ox, he has an off angle to work with, and ZENIN, it seems like, are going to be stuck in this valley for a while.
Arknight, no matter what, they need to squeeze as many points as possible. At this moment, they're desperate. Getting eliminated with no points is unacceptable for them, and that's why they're fighting back tooth and nail against the players of ZENIN. Even ZENIN losing out on a man. Not looking too good inside of the picture just yet. Arknight's now starting to make that pounce. Bunty gets taken down real low. Luckily enough, though, the man instantly squeezes himself back to cover, so he's still going to be alive inside of the game. Arknight, though, starting to fall apart once again, as one of the players from the side of Arknight really does want to push up close and personal and eliminate the players of ZENIN.
I mean, the nade should get the job done. There it is, overshoots a little bit. And ZENIN, again, a little bit more comfortable in this fight. As you mentioned, Arknight dead last right now in terms of the teams that are playing in this lobby. They are the furthest one away from surviving this tournament. ZENIN still in a safer position. And Bunty, I mean, he's going to be back on his feet. The second nade goes out. And Atlantis, that's a brilliant reposition. Goes out, a few shots whiffed. Red Swan fighting for his life. Does manage to get the trade, but now there is too much pressure for him to deal with. He fought like a knight, but unfortunately, he did get taken out eventually.
He fought like a knight, but then he remembered he was a swan. So he got eliminated in the end. Not a good outing, of course. And looking at what's going on here, too, even Team MASTERMIND Mavericks now starting to dominate a few fields themselves. 4 elimination points secured. Want to look around as well, maybe see if there are any stragglers out in the open. There is Surge at the front lines. They have spotted them. All the 3 players inside of that house. Mastermind Mavericks. They've got the knowing, they've got the knowledge that there is Surge on the right, but Surge is just not willing to peek out. Surge is playing this extremely safe. And unfortunately for Surge, they've only got a buggy to travel.
Yeah.
And on buggy, only 2 players max can move.
It is definitely quite unfortunate, but let's see. I mean, if they do manage to win the fight against the players of Mastermind Mavericks, then, well, they can definitely swing this game in their favor. But ZENIN, after the conflict against Arc Knights, they find themselves going up against Tribe Hirdmen. And Tribe Hirdmen, they found the opener, but Blitzpew, that is an overextension. He just got too confident just off of that first knock and thought that last man driving around was from a different team. Does dish out a lot of damage onto Sky, but instantly gets knocked out.
Johnny, but looking at the elimination feed, you also do see Metal Esports getting dismantled, but back towards this fight once again. Bounty gets the redemption, saves the day for his team for a bit longer. ZENIN's still alive inside of the game for a few more seconds probably. Tribe Hirdmen. This man, Kudlis, is now going to be tossing out an 8 in the hopes of finding a knock as well. But Kudlis once again now backs away, realizes that he's getting pushed by 2 players. Needs to respect the opponent, ZENIN. They're not just someone you can underestimate like that. Another nade tossed out in the hopes of finding a knock as well, and that's going to do the job as well. As now ZENIN's taken down to just that one last man in the front. For how long can he keep himself alive behind that buggy? His position's noticed too. And now finally he starts to peek out. Now he wants to make the fight up close and personal, but there's just too many players in the front.
Yeah.
As even he collapses, and just like that, ZENIN gets eliminated from the game.
And these 5 eliminations actually mean a lot for Tribe Hirdmen. This gets them to a much safer position in the overall leaderboard. And of course, if they keep fighting like this, then they're going to feel good about themselves once they eventually make it to round 2. But eyes again on Team Aryan. They've gotten 2 more points from this game, Necro. They needed 10 to get, well, let's just say 11 to get themselves inside of that top 8 and push 8-bit out.
Yeah, but Metal Esports is doing really bad in these games. Sanok as well, quite bad. Now this game of Miramar 2, not doing too good. Yeah, Metal Esports is not going to be eliminated. That's the brighter side. But still, Metal Esports, in my opinion, should be contending for the top 16.
I think they're just missing Revenant X-Park, man. They want to be in the same round as Revenant X-Park, just so they can have that drop clash and, well, feel a little good about themselves. But Team Aryan over here, going up against Mastermind Mavericks, have the opener, looking for the second, as Rickson is going to be dropped to the floor as well. And Team Aryan, it seems like they are in complete control of this fight, as are they, along with Maxmer, the last 2 survivors from their side. And an off position, Adi does manage to secure a trade. Maxmer from the distance, a spray down comes through, and whoa! Just 2 men! This duo annihilates Team Aryan, forces them to take an early exit. Not enough points on the board for Team Aryan. What just happened? And Mastermind Mavericks on the other end, Necro, they have 11 eliminations as they find themselves in the top 6.
Mastermind Mavericks just going absolutely crazy inside of this game. Rickson unfortunately ticking away to his death, which is quite unfortunate. But still, Mastermind Mavericks, they have 3 players standing up till now. 11 finishes on the board too. Mastermind Mavericks on the verge of delivering a nuclear performance. But it's still going to be tough when you've got the likes of Team Insane still alive inside of the game. And Team Insane, they've got a massive spread. Team Insane's confidence as well is going to be on the cloud 9, so it's tough to shut down a team like Team Insane. Now the players of Mastermind Mavericks, shots taken. Godsy's not able to find a proper connection. Mastermind Mavericks, they're also short on a man, and Team Insane's got all the 4 players standing.
Well, let's see though. Now with this high ground advantage, Team Insane can actually end up gatekeeping the players of Mastermind Mavericks. God, he needs to be careful again. At least he has Yash this time alongside with him to provide a little bit of support. And Mastermind Mavericks, actually, I love this confidence. They are instantly moving in the direction from where the shots came. Joyesh leading the charge. Maxmer looking to follow up. Adi in the back lines is making sure that if anyone overextends over the ridge, he is in a position to provide some sort of suppressing fire for his team to make this climb.
Mastermind Mavericks eyeing out the players in the front. Team Insane. A few problems starting to erupt now. And Mastermind Mavericks, Maxmer somehow finds a precise nade, threading that needle, finding the initial knock against the players of Team Insane. A red dot in the hands of LOLZZZ. It's going to be tough to get a knockout with that far away. Mastermind Mavericks getting away with murder pretty much. The man still knocked out, another name tossed out in that same terrain. It's not going to do the damage this time around though. Team Insane still managing to take this fight down to a 2-on-3. Well, now make it a 2v2 since Team Insane's lost out another man.
Yeah, that nade was absolutely brilliant from Maxima, but it was a last-ditch Hail Mary to just keep the players of Team Insane at bay. But now he sees Adi closing in. And of course, the suppressing fire from the backlines as well is going to be there as LOLZZZ just makes sure that he stays on that ridge. Maxima, he does not have any nades, so you can't really go for an instantaneous finish onto Gods, but Adi with a brilliant rescue for his teammate. And Maxima, I think they just have to settle for that one finish from that conflict and be happy that they find themselves inside the zone at least.
Yeah, not just that, now it's even Steven, right?
Yeah.
No one's got any sort of man advantage. Two strongest teams inside of the game with
Insane still has the advantage. Gods is still there. He got knocked out. Now he's back up on his feet.
Yeah, it's a 3v3, right? So, for Team Insane, this name that's tossed out, Mastermind Maverick still safe. It's not able to find any sort of connections. Team Insane is not able to thread that needle. They're not able to find the utility knocks, and that's really costing them quite a bit. Maxima this time, though, gets knocked out, gets ran over by the vehicle, and Team Insane, now they instantly spring themselves back to life. As Team Mastermind Mavericks now taken down to just one man, and Joyish, he's just backing away.
Yeah, he gets spotted out by Panther as well on the other side, and he's going to get finished off soon. Goes prone. Panther does not really have an angle, but Mastermind Mavericks, valiant effort. I guess just that vehicle slowing down right in the face of Team Insane is what completely ruined that fight for them. I didn't even see Joyish being brought back, by the way. I thought he was going to get finished off.
All of that is fine, but Hyderabad Hydras, they've been stuck in that same corner. Not exactly stuck, they've been sitting in that same corner.
Yeah.
And barely inching inside of the circle as well. Hyderabad Hydras, for them, this game might just be served on a silver platter.
I think they're just happy with the top 16 finish. They don't care about moving to the semifinals. They're just happy with round 3.
I guess they also do want to get a bit of that warm-up going on before they move on towards the semifinals. They're also looking extremely solid when you talk about the run of form, so we definitely can consider Hyderabad Hydras as a potential semifinalist.
Hey, but Necro, look at this. Team Z, they are in the top 5. No finishes though, but they're in the top 5, man.
Yeah, but that's not going to be enough for Team Z to actually squeeze themselves outside of that bottom 16, so I'm not really happy with what's going on. And Team Z, once again, for Team Z, feels like they just want to be non-violent. They just want to be peaceful. And since this is the only team that does not shoot back, everyone wants to shoot them.
It's quite surprising because the players that Team Z has at one point in time, and by one point I mean just about last year, they showed a lot of individual promise.
I mean, like that, we've seen a lot of teams collapse, right? ZENIN as well.
Yeah. Individuals that are good as individuals, but as a team, they're just completely failing.
But honestly speaking, Johnny, look, individual skill, yes, understandable. And in my opinion, if you're extremely good individually, at least individually, you should be able to get a few knockouts, few finishes for yourself.
That is why it's surprising. And I think, as you said, 2 case studies for us this season. Team Z and ZENIN.
I know, right? 2 good teams. Just performing like absolute potatoes. And now Team Insane. Just trying to spam inside of that smoke, not able to find anything in that empty smoke as well. Just look at the amount of control Team Insane has. This is unfair. One man's all the way on the opposite side of the road, and the remaining 2 players are up close and personal against Tribe Hirdmen.
But while these 2 teams fight it out, I think Hyderabad Hydras are celebrating. They know they have the chicken dinner in the bag, and all they got to do is let the players of Team Insane and Tribe Herdsmen just fight it out amongst themselves. Hyderabad Hydras barely squeezing themselves inside of the play zone. But XOTIC signature, my goodness. I mean, Skylar being there, that is very impressive.
Hyderabad Hydras, all the 4 players next to each other. And now even they have started to move outside of that cover they had. Hyderabad Hydras has been hearing all those shots as well, so they know exactly where the foes are positioned. And they just want to work around that same way as well. Look at Adi's positioning, though. Adi can definitely be the X factor for Hyderabad Hydras, and he can dismantle them because his position is not yet noticed by Hyderabad Hydras.
Right, I mean, this is not looking good. Especially from the POV of Tribe Herdsmen. They move out into the open. They're going to get shot from every single direction. Oh, and there it is, Adi. He's making the run down the hill. Does manage to join his team. And again, barely inside of the play zone. It's stage 8 already. I think this game is going to go all the way towards stage 9. But XOTIC Skyler, now, is his position known? Because Adi has gotten himself too close to that solo player.
Yeah. Hyderabad Hydras, the only team with the most amount of men alive. All the 4 players on the board. Team Insane taken down with a 3-man squad. Tribe Hirdmen as well with a 3-man squad. And then there's one solo survivor of XOTIC Signature somehow still making it in the top 4. Now you've got Hyderabad Hydras locking horns against the players of Team Insane. Utilities tossed against gods. Team Insane starting to reunite once again. Hyderabad Hydras, they've got no clue that there's Tribe Hirdmen on the right side.
And there it is, the first man to go down in this conflict is going to be Gods from the side of Team Insane. Adi as well has taken a lot of damage. And that is going to be the cue for the players of Hyderabad Hydras to move in. Moksh, if he lands that nade close to Adi and Adi gets knocked out, then Hyderabad Hydras will have the control of the end game. Nade goes out. No damage dished out though. Skyler, he finds a knock. Instantly traded out by Hyderabad Hydras as they hear all of that commotion. Adi though, he's still left standing and Moksh doesn't know there's a man right next to him. Gets punished. Adi still in the game. In it to win it. It's 3-man roster from Hyderabad Hydras he has to deal with though. And Tribe Herdsman from the flank might just lend a helping hand. Nade goes out, no damage. That was the last piece of util, but it is going to be the M4 that's going to do the talking now. Knock secured. Hyderabad Hydras down to 2 players.
Oh my god, Adi's taken down to extremely low HP. Just a pixel alive for that man. And that's the only thing keeping him inside of the game as well. But eventually even that pixel gets picked up. Hyderabad Hydras with the most amount of men alive now in the final few moments. Even Team Tribe Hirdmen starting to lose out on those players. Last man spotted from Tribe Hirdmen as even he gets put to sleep. And it will be the players of Hyderabad Hydras claiming this chicken dinner and keeping themselves extremely close now in the top 16.
Yeah, I think now they will have a safety cushion in the top 16 as well. But Necro, you have to agree, that final fight, even though it should have been in control of Hyderabad Hydras the whole time, turned out to be quite scrappy. Nothing taken away, though, if you walk away with 20 points in the end.
Yeah, I know, right? Hyderabad Hydras, 20 points, 5 knockouts right there, and damage number as well, looking quite solid. 1637, incredible stuff from the boys. But now, you know, usually we talk about the teams that performed exceptionally well. And usually, right now, there's no point since they've already qualified. They're doing extremely well. We've got teams like Team Aryan, Team Insane. They're doing really good for themselves. Let's talk about the opposite side of the spectrum now. Let's talk about the teams that were not able to perform. Diesel in the bottom 16, another bad game. Team Z, another bad game. And Arknight as well, pretty much the same thing. And Team Z, honestly, they're just like walking 3 points on the map. They need to do something.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they need to do something. But the point is, what can they achieve with just one more game left, man? At this point, even surviving in the tournament is like, it is going to be a big question mark where they make it through.
I guess now it's just fight for your pride.
Yeah, fight for your pride. That's it. That's
Simple.
the only option left.
Yeah, just go big now. That's the only thing, because you were going to go home anyways, so just try and go big. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that's going to save your pride at this moment. Because Team Z, Team Arknight, Diesel Esports, Surge, I'm not exactly sure what their standing is currently in the overall board, so I'm not really going to speak a lot about them. But these 3 teams, they're pretty much eliminating.
That is true. And again, moving forward, I think as we talk about Team Aryan, I think I have to say, in this game, they did get themselves to about 16-17 points, 116-17 points in terms of the total points tally. So, just like 6-7 points left, man. I would have been happy if Team Aryan would have secured a top 8 spot right off the bat in this match, but again, they were moving for those fights, just a little bit of misposition and they lost it. But now, still an opportunity is there for them and Hyderabad Hydras to secure comfortable positions within the top 16.
Honestly speaking, Hyderabad Hydras, the only effort they really put in that game was to position themselves in that warehouse.
Yeah.
That's it. And that as well just came through with one fine stroke. Just the one rotation that they had to pull off from their drop location towards that warehouse. Then later on in the end, the circle was constantly just shifting on top of it. And Hyderabad Hydras, since they had all the 4 players preserved till the end, they were the one to win that entire game. So they had the man advantage. And unfortunately for Team Insane, they had a little bit too much on their plate. They also tried to take a fight against Tribe Hirdmen. They were also taking a fight against Hyderabad Hydras. There was that one man from XOTIC Signature still alive in the final few moments, which was quite impressive.
Man, I don't know what would have happened to Hyderabad Hydras if Adi from Team Insane had a little bit more utility to work with. Because that would have ruined the day completely for them. He did not have any nades. He did not have any Molotovs or smoke. No piece of util to actually take advantage in that fight, and hence he was forced to stand up and take that fight with a sliver of HP. Otherwise, I think with how that fight was going, things could have definitely taken a turn for the worse for Hyderabad Hydras. Again, as you mentioned, advantage taken because of that first rotation, but you need to press it properly as well. But we do have the MVP of the match, and it is going to be RD07 from Mastermind Mavericks. Mastermind Mavericks actually had a pretty good game.
Solid. Yeah. Incredible game from the side of Mastermind Mavericks this time around. They had more than 11 points. I mean, the moment when we saw them in the mid-pack, right? So, Mastermind Mavericks definitely were able to get a lot of that damage done for themselves. You move on towards the top 5 players. You will also see Zyrex from Metal Esports with 4 finishes. Even LOLZZZ right there from Team Insane. You also do see Maximer from Mastermind Mavericks once again. And then another man comes in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, which is Ninju with 3 finish points. But back towards Mastermind Mavericks conversation, right? Mastermind Mavericks, they have been a bit on and off inside of this tournament, right? I'm not going to say they're extremely good, but they have been on and off. In some games, they're extremely good. In some games, they're bad. But this time around, they performed when it needed the most.
Yeah, definitely. And again, Mastermind Mavericks, again, middle pack of the overall rankings. But this is all about momentum. How much momentum can you carry forward to the next round? And do you actually carry it forward? I think that is going to be the question for Mastermind Mavericks. On the other side, those 20 points, I think Hyderabad Hydras, as we said, it gets them to a decent position. Now the question is for Team Aryan. Can you make a break into the top 8 with just one more game to go?
Yeah, they need a chicken dinner, nothing less than that. That's the only thing
actually, 10
Team
points.
Aryan's going to... Oh, okay. If that's the case, then Team Aryan, for them, it shouldn't be a tough crack.
Yeah, because they were at 116 with the finishes added, and I think they got like 1 point for placement in this match. And 123 is where the cutoff sits right now. So not even 10 points, like 7 points, and they should be good.
Okay, then Team Aryan's doing really good for themselves, right? And I'm pretty sure since it's Team Aryan, in the upcoming game, it should not even be a struggle for Team Aryan to squeeze in that many points. They should easily do it.
That's what I thought about this game. I thought in this match itself, they would be able to move inside of the top 8, but did not happen, right?
And Johnny, even Eggy should be a part of the conversation, right? What happened to Eggy? The first 6 games that they played, they were incredible. And then later on, we saw a massive dip in the performance from Eggy.
That is true, but I guess it is a team that is competing from the middle pack, so they are going to stick there.
They're safe.
They are going to be safe, and I think because of them not actually having anything to achieve or anything to lose, they are taking it a little bit easy in the last 3 matches of the day. I think that's the only explanation I have for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, Eggy started things off with an absolute bang in the first 6 games, and then later on, Eggy was just missing. We all thought something's going wrong with Eggy, but honestly speaking, I do understand maybe they do want to go the longer way. They should still have a good momentum inside of the round 2 to keep themselves on the board in a dominating fashion. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time for round 1 to conclude, because only one more game remains.
Well, it is going to be a very, very interesting one as well, because we are going to be expecting teams going to be eliminated by the end of this match. Whether or not will Team Aryan or Hyderabad Hydras actually get a better position to the top 16, maybe even the top 8, this final game will decide their fates here, because Hyderabad Hydras has made a little bit of comeback. Hopefully, they won't be able to actually make it into the top 8.
I mean, let's see how things turn out for them. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want nothing holding you back inside of your matches, check out the Realme GT7. It is a device, an amazing device. In fact, that is out and available on Amazon.in. So you can go to Amazon and grab yourselves the Realme GT7. We keep talking about the features. It's one of the best performing devices in its segment. Long play without overheating because of the iSense graphene rear cover, which keeps the device 6 degrees cooler in marathon gaming sessions. And when I say marathon gaming sessions, well, you get 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. It is stable 120 FPS, and it has been co-tested by Realme and Crafton, so you can be sure that your BGMI experience, it's going to be smooth for a long, long time. But coming back to the conversation, because with the last game, I think the match is going to be anything but smooth sailing for a lot of these teams. There's going to be a lot of drop clashes. People are going to try and kick other people out. And I'm just waiting to see how this game is going to go overall, especially with Team Aryan as well, right on the verge of qualifying into the top 8.
Well, it is going to be very, very important for them now, especially in this final map itself, because as of yet, I don't know what to expect about this year, because this final match, especially for TZ, a little bit of recovery. Can they get out of the bottom 16? Well, this final game better be a banger for them, because now, without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game of Wrangle itself to decide whether or not are they out or are they in. But for now, only time will tell, because this final match is going to be a battle for survival for all the teams itself here, because we are going to be jumping into the game, and it is going to be the map of Wrangle, as things about to break down here in El Clasico for the one final match of round 1 itself. This is match 72 of the game, Group F, final game of the day.
Exactly, final game of the day and final game of round 1 itself. A lot of fates are going to be decided of this match. Who gets to move forward directly to the semis, who gets put into round 3, and of course the bottom 16 as well, because there are teams that are trying to avoid finishing in the bottom 16, trying to avoid getting eliminated from the tournament. One of those names is Diesel Esports, but they're not having a good time.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well, considering that Diesel did make a little bit of recovery in the first game itself, but this last game is going to be a do-or-die situation. Literally, do or die. But for those of you who are just tuning in as well, remember that tomorrow we will have a live group draw session, I believe.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very important to decide the fates of who is going to be playing round 2, 3, and maybe 4.
I mean, for sure, but before that, I think the teams are just worried about, like, getting the matches done and dusted right now.
No. This is just a PSA for all the viewers. For the viewers. Yeah. If you guys want to know who's going to be playing where tomorrow, it happens. Live draw happens tomorrow.
Exactly. So you know which groups your favorite teams are going to be in. And of course, for more updates, make sure you guys are following Crafton India Esports on their social media handles as well, because that is where you get most of the updates. Everything from the groups to the leaderboards, everything gets posted there. But so far, we are going to keep you posted on the circle, which is just going to be west of Pachinki, out into the open fields of Gatka.
Yep, this circle is going to decide the fates here of each and every single team in this lobby as well. 16 teams remain, and only some will make it into round 2. And of course, who is going to be in round 3 and semifinals? It all comes down to this play. shadowblitz Esports, a contender that was very, very likely to actually push into the top 8. Unfortunately, did not have a very, very good game at all. But on screen now, we do see a drop clash here. It is going to be Eggy going up against Team Mastermind Mavericks. Maxmer is going to be on the hunt. He is going to be making a mad dash for it as well, because the rest of Team Eggy is going to be coming down as well. But Maxmer wins his first 1v1, and that's going to be Eggy taken out of the picture, as he is going to get spotted out from afar. Goes for a flick, but he will be the first one to get traded off as well. So 2 men down in this entirety game. 1 from Eggy, 1 from Mastermind Mavericks.
Mastermind Mavericks, even though this fight does not really reap a lot of benefit for them, I think it is just about sending a message to a team that you might face eventually in round 2 as well. And I have to say, I mean, a huge shout out to RD07. We saw him last year as well, playing for a different team. A very impressive player, if I'm being honest. Even in the last game, the MVP of that game of Miramar. individual skills, this man is going to be the next big star if he is consistent and, well, gets a few more opportunities, I guess. But he's very impressive, to be honest.
Hey, this is the Mastermind Mavericks we saw in BGIS, man. Took them a while, but today it seems like we do see signs of life coming in from BGIS itself. So, yes, completely different circuit. It is the Pro Series. Everybody means business. And of course, Team Eggy now going to be having a little bit of awkward start here. No IGL in this entire game, but like you said as well, it's all about drop clashing. It's all about training. They're pretty much secured in towards the next round for Eggy.
Yeah.
We will see them a lot more, for sure.
Let's see how things turn out now. 3v3, and I don't think any of these two sides wants to back away. Although there's a team moving in from the northwestern spot of this position, moving towards Jasna, and then eventually I believe they are going to look to close in. Into this spot, it is going to be Metal Esports, but oh no, pre-fire, he runs out of ammunition. But the opposing player completely whiffs his spray. And that has to be unfortunate. And now Eggy, they do find the knock onto the Danger Man. Now the 0-7 knocked out. Pro finds the second, and all of a sudden the table is going to be turned on Mastermind Mavericks. They're down to the last man. It is Rickson IGL. No utility. Very tight angle, so he's able to secure the knock. But JD Gaming in the back lines. He has a nade, lobs it out, and Rickson somehow does manage to avoid and walk away from the damage radius of that nade.
Yeah, he's going to make a run for it as well. JD is going to drop a nade on top of him, but Rickson pretty much done the damage. Eggy losing one player. But Mastermind Mavericks, they're running out of patience themselves here because they themselves lose a little too much. Rickson forced to make a run for it as well. Last man standing. Eggy winning this engagement. And sadly to say, Mastermind Mavericks will... they are in a very, very awkward spot now.
And look at the finish feed, what's happening. It's Jux against Team Z. Jux at least in a position from where they survive, but where's Team Z? How many players left? 2 players still left. Where are the other 2 lads?
Oh, they're pretty split off as well. Seems like they were caught mid-engagement, and now Jux, they are going to look for the reset. Kampa wants to go in for the nades, but misses the angle. Completely whiffing shot. Hovercraft comes in play, and Jux, they are going to go for this rush. They know for a fact there is no point. It's bulletproof, Kampa. He tried to make an attempt, and now he's going to get completely overrun by 2 guys. Aryan has an angle, gets a shot, misses the first one, doesn't even connect the second. And Kampa, he gets completely shut down and ran down by 2 of Jux players, which in this case doesn't even have health at all.
Man, it's scary when you see that hovercraft coming in your direction, right? It's a tank. It doesn't go down that easy. And Jux, yeah, Rebu's a little too far away, so it's going to be difficult for them to get revived. They got to close the distance in. Plus, Kylo will look to build some additional pressure on the players of Jux Esports. No ammunition. Does he find a little bit of ammo? Oh, he finds a lot, actually.
Yeah, he finds a lot of ammo, but he's all by himself. That's going to be a problem because if this keeps up, well, in this case, it might be sayonara for TZ for this entire BMPS.
Yeah, I think it's already sayonara. I don't think they have enough points to just get out of the bottom 16.
He's gonna try his best here. He gets tagged up immediately here. Almost gets the knock though. Here comes Jux, but from afar, shadowblitz actually turns party, and that's gonna be a red dot spray coming from Phoenix. Actually gets a knock, and Jux, they're in a lot of pain here. They do get the confirmation on the TZ. Goodbye to them. But shadowblitz Esports, oof, it's not over yet. They are gonna take over what TZ did to Jux. Now Jux leaving only 1 player circling around. shadowblitz, they are going to make a mad dash to try and clean them up now.
That's a long distance spray for that hollow side, to be honest, and impressive from Phoenix. I think it was just a spray and pray situation. The whole team just emptying clip after clip on the players of Jux. And as you mentioned, Jux down to the last man, although I think they are going to be happy with those 4 points. They did not have to do a lot because the top 16 was way too far away, and same goes for the bottom 16. Jux was bang on in the middle pack. And these 4 finishes just stabilize that position even more. And also an update, Mastermind Mavericks, I believe, have also been eliminated from the game along with Arc Knights.
Yeah, Arc Knights, that will be it for them. Meanwhile, Eggy, they were knocked by Adi early on, by Rickson early on, but eventually gets scouted out. So Eggy will be the victors of that engagement against Mastermind Mavericks. So that's going to be 4 points in the bag for Eggy. Jux also having 4, but leaving only a solo warrior to play, and that's going to be amazing. And of course, Necro has been hyping up this man. You also has been hyping up this man as well. Amazing. Definitely has to prove something amazing in this one final game here coming from Jux.
I think if he gets 1 or 2 finishes more, I think that should be it. But Team Eggy, I mean, this position moving towards the school apartments. A brilliant play, actually. It keeps them extremely safe.
Oh, no. what I just see. Hyderabad Hydras is pretty much guaranteed in top 8 already. They're in 7th position, so that means 8-bit is going to be on the 9th position.
Oh yeah.
And Jelly is going to be on the 8th position right now. So Aryan does still have a chance to knock out one more team down though. But with that being said, Hyderabad Hydras pretty much in the top 8 already.
That is true. And by the way, Team Insane are at 101. They need, well, 20.
They need a chicken
points.
dinner with almost 10
points.
finishes.
Yeah, 13 finishes and a chicken dinner.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
however they get it, they need 23 points, man.
So they need a chicken dinner and also 13 finishes.
If you get 23 finishes, that's it.
Why not 60?
It's all about points. Because 60 is unrealistic. We've seen teams pull off 20 finishes more consistently than 60 finishes. 60 finishes has a 0% rate of existence. 20 plus finish games from teams still has at least about like 5%.
Okay, fair
Maths,
enough.
my boy.
Fair enough. Can't do maths. But at the same time, MEVERICKS Esports gonna be taking a couple shots in. Seems like they do scouter members coming in from ZENIN. ZENIN gonna be get rushed in here as well. Venom going to be leading the charge here. Goes for a wrap around. Atlantis gonna go to give chase, but eventually here comes the pump. Nothing Venom could have done. Instant quick takedown. The rush came through eventually, but it's a little bit too late here. They've lost Venom. Bunty gonna be forced to defend all by himself. As the rest of Metal Phoenix gonna be doing this with 3 players. 3 versus 1. Another nade clips on towards Bunty as well. Forced to reposition. Another nade comes through. Clips him by the edge. And just like that, MEVERICKS Esports, they clean him out. But Venom.
That's the worst part about that finish, that he did not even see that nade. It just blew up somewhere and he's gone.
The splash damage just tips him out.
Yeah, feels like a Thanos snap at that point.
I know, right? But on screen here, Hyderabad Hydras just going to be cleaning up the lobby here. Hyrdmen, Kudulis going to be taken out. But a big game for Hyderabad Hydras today itself, because that's a massive jump into the top 8.
Also, by the way, there is the odds are kind of swinging against them right now. There is a potential chance that Wildfangs can also be kicked out at the same time. Because if Team Insane does extremely well for themselves and gets about, let's just say they pull off a performance with a chicken dinner, get 25 finishes in a single game, 35 points for Team Insane, right? Then Wildfangs, who sit at 128, also get dropped down. And for that to happen, both Team Insane and the side of Team Aryan, both of them need to do well. And Aryan just needs 6 points. 7 points.
Okay. But you know what? 7 points right now. That's going to be the realme GT7. Currently out in the market here. Just search it up on Amazon. And you can win up to 2 lakhs here. It does give you that stable 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. Tested by the realme and Crafton guys for long hours of gameplay. And if you guys want to win like a pro, be sure to check out the GT7. And as of yet, the screen here, XOTIC signature. Going to be trying to roam around, looking for an entry point from the north side. The circle pretty much shifts on towards Gadkar region. But Eggy now, they're just rushing everyone, and Diesel will be the first contact, but they get cleaned out. Oh boy, that was a close call, but great defense coming from Diesel. They dropped 1 player, but it wasn't confirmation, so they will get the free reset coming through.
Yeah, it should be an easy recovery as well, considering there's no one around Diesel right now. But yeah, Eggy, I think they got those early points. They're going to be happy with themselves in this game. But I have to say, I mean, what a quick game of a Wrangle right now we are seeing. We're 11 minutes in and already down to 11 teams.
Well, that's a very fast one as well. But like you said, Hyderabad Hydras still could spoil the games for a lot of people here. They are pretty much in the top 8. It's just whether or not do they want to finish in the top of the top, or do they want to finish somewhere else? Because as of yet, they're guaranteed top 8. But Insane, like you said, Insane's got the biggest recovery today so far. Can they get enough points to make the top 8? It's going to be the question here. shadowblitz as well. They were the closest, but unfortunately, I don't think they have enough points after a very, very poor performance in 2 games.
Yeah. shadowblitz, I think, completely dropped the ball in the early matches. If they started off with a chicken dinner on Sanok, then maybe our hopes would be like very high that, okay, now another brilliant performance on Miramar and then another chicken dinner on Wrangle maybe can help this team move into the top 16, but nah, not anymore. I think if they win this game, the best they can do is like, what, top 16 maybe? But that's going to require a lot of eliminations in this match.
But at the same time here, you know what's really interesting right now? The champion and the first runner-up of BGIS is going to be playing from round 3, not from the semifinals.
Round 3. Oh yeah.
Caught you off guard there, right, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you talk about the defending champions, they'll be in round 2, not even 3.
Oh boy, that's
worse.
ouch. But tennis on screen right now, we do see ZOTIC Signature actually getting punished, and they went for a mad dash against Phoenix Metal, and Phoenix Metal was able to actually take them down. Alto pretty much dropped pretty low. Needs to go in for the reset, but seems like he is gonna get the pull here. Alto, oh, he's gonna bleed out the zone. Metal Esports, they took too long, but
Yeah.
they're gonna be okay with 2 finishes.
They will be okay, but I'm pretty sure Alto will be saying a few kind words to his teammates. You could have showed up early, man, just a second. And I would have been still in the game.
There's nothing kind about what you just said, though. But Aryan also going to be making a little play here. Domination coming in from aimbot from Metal, but Aryan going to go for the rush here. Looks like he will go in for the flush. The clutch comes to Signify. Going to be in a world of pain as they get completely surrounded here. The shots coming in, and Aryan will gobble them up. Instead, no chance whatsoever. Signify Esports gonna get completely mowed down, and even Immortal fall. Everyone falls, and a very, very clean 4-man takedown coming from Team Aryan.
Yeah, and let's start the counter now, I see, because they needed 7 points. They have 4 already. They need 3 more points to find a spot inside of the top 8. Just because 2 teams at the bottom of the top 8 were tied at 123. And Hyderabad Hydras has already surpassed that mark. If Team Aryan surpasses 123 as well, 124, they're going to be through in the top 8.
Well, can they defend? It's going to be the completely
3
question
points,
as well.
man. They
But
need 3 points.
you are right. You are definitely in right here. But Aryan also making one of the miraculous comeback. And just like that, they are going to be able to qualify. Maybe. Just maybe. But based on how I'm seeing from the zone as well, Aryan has a very, very difficult zone to actually push in. Hyrdmen going to be gatekeeper from the southeast corner. We've got Surge from the south side. We've got Insane right in the middle as well. Insane seems to be able to pick off everybody here because they have one of the strongest compound. And like you said, Team Insane just maybe might be able to break into top 8. But top 16 pretty much for sure for them. But based on the overall standings, they are still on the 17th position. So breaking the top 16 is going to be their goal for now. And as of yet, on screen here, we've got shadowblitz going up against ZENIN. Oh, sorry, it's going to be ZOTIC Signature. As Nexus will get the first couple knocks in. shadowblitz losing 2 players. Liger going for a couple nades. Here comes the nade trade. Doesn't connect here, but Nexus takes a little bit too much. Liger survives, and he's going to be able to defend this.
I mean, let's see though. shadowblitz, 3 points on the board. Both the players are going to get a revive. But again, as you mentioned when we were talking about Team Insane, I want to keep my eyes pinned on them. See what they will do. The only compound in the center of the circle, and everyone around them is going to be out into the open. In the meanwhile, Team Aryan engaging into a fight against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. How dare you take our spot inside of the top 8 first before us. And again, 3 more finishes needed. If Aryan gets taken out before getting those 3 points, by the way, they are going to be stuck in the top 16 and not in the top 8. So they got to be careful about this. The slam, the vehicles run into each other, and it's going to be a little bit of a slowdown, but still a knock onto Sarvit is going to be found. Lob a nade in that smoke and watch the finish come your way, but that's not going to be the case. And Team Aryan, oh no, they miss out. They miss out on the top 8.
Oh my goodness, Ninja was able to defend against everyone, but it was Ninja that cleans out everyone for Team Aryan. So the chances of making the top 8 is over as Hyderabad Hydras shuts down their dreams in the semifinals, sends them down towards the round 3 stages.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Hyderabad Hydras, oh no.
Now Team Insane just actually needs 23 points. I was seeing if they could actually get... I was assuming that Aryan would break into 124, and then Team Insane would try to get past them, or maybe try to get past the side of Wildfangs just to be safe. But now it's pretty clear. Team Insane smack center of the zone. All they need is about 13 finishes and the chicken dinner.
Yes, of course, aiming for the goal of going to the top 16 is going to be Insane first. That's going to be their first baby step. Same could be said for Hyrdmen. They are in a comfortable position. They're pretty much out of the chopping block from being eliminated, so we will see them guaranteed in round 2. But a team that is fighting for their dear lives to get out of the chopping block is going to be Surge as well, as they need this game in order to qualify for round 2. So that's going to be their objective here in this entire lobby left. In this case, 8 teams remaining in this lobby.
Yeah, but Surge's position is kind of awkward. 2 players towards the southern zone of the edge. 2 players have control of the play zone, but they're going to be quite exposed. I think just playing from one shack as cover. So the moment their position is revealed, someone or the other is going to run in that direction. Look at that, towards the southern half of the circle. In fact, the circle is going to force them out now.
Oh boy.
And again, what a brilliant, brilliant opportunity for Team Insane. You do not waste a shot like this.
Yep, dude, they have to farm everyone here to
Yeah.
getting top 16 should be a very easy task now. It's not exactly the easiest, but it's definitely on the easy scale right now based on their position. But they definitely need to get finishes for sure. That's number 1. Number 2, breaking the top 8, they need to clean out everyone. That's the only way they break in the top 8 here for Team Insane. That is going to be the biggest comeback in this entire round 1 stages, especially for today itself.
But Medal, yeah, this is going to be an awkward spot to be stuck in. Your backlines are compromised. You can't move out from your aimbot. Does bring his teammate back on his feet, but is just going to be forced indoors instantly. Now, they know where amazing from Jux is, and by the way, he's managed to stay alive till the top 8. His teammates got taken out super early, so now at least he can walk away with a placement point as well.
Yeah, they are going to solidify in the middle of the pack for sure. Shadowblitz Esports gets a spray. Adonis finds Shamsha. That's going to be Surge losing another player here. Chances of survival slowly dwindling down, as after the engagement, they are going to try and collide onto them. Shadowblitz Esports will be there as well, but here comes another spray. And they are going to go down. It's going to be Insane that finds the knock. But the confirmation goes in towards Metal, apparently. No, actually, Hirdmen against it. Okay, that's going to be a little awkward as well.
And it's a fight out into the open. You know for a fact those finishes, if you do not secure them instantly, are going to get stolen. Of course, it's an open field, so Herdsmen, they have a line of fire for this position as well. But I'm finally seeing the players of Team Insane pull the trigger. And it seems like they are looking to put some pressure on the players of Metal Esports, but in the meanwhile, Shadowblitz, even their eyes get opened up as to the threat is not just from the front lines in the form of Shadowblitz, but also from Surge, but also from the flank in the form of Herdsmen.
Oh no, Surge, they're out. They don't have enough points. They might not be able to qualify here. It might be sayonara for them. But Insane now pulling one of the biggest comebacks possible. Can they break past in towards the top 8?
Yeah.
Top 16 pretty much guaranteed for now. As if they start racking up some finish points.
They have to do it now. There's not enough bodies left. And if anyone takes away these finishes, that means points are being denied to the players of Team Insane. They can't afford to lose out on a single point.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, 13 eliminations needed with the chicken dinner. That's the only thing that saves these teams. But as I say that, Hyderabad Hydras has a little bit of a run-in against Herdsmen.
A little bit training session coming in here. Nades comes through. Ninja pretty much knocked off. He is going to get almost confirmed. Oh, that wasn't a nade. That was a stun grenade. So he is going to be able to survive this. So that means Hyderabad Hydras, they can get the full reset. As Herdsmen hesitating, they're going for the push. They're calling in Pamphlet to go in for the synchronized push, but the tandem push not ready here, as March keeps them in check on the sides. Now the nades comes through as well. Hyderabad Hydras to get the full reset. Herdsmen can't seem to push up. A couple random sprays comes through, but no connection. Ninja finally goes for the pick and gets the knock, and this is the opportunity that Hyderabad Hydras needs to clean them out.
Yep, one player knocked out. The opening found, and oh no, he almost walked into that molly. In fact, he did. And now just burning alive, but the shotguns go off. 2 players from side of Hyderabad Hydras fall. Doesn't matter, as Ninja is still there. 8 eliminations on the board for Hyderabad Hydras, and all 4 players still left in the matchup. But with only 16 players left, 4 out of which belong to the players of Team Insane, I think I see the opportunity to move inside of the top 8 might have just been taken away now. Even if they clean up every single finish, even if they clean up the board and secure the chicken dinner, Team Insane, the best finish for them, it's going to be on the 9th position.
Yeah, that's the best possible outcome now. Insane.
I think so. Actually, there's going to be a tiebreaker situation then, because we will have 3 teams with 123. I'm wrong. Don't take my word for anything.
Yeah, it might be the case as well, because we've seen a tiebreaker between True Ripper Jelly and also 8-Bit, but because True Ripper Jelly has 4 chicken dinners, so obviously they automatically have a higher position. So it's going to be chicken dinners, position points, then finish points.
Yeah.
But all things considered here, Shadowblitz now going to be engaging against Team Insane. Team Insane, can they clean up the rest? Nades comes through, coming from Gods. Luffy may tag out pretty low. Phoenix, however, left all by himself. Gonna be lobbing a couple of nades in the direction. Doesn't think that he can't find any pick here. So Insane's got so many nook and crannies to work with.
Yeah, and let's not forget they need every single finish in this game, and then the chicken dinner. But one more point is going to be denied, and I think with Jux Amazing falling to the hands of Hyderabad Hydras, it is decided Team Insane. They are going to stick around in the top 16, but still a chicken dinner moving to round 3. It's not going to hurt them. And now 3 finishes on the board. Hyderabad Hydras in the back line fighting against the players of MAVERICKS Esports. And ZENIN has actually found a few openings for himself. So another one from the side of Hyderabad Hydras is going to get knocked out by that solo man from the side of MAVERICKS Esports who's taking a fight. The other players, well, they're stuck in a very awkward spot.
Yeah, Insane, they've realized that they are losing out in numbers as well. They're getting a little bit more active. They're pushing out the farm finishers. Can they find it? It's going to be a question here because ZENIN, he's going to try and deny them all, but eventually he goes down. No way! What a pick from Insane to deny him on Hyderabad Hydras. They need to reset this fight. And once they reset this, the number count increases for Team Insane to finish more, but nope. Sarvit actually goes down, so another point goes down the drain for absolutely nothing.
I think Hyderabad Hydras do not care at this point. They're like, yeah, take the chicken dinner. We're going to see you in the semifinals if you actually make it, because Hyderabad Hydras now have 10 points to their name. And of course, they've broken into the top 3, so that's going to be 5 more placement points added. They're going to go into the semifinals with actually a decent position as well.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for them. Meanwhile, Team Insane obviously has to win this fight. Adi going to be creeping over Hyderabad Hydras. They've got the knock on LOLZZZ. That's going to be the confirmation coming through. That's another point in the hands of Team Insane. Top 3 now. Ninja, last man standing, coming from Hyderabad Hydras. Going to get run down from Team Insane. Wow, shadowblitz nowhere to be found though. They are in the far south, so Insane, they are going to clean out Ninja. And Ninja has no backup whatsoever as the drive-by comes through. They are going to try and spot through the smoke. Ninja dropping down pretty low. They are going to spray him down, and Gods will be the ones that gets the pump in. Top 2. Chicken dinner for Insane in the hands now. 4 versus 2. And shadowblitz, they are out in the open.
Oh man, shadowblitz. Yeah, last 2 players left inside of the game. And shadowblitz again. This is going to be a decent recovery. They've done quite well for themselves in this journey through round 1. And shadowblitz, I think they're going to be moving to round 2 itself, but it doesn't matter. It's a new team, a new name on the block. And of course, very impressive with their run. But there we have it. Adonis position compromised. And it's just a few moments before Team Insane secure what is rightfully theirs in this game. 8 eliminations, 7 on the board right now. But they are going to finish with 8 because they have Adonis surrounded. They know exactly where he is. It's just about finding the exact location. Now he's spotted out. The shotgun goes off. 1 knock secured by Adonis. But eventually he does get finished off as Team Insane, as I said it, secure what is rightfully theirs, the chicken dinner. 8 finishes were secured in this game by them. So 18 points on the board. But as we were discussing throughout the match, I see they needed a grand total of 23 points for a spot inside of the top 8. They barely miss out on the opportunity. All right, 19 points. So they miss out because of 4 points.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for them there. But all things considered, a great comeback coming from Team Insane because now they're pretty much putting themselves into the top 16. So nicely done coming from Team Insane. But Hyderabad Hydras also making a huge comeback to actually go into the top 8. Yeah. Team Aryan, however, will be somewhere sitting in the top 16 as well. So they were the closest, Team Aryan, to actually make it in the top 8. Unfortunately, not a great performance today.
Yeah, not a great performance. Especially they're going to be the ones who are going to be critiquing them the hardest, considering Aryan was the top contending team from this group for the top 8. Not Hyderabad Hydras, not Team Insane, not shadowblitz. And Aryan just completely dropped the ball. Well, Team Insane missed out because of 4 points. Aryan missed out because of 3.
Yeah, that's going to be very unlucky as well, considering that they tried their best, because this was a team that no one predicted to do well. But I would say it's still a very good opening debut here coming from Team Aryan themselves. But let's take a look at the top 5 players from this match itself. We've got Phoenix Meadow here with Aimbot as a top contender with 6 finishes. We've got Jux Amazing with 5 finishes. We've got Ninja with 4 finishes, Ninju with 4, and also Gods coming from Insane with 3 finishes.
And of course, I mean, a huge shout out to Hyderabad Hydras, especially on this last day of competition. They picked up the pace, getting the chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. And of course, the potential was there for a chicken dinner on this game of Wrangle as well, but they barely missed out because of that open position that they were supposed to cross. But overall, I think consistency was also displayed. They were doing well, consistent in the early days of the competition, the first 9 games, and the last 3 games, they actually popped off quite nicely. But We do have the match rankings of this match on our screens, and Team Insane, as we spoke about them, 19 points for them. Hyderabad Hydras secure 15 medal with 13 points, also had a pretty decent run, and shadowblitz with 12 points, a decent run as well.
Now, the moment of truth that all of us are going to be waiting for is about one screen away, ladies and gentlemen, here. Who is going to be part of the semifinals, who is going to be part of the round 3 stages, and who will be making into round 2, and most importantly, who is going to be eliminated after this game. There will be 16 teams losing out their chance to continue their journey in BMPS. We'll see them next year, maybe even next season, maybe on the next half of this year, which I've heard a lot of rumors is going to be pretty big for the BGMI community.
Of course, I mean, that is what everyone's been saying, but I mean, you guys got to stay tuned for the updates and follow Crafton India Esports for the official word as to what is going to happen in the next half of the year and how big is it actually going to be. But it is going to be pretty massive. But right now, the only thing that is massive, and it is going to be a game changer, is going to be the overall leaderboard. Who is the final top 8? Who are the final top 16 teams? And who are going to be the 16 names? Which 16 names are we bidding farewell to today?
Well, speaking of which as well, why do we always talk that we know something that is going to be something big? Personally, if you guys are asking, hey, what's going on in the second half? Hey, what's going on next year? Hey, let me tell you guys one thing. We don't know either. That's the only information that was given us by Crafton is that something big is coming.
Yeah, that's the only piece of
If you really want a leak, ask Crafton themselves. And even then, it's tough. Trust me. I've tried everything I can to ask. Look, I've asked this guy. I don't want to call out names. It sounds a little bit proper here as well. I've asked the top. I've asked the bottom. I've asked the side. I've asked the guys from Crafton, all the way in HQ. Nobody's giving me anything.
At this point, you've already gone down way deep on that road, buddy, with how you started that sentence.
Dude, it's true. Dude, I have contacts to this person, this person. Nobody's giving me anything. So don't ask me. I got nothing, bro.
Are people actually asking you?
Yeah.
Yeah, then just farm numbers, to be honest.
Do you guys really want?
Follow ICBaby if you want to know what's happening in the next half of the year, ladies and gentlemen, with BGMI. Spam his inbox. Drop comments on every post he makes.
You're an evil mastermind, aren't you? You are an actual evil mastermind. You just don't want me to sleep. You just want my phone to explode.
Yeah, he's actually going to answer if you start calling him.
Like, you want my phone to explode and get myself a new Realme GT7, don't you? Huh?
Yeah.
Please don't call me.
I mean, your phone, isn't your Realme GT7 right here?
That's my new phone. That's not my number. Does not have my number.
It does not have his contact details.
Yeah.
But if you guys want, I can make that happen as well. Moving on, I mean, we are talking about the teams who makes it into the top 16. And, I mean, we know for a fact who makes it into the top 16 right now. It's a question of who gets kicked out.
Okay, for sure. This is, like, it's going to take some time to actually give the standings as well. But all things considered, for those you guys just watching it as well, if you guys are wondering what's up, we've pretty much concluded all of round 1 stages today. That was the final match. That was 72 matches in long 12 days of broadcast on channel. We've seen a lot of teams. We've seen ups and rises of certain teams as well. There was a lot of unexpected teams that is going to be eliminated. One of them is going to be GenXFM. Most importantly, tomorrow is going to be a very, very important day. If you guys are big fans or wondering on which teams is going to be playing in which group, tomorrow we will have the live group draw session on the socials, or in this case, the live on YouTube channel of Crafton India Esports.
Yeah, again, follow on YouTube, follow on Instagram, follow everywhere, Crafton India Esports, ladies and gentlemen. But overall ranking, yippee, on our screens. And of course, as we were talking about it, OG, Seoul, Hyderabad Hydras finish in the top 3. That is impressive. TWOB learn from past K9. Wildfangs and Troopers are going to be the 8 names that qualify directly for the semifinals. Then you have 8-Bit, Team Aryan, Team Insane, Godlike, FS, God's Reign, Team Forever, and Cincinnati Kids as the 8 names that move to round 3. Everyone outside of the top 16 until the bottom 16 is going to be in round 2.
Well, it looks like we have something interesting as well coming in towards this year itself with BMPS, because who would have thought the defending champion, or in this case the champion for BGIS and the first runner-up in the second half of this leaderboard. It's not something I'm used to seeing, but I hope that things are going to get a little bit spicy as well, because I'm still waiting for that not really rematch, more like a direct fight between both Hero Extreme Godlike as well as 8-Bit in particular, formerly known as Versatile.
Yeah.
Team Aryan also making a little bit of bounce back here. This is a team that kind of surprised us. It is a mix and match from Genesis Esports as well as the old board Army Esports.
Hey man, it seems like my calculations were a little bit off because Aryan missed out by 3 points. and Insane missed out by 4 points. No, my calculations were right.
Oh.
I am doubting myself.
But with that being said, who got kicked out of the top 16? Unfortunately
no.
to say, it is going to be WELT Esports as well as Moneymakers, as they will have to sit their journey through the round 2 stages. Sorry, mate. You guys got to do what you got to do. But Myth as well is going to be sitting out as well. Myth made one of the biggest comebacks to actually make into the top 16. They had a very, very poor running. Raven, however, was a little bit interesting because Raven Esports, they started their journey strong and then kind of fell apart. So, unfortunately to say, they are going to be sitting out. And Revenant Export, the defending champions of last year's BMPS as well as last year's BGIS, going to be sitting out as they will be starting their journey here in round 2 themselves.
I mean, they already missed out on an opportunity to defend their trophy of the BGIS in the realme BGIS 2025 because they weren't there.
You know what's really weird?
What?
All the defending champions from each stage from last year is all in round 2 and round 3. Even Joker is also in the round 2 stages.
Pretty much. I mean, for Moneymakers, I think it's a little bit of a heartbreak because they started on a very amazing note. Their first 3 matches were pretty solid. And then there was a fall off. I think they just started to slack off maybe a little bit. But as we move forward in the leaderboard, I think Inferno Rising, this was a team that had a great start, but now they dropped very far down the leaderboard. But this is the safe bracket, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Barely surviving inside of the tournament, but moving to round 2.
Exactly. But speaking of comebacks as well, we saw Ryder Esports in the previous match. We saw Diesel before 4 barriers, Los Hermanos, Signify also making a comeback. And God's Omen barely on the borderline. And they somehow are able to make it. Oh,
Quick question, Icy. Do you think they're going to be safe because of tiebreaker? Answer.
They should be safe because position points. But yes, they are definitely safe. And sorry to say, someone's dream almost making it. They will be eliminated. Same can be said for new version. Team Low, since Shanab Valley is out. Team Halo is out. Search, that was their last shot of making a comeback as well. They needed only 2 to 3 points to qualify. That last game could not help them. 7 Habits as well. UC is out. Acrobots is out. DG, TZ, Mysterious, INTX. Oh my goodness. Arc Knight is one of the biggest surprising one for me. But
Arc Knight,
Genesis, and also Fearless 4, they're all out.
I think GenXFM is the biggest surprise over there. GenXFM, just 10 points in 12 matches. That is something that I would never expect. Even in a lobby like this, with 96 teams competing, I would put GenXFM somewhere in the top 48, but yeah, this is not looking good. Time to go back to the drawing board, I guess.
A competition is getting difficult and difficult. Like, there has been a lot of rumors. BMPS 25 is going to be the most important tournament all year, I would say this entire decade itself for BGMI history right now at this stage. But with that being said, let's talk about the realme MVP rankings after the entirety of round 1. Sev is going to be the topping charts here with 35 finishes, followed by Fierce with 29. We've got Gods with 32 finishes, WizGod with 30 finishes, and Ninja with 31 finishes. Normally, we would kind of see MVP rankings based on finishes itself, but this time we are going to be taking on the overall performance, including survival time, finishes, assists, rescues, etc.
Exactly. Everything is going to be taken into account to decide who becomes the realme MVP of the tournament. And again, I think these lads overall have been doing quite well for themselves. But hey, what about us, the commentators? We made a few predictions at the start of the day, and how did they go?
I expected 8-bit to do pretty well. Unfortunately, they could not make it in the top 8 here. Insane did pretty well as well. I think my prediction was pretty okay. Necro from Team Tamilas, I think they could not make it in the top 16, but it was a little bit of recovery here. Medal did okay, didn't make it in the top 16. You went for Hyderabad Hydras. That was a big win for you.
And Maisie.
Maisie too. Yeah, Team Insane did pretty okay. Medal did okay. True Ripper Jelly coming from Rawan. Well, they are in the top 8, so I would give him the win as well. Team Forever for Maisie. I don't know, man. Team Forever was also a team that none of us actually predicted from the start of this round 1 stages. I think 2 of the biggest names that kind of shocked us here is Team Forever and Team Aryan.
Yeah.
And both these teams, they did pretty okay, but not in the top 8, unfortunately.
That is true. Again, I mean, these 2 teams, I mean, Team Forever, especially them, there's going to be a lot of expectations from them because this is the former Team 8-bit, and of course, having Oasis on your side, you know for a fact that experience, that confidence, the skill as well makes things a lot easier. But day summary, on our screens right now, and I think the biggest chicken dinner today was from Team Hyderabad Hydras in that second game they played the map of Miramar, 10 finishes, and that happened all because the circle was on top of them the whole time.
Yeah, they just clean out almost every lobby as well. Even in the final game, they were just doing very, very decently as well. So snatching away the top 3 from TWOB, that's got to be pretty happy. But OG, again, setting the benchmark in this entire round 1 as the top contenders, the team that is by far the most consistent in 2025, especially coming in from their round stages, how they debuted, qualified to LAN finals. They still had a pretty good running here. At least they finished, I don't remember specifically were they top 3 or top 4, but they were part of the top 8 for sure. And then even here as well, top 1.
Exactly. I mean, they're doing quite well for themselves, but the question is, can you keep the momentum as you move on to the later rounds of the tournament? And especially for the teams that move to the semifinals and to round 3 of this realme BMPS, that question, they need to find an answer how to hold on to their form, how to hold on to their momentum while starting up on the rest of the competitors as well, because they will have a little bit of break before they play the rest of the matches in the tournament.
So obviously when we talk about the hype, especially the storylines as well, everybody is hoping to, no, well, not everybody, a majority of our fans are going to be looking forward to see how, when will Hero Extreme Godlike lift the trophy? But my question is OG going to be finally able to even lift the trophy? Because they are by far the most consistent team in this past 2 years itself.
That is true. Most consistent, and yet always a little bit away from that trophy point marker. I think if this is going to be the year where curses fall apart, this has to be the year where OG and Godlike, both those teams are smiling. But before we move on to the next rounds of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a Drew Brawl tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in for that. But today comes to an end. That's Icy Baby. This is Super Johnny. We're going to call it a night. Until tomorrow, take care. Good night.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
until